Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2023 and the 17th edition of the Nanda Freeride. My name's Will Tucker, and I can't explain how lucky and honoured I am to be able to introduce this fantastic festival of freeriding. We've got a great pre-show lined up for you today, and to help me work through it is our head judge over 16 years here. It's Florian Buller. Flo, how are you? Thanks for joining me.
I'm fine, thank you very much. Great day today, and yeah, looking forward to the show.
You know, the weather is a pretty rare thing, complete bluebird out there. We haven't had a lot of fresh snow, but we're expecting fairly sendable conditions on the Mongon anyway. How's your season been? Have you managed to ride much powder and get out there?
It's difficult this year to ride powder, but we found a few spots, yeah. Trying to make the best out of it, but yeah. It is what it is. It
is what it is. We've done pretty well here. A very high resort in the Four Valleys, Nanda right at the heart of it, and we're lift accessible to a lot of mountains around that 3,000 meter mark, the Mongon being one of our favourites and the best as we see the images here of that pure north aspect, which hopefully is going to maintain a good condition for us throughout the day. Nanda, a really rare place in its views along the Rhone Valley. You can see all the way from the Grand Chevalard on one end, all the way along to the Bitchhorn, one of my favourite mountains to say. And yeah, absolutely 1,400 metres and facing north. It's a lovely place to live with just this great culture around free riding, which I find a really rare and special thing, to be honest with you. You've been coming here for quite a few years here now, and do you find it to be that kind of special premier destination?
Oh yeah, for me, like it's like throughout Switzerland, one of the best resorts here. Yeah. It's just great to ride here. So many possibilities. Yeah.
Images of Haute Nanda on our screen there. Lovely village with an awful lot of ski in, ski out access. Gets you straight to those 400 kilometres of piste that make up the Four Valleys. And yeah, there's my favourite piste, Trackway. I used to commute to work on that thing every day. Such a great run. Yeah, really rare to have that ability to access so much stuff from a lift. If you're willing to walk 1 hour, you get to an outrageous amount of off-piste terrain. And some quick shots of the Nanda village itself there. Lovely, lovely spot. Today we are going to be working through our pre-show, which is it's got a lot of content for us. We want to talk about our 1-star, 2-star, 3-star events. Our video contest we kind of invented after the COVID pandemic to create some extra events there. The Backcountry Invitational has become this incredibly special. Honestly, I go to all of the best free ski events in the world, but it's the most fun thing you could possibly go to. Which has been your favourite so far?
Backcountry.
Backcountry
this year. It's like we just do it for not many years so far, and it's like a great show, and people really love to come over here, and it's a possibility for us as well to attract so many good riders, make a good show. It's a bit different to the other competitions, but the good thing is it's like a good entry as well for everyone, for the organization, and we have something else like in January, February to show, and great pictures as well, as you will see.
Yeah, we got so lucky with the conditions this year. We're great. We could put a 30-day weather window on for the Backcountry Invitational. And during all of those 30 days, we've got Marcus Eder, Fabio Studer, Leah Buard, some of the best riders of the world on standby. So the moment we get the best pockets of powder to create a landing, give them all a call, get them over here. And there's just something really special about it being rider judged, not having that normal pressure associated with any FIS contest or a Freeride World Tour contest. Yeah, the freedom that's created during that, the vibe that we have on the hill that day, it's really easy for the crowd to get to the bottom and see it. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Yeah. I make up, I kill a bee. Tell them this. For the better and the best. I make them know say hard work and the key to success. When I come here so fi chill, I tell some son boy them have to ride them will. Him come to prophesy and burn out all the traitors them and burn out all the spies. I rise up with the shoot, Kia Bamba come to defend the youth. Them wonder how we do it and survive. Them wonder how we do it and we still stay alive. Them wonder how we do it and survive. I show the cleanest how we are that Kia Bamba ma fi rise. Them wonder how we do it and survive. Them wonder how we do it and arise. Them wonder how we do it and we still stay alive. Them wonder us and make organize. Alright, it's not about the money, it's not about the fame. Well, longevity, that is the name of the game. You have to know how to reclaim and know how to claim. And righteousness, me say we have to come proclaim. Have to manifest and tell the ghetto youth them say fi rise above the stress. Arrive above the sea and give all of the praises to His Majesty. Arise above the grudge and tell them
And you did just see Maxime Charbleau do a triple backflip on the hip at the bottom there. Crazy stuff.
He tried,
Yeah, special moment for me. Leo Bouard with the backflip at the top cliff was just unbelievable to see chicks going that big these days. We're going to move on now to talk about the junior freeride event. You were here for that. How were conditions? How was the event?
The event was great. We had to, due to challenging snow conditions, we had to change the face for about a second time to northeastern face of the Marais. It's a bit longer than normal, but the juniors rocked it really last Saturday. And given the difficult snow conditions, we really love to see it. And yeah, they always, every year, they push the level more and more. And it's great to see those junior competitions, especially on a 3-star level. I really love to judge them. And here in Nanda, it's like a place to be for them as well.
Yeah, we were definitely starting to see that junior level as well and truly overtaken the senior 2-star level.
Yeah.
It's become really professional. They've all got a very high level of coaching. And because we're facilitating that level of contest, we've got 2 junior world champions out of Nanda just a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And it's really, really great to see them, the confidence they're able to take from those experiences under pressure in competition and translate that directly into 2, 3, 4-star competition. We're going to see a couple of them compete here today.
And you'll see one of them today. On snowboard.
And didn't one of them...
2, yeah.
2 of them. One of them did a double backflip in the 3-star the other day
We'll talk about that later,
Yeah, some crazy stuff going on. Absolutely.
Hopefully he's doing well now.
did he not
crashed,
stomp it? Oh, okay.
No.
But Elliot Dancer, I've seen take more of a role than almost any athlete, and he bounces up with the biggest smile on his face every time. Let's get into it. Let's have a look at the highlight reel here from the junior 3-star event we held earlier in the week.
Hey, I'm on top, really I'm on top. Whole crew on top, really we on, homie, I'm on top, really we on top. I'm on top, see me, I'm on top, we on top, whole crew on top. I can't stop, cause really we on top, really we on top. I'm on top, see me, I'm on top. We on top, whole crew on top. I can't stop. I'm on top, see me, I'm on top. Nigga, I'm on top. I'm on top, whole crew on top. Really, I'm on top. I never stop.
Yeah, really starting to see that pedigree develop in those younger categories. People able to do 360s with a technique that almost didn't exist in anyone 20 years ago kind of thing. So really great to see that. Moving on now to have a quick chat about the 2-star event that we ran here. I'm loving with those 2-star events. Of course, they're a stepping stone to work your way up the ladder towards our things like our Challenger series. But also just a place where people who are interested in freeriding at any age can come and feel it out and have a grassroots place to express themselves.
It's actually here in Nanda. It's something I really like. We give the opportunity to juniors, to start with. And then as well, throughout the week, we have the 2-star, the 3-star, the 4-star, really giving riders the possibility to enter on a low-level star. If they're doing well, they actually can qualify for the 3-star by getting a wild card. And moving up like that.
I'm going to bring up Max Hitzig was the ultimate example of that. Came from never competing before, won our 2-star, so we wildcarded him to the 3-star. Won that, we wildcarded him to the 4-star. He won that comprehensively. We wildcarded him to Fieberbrunn, and he's in 2nd place on the overall rankings of the World Tour right now. Yeah, absolutely crazy to see.
But the 2-star was a great show as well last Tuesday, and it's good snow. Same face as the juniors.
Awesome.
But it's cool, as you will see shortly.
Check out the highlight reel. So we're moving on to talk about the 3-star now, and it's getting to a pretty crazy standard, and just working your way up to the 4-star.
Yeah.
It used to be you pretty much just jumped straight from 2 to 4. There's so many competitors in here now doing so much crazy stuff. Got to give a big shout out to the Nanda Freeride Academy, which has been producing these athletes who then have the tactics, the head game, the physical ability to move up those rankings. We're going to see some double flips in our 3-star recap because of this level of crazy
Especially shout out to the all organization, because we really had to do 2-star and 3-star back to back. It's a lot of organization behind it, but I think we did the good choices. You see in the pictures, we chose the face of the Mongon riders left, who will be closed today, given the tracks. We saw a huge show there, amazing snow conditions, and actually we saw one of the first double backflips on skis on a qualifier, and I don't recall double backflip on snowboard on a qualifier or on a World Tour event.
I think it was
we saw that on
the
3-star.
first one that was ever done. Well done,
Yeah.
Elliot Dancer. Let's have a look at it. Absolutely outrageous stomp there from Mikkelbrandt. Not so much from Elliot Dancer on the direct hot tub from a double backflip, but yeah.
Let's hope he's doing well today.
Yeah, I think he's ready to go. That man bounces much better than I do, that's for sure. Moving on now, we want to just talk about the new structure of the Challenger Series, because traditionally we just had one 4-star series, and we took an average of the best points from across the season, top 3 results, and those people made it through to the World Tour. To spice that up a little bit, it definitely adds some pressure to the riding, but it's a much more interesting structure for us as a viewer, I think, to have the 4-star season and those 4 events in Europe. A few of them were cancelled this year, which made life a little bit difficult. But then for the month of March, we reset the points, and we've got the Nanda Freeride, the Jasna Adrenaline, and the Obergurgel Open faces to create the Challenger Series. And how does that feel for you? Is it the right way to structure this thing?
I think it's the right way, because actually those riders who didn't make the cut for the Freeride World Tour in our region, Europe and Asia, they actually compete against the best Challenger riders. So both have to compete, and the best out of it, they qualify for the Tour.
Here we go. Let's have a look at it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, drop it.
So to talk about the Challenger Series there, we also take all the athletes who have been relegated from that World Tour spot. They make a cut after kicking horse, and those who didn't make it come back down onto the Challenger Series. And we take the top rank qualifiers from the 4-star series, put them all together, and then from those results, we're going to take the top 4 men skiers, top 2 men snowboarding, top 2 women skiing, and top 1 from the women snowboarding. So from each region, that's 9 athletes, and we're going to make 18 who go up to the World Tour and fill those spots for the start of next season. So a really interesting way of creating a little bit of pressure on those World Tour riders coming back, putting them under pressure with those who are coming up and really starting to develop the sport.
Especially what's important to mention, best 2 out of 3 results, they count on the final ranking of the Challengers. And it's going to be an interesting series this year.
Yeah. We're really excited for the whole series of it. Right now, we're going to move on to talk about the Mongon itself.
Yeah.
You know that face pretty well, Florian.
Yeah,
I've
I know
got
it by
50
heart,
laps on it now.
More, way more. No, it's a very nice mountain. You know it as well. Not too easy. It looks quite easy, but if you look closely, it's a convex top. So actually, when the riders start, they don't see into the face, which makes things really difficult on top. It's like a maze going through those rocks to find the entry chutes. From snow conditions today as well, it's going to be tricky. We saw in the riders meeting as well, judges riding it. Riders left, way better snow than in the middle. Smart riding today.
Smart riding is always going to be necessary, isn't it? The Mongon itself starting out at 2,800 metres with a 400-metre vertical descent, an average decline of 35 degrees. It feels an awful lot steeper than that in the middle of those chutes, I must say.
Yeah.
What's great about it for the snow conditions we've had this season, obviously it's been a bit of a low tide year, but this is a pure north aspect and therefore has really kept the best of that light, fluffy, quite sugary in places, but there is a layer of snow that they can really soften
there will
into.
be some sharks. Might be tricky today. As I mentioned, smart riding counts today. But it's a classic venue. It's a venue where riders can express themselves. It's a freestyle venue, rather. It's a playful area. And we're going to have a good show, I guess, today. It's like, yeah, I love this face.
There definitely are some, in other years, really, really big, huge mountain cliffs drops to do. I don't think that's necessarily on today. But as you say, the joy of the Mongon is it's littered with these kind of freestyle possibilities, cross-court takeoffs, lots of exciting stuff. Let's move on now, because it would be a real shame to have you in the booth and not take a chance to talk about the judging criteria and how that all works. I've always had a bit of a question about how we judge the difference between technique and control, because we're not so harsh with technique at the top level of the sport.
No. Technique is much more important for juniors, where we will have a look at how the juniors, if the technique leads to control issues. But for adults, basically, on qualifier, challenger, tour events, we count every style. But what you look at technique, actually, if someone is side-slipping or if he could have done turns, if he does proper turns. On control, it's more if they're out of control, out of balance, if they do a crash while riding. That's a bit the difference in between.
Let's see what Virgil Didier can tell us about the criteria.
Hi, my name is Bertie Denevo. I'm one of the Freeride World Tour judges. We score riders from 0 to 100. When the rider leaves the gate, he has a score of 50, and then the score goes up or down depending on what we see. There are 5 judging criterion. The number 1 criterion is the choice of line. We'll judge whether the line was difficult or not and whether the athlete did the best out of his line choice. Then there's air and style. How big is the jump? How many are there? Were there tricks in the air? Was the rider in control in the air? How were the landings? So landings are part of the jump. Then there's fluidity. We judges are here to decide whether the athlete was really fast or kind of slow compared to how exposed or how difficult it is to ski. Then there's control. Here we'll judge whether the rider was in control at all times. Then there's technique. For pros, we don't really judge their technique, but we might take off some points if they side slip in a place where another rider was taking turns. The score, like a temperature, will go up and down so that we have a score in our heads when the rider crosses the finish line.
A huge thanks to Flo there. It's an absolute honour to be joined by Anna Smoothy. We only bring you the best, and we've got the Freeride World Tour lead commentator.
I am happy to be here. I'm very excited for what's about to go down on the face today. I hear conditions are hard, but the riders are ready to rise to the challenge.
That's it. I was at the face check with the riders yesterday, and actually there was a lot of excitement about it. Blake Marshall certainly telling it was stompable. Then I spoke to Ben Carmel and Cyril, who went for the face check, and they were less sure about that assessment from Blake there. Bit of a top layer of sugar that's giving way to shark, so I thought it'd be really well transformed and you could trust it a little bit, but perhaps you still got to be very smart about choosing what pockets you want to look to land in. Your experience on the Mongon, what's it like to stand on top of that thing and compete there?
It's an incredible face. It is quite blind from the top, so the riders have got a big task ahead of them to really find the landmarks that are going to guide them towards their line. Have you spoken to many of the riders? Are they feeling the nerves?
A lot of them seem really confident, as if at this part of the season they're starting to trust themselves. They've been landing in lots of bad conditions because that's what we've had in Europe for the most of the year. So I think, if anything, confidence is there, even if the conditions look a little bit bad. People looking really good for it today. We're going to take a bit of a look at the conditions with the process of sending a couple of forerunners down here in the moment. Great that we've got the talent of Ludo Diaz working on our French broadcast just to my right there, as well as Megan Berton. So World Tour experience going down the faces. Obviously not trying to ride it like an athlete, but just trying to go through the snow and tell us some feedback about what those conditions are like out there.
So we've got Ludo dropping in there from the top. As you can see, conditions are firm.
Yeah, I think especially on that top bit before the convexity and it rolls away into the true north aspect, the sun is going to transform things a lot. And he's a very strong man, but that is looking a little bumpy for Ludo coming through the top there.
Yes, Ludo's been absolutely charging on the Freeride World Tour this year, so I'm sure the Nanda Freeride competitors are excited to see from the best how conditions are. You can see the snow's a little bit looser there. He's throwing it up a little bit, so it's boding well.
Yeah, there's definitely a top layer that takes a bit of an impact out of those landings. We're just worried about whether that bottom layer is as consistent as it kind of looks at the moment, but we really were told that there's some sharks available to find in this side of the face. Snow conditions over towards the eastern edge, or the lookers right as we watch the face, apparently a little bit better. Always found the western edge to have a little bit more in the way of convexity, and it's more difficult to find your line there, more difficult to trust the snow condition as you descend.
But Ludo is having no issues.
Yeah, we're into the bottom of those main couloirs, looks great. We were definitely told to shut the speed down, be really careful once you get into these traverse tracks. Not a lot of points left on the face at that point, but certainly plenty to chuck away if you're to overcharge into these choppy sections.
We've seen a few heartbreaking moments here on the Mongon face as riders crash on the run out there, but he is cruising in.
That's it.
And we're going to go back up to the top to check out Megan Berton, checking out the face.
Megan, always a hard charger, and sometimes it's difficult to ask that woman to hold it back and just do a forerun. This isn't a competitive line, but I'm sure we're going to see her lay some deep, steep turns into the top then.
And it is, as we mentioned on the first run, firm. She's coming off the back of an absolute screamer run in Kicking Horse, British Columbia on the World Tour, where she took the win there. So she's full of confidence, and I think she's excited to be the forerunner today.
And as ever with skis, perhaps looking slightly easier to deal with the very variable conditions through the top of the face there. A little bit of slough, so there's definitely a loose top layer. Still needs some tactical plays in these very steep sections. And Megan's starting to open it up and look like she's enjoying.
She certainly is opening it up, and it looks challenging, but she's moving really quickly, which is what the riders want to see, how you can really push the limits out there on the face.
Ooh.
Oh, and there's the limit.
Case in point, the moment you get to, there's an awful lot of tracks traversing from the west to the eastern side, so the eastern to the western side of the face there, from the 3-star event that we ran on the other shoulder of the Mongon earlier in the week. So certainly necessary to get the speed shut down before you end up in all those traverse tracks, I think. We're heading back to the top now to have a look at my friend Jan Fournier, who's dropping in on our Gin Nano 10.5 meter wings, which they produce for us. They've got the Nanda Freeride logo in it, so Cyril loves to get these on the top of the mountain. Jan is one of the craziest young pilots I've ever flown with, likely to give us some barrel rolls and then fly closer to rocks than his mum would probably like to watch him do.
We're all here for the show today, and you've taken a few flights off the top of Mongon. Is it an exciting peak to fly off?
Yeah, it's certainly a fun mountain. It's a lot of flat space at the top to launch, but you still have the problem of it convexity rolling away from you, not quite telling you which line you're on until you're airborne and you can get a good look at it. So that's always a little bit exciting. Otherwise, it's a lovely walk. What are we, 45 minutes along the ridgeline to the top of the Mongon. Great boot pack in there at the moment. So yeah, it might only be a 2-minute flight on this particular style of wing that he's going to drop in on. Off we go then, Jan. I had exactly the same moment last year. Arrived in commentary 3 seconds before we were supposed to go live. Had to wait for a helicopter on the top as it was creating far too much turbulence for me to get launched. Here he goes then. One of our academy skiers to start off with, and the kid is just a crazy alpinist. Straight into the left barrel roll. Difficult for a drone pilot to keep up with these things. I don't think if he's even flying it at fast trim, and he's still able to whip it round a 360 in less than half a second.
There we go. We've got the paragliding expert in the commentary booth. Thank you, Will. It's looking pretty spectacular out there on the face.
It's all of about 40 seconds for the 400-meter descent from the top of the Mongon there. I love speed riding. It really is one of the best ways to get around. That wing only weighs 2.2 kilograms. I think he's got an advanced strapless harness on, which is about 300 grams. So the whole setup is absolutely nothing to get yourself going.
And a precision landing there, right next to our finish gate.
Thanks for the show, Jan. Really glad we could get you on top of the mountain this morning. Always adds a bit of flavour to have the paragliders involved. And we'll go to the top now. What's really special about this competition is we're going to start with snowboard women, followed by ski women, running through to crescendo with the snowboard men and ski men by 11:30 this afternoon. Yeah, I really think it's a great opportunity to give the ladies the start this time.
There's not a lot of snow out on the face there, so ladies first today, and I think the women are really excited to bring the heat on the face.
And if we talk about the snowboard women's categories, we're going to be kicking off with them in just a moment. Are there any particular names in that crowd that are really getting you excited for today?
Definitely. We've got our reigning world champion, Tiffany Peretti. She's just come on the shy side of the Freeride World Tour cut this year, so she's looking to win her spot back. We've also got Michaela Holston, who's one of the most experienced riders in the field.
Yeah, I went back and counted. She's got a total of 21 podium performances across 2, 3, and 4-star qualifiers. And it'd be wrong of me not to mention Nuria Castan-Baran, a couple of years on the World Tour back in the day, relegated off there, trying to work her way back up through the 4 stars. She's a really intelligent rider, and you definitely see that tactical astuteness coming through. That experience shows.
And she is leading the qualifying tour at this point, but as we know, the points are zeroed out at this point in the Challenger series, so she's got to continue that trajectory. So let's get excited for the snowboard women to kick things off this morning.
Just watching the last of them climbing to the very top of the mountain there. And we got a lovely cutscene just to introduce the snowboard women's category for you. Couple other names, Zoe McGeorge. I've been a big fan since our Nanda local became the junior world champion. She did very well at the Broussard Freeride, winning that one, getting herself qualified. As we say, Nuria Castan-Baran coming through at the very top of the rankings. Who else have we got?
We've got Michaela Holston in second and Anna Martinez of France in third.
A couple of other honourable mentions. My friend Melissa Brandner, we met at the Chandelan Freeride, first track Freerides a long time ago, but great rider, very sensible lady. Looking forward to see how she goes.
So here is our start list for the morning, kicking things off with Michaela Holston, Zoe McGeorge, a bit of a local here in second position, and then Anna Martinez. So it is looking glorious out there on the face. So Nuria will be coming in at fourth, and Selena Weber of Germany will be wrapping things up for the snowboard women's category.
It's a pretty stacked field there, a lot of exciting names and riders. As we say, conditions absolutely perfect in terms of the visuals out there. Total bluebird day. A lot of the ladies saying me this part of the season, they're feeling very strong, very confident in general. They're going to need it for this condition, I'm sure, but I'm looking forward to seeing how such an experienced field, Michaela Holston, 9 years or so competing on those qualifiers.
Yep, she's certainly got a bit of freeride competition behind her back. Let's just hope the women have been resting those legs so they can hold on to the bumpy, hard and fast conditions out there today.
Yeah, trying to look at those cliff takeoffs. How sharky is it? Few of those cliffs in the top almost become mandatory in your average year because everybody's able to put them on whatever line they're aiming for on the lower face. They can still use a lot of these rocks. So if you hit them well, you force the competitors behind you to stack up points by hitting them well as well.
That's a great point. If you are riding past features that other riders are hitting, you will be docked.
There we go. So lovely helicopter shots here, drone shots, sorry, as we loop our way to the top of the mountain. Just a few seconds now before we get the 2023 Nanda Freeride underway. 11 years I've been watching the contest on this face now, and it really is one of the most special in the qualified series.
So up in the start gate, we have Michaela Holston of Finland dropping in.
Straight away into the judders and the hard pack of this top section. It's not too steep, so easy to keep the speed under control. Not too many points to be earned here. Just got to get yourself set up and into the line, get those legs warmed up.
And Michaela has been on the Freeride World Tour in 2017, taking a little air there. And this run is a step that she needs to take to win her spot back on tour. She's an experienced rider, as we mentioned. She's been competing in freeride since 2012. Pretty impressive. Just taking her time through those tricky snow conditions at the top.
A regular rider and appearing to work her way for the most part out to the looker's right side of the face. Sometimes a little bit hard work in these conditions to traverse in that direction on your heel edge, but making short work of it for now.
Let's see what she's got lined up through this section. Got a bit of slough there to contend with.
Always
Riding
tricky
out
when
past it.
you know you're in slightly sharky conditions. The slough management becomes even more important than it normally is.
She's cruising through. She might have some features lined up here for us.
Lovely air there, great control. Just a little bit of a pick up of the foot, but the judges certainly aren't going to be calling that a stage one. I think they'll call that a stomp.
And she's looking very much under control here. Takes another air, riding out clean.
As we say, it's a little bit about survival through the bottom of this face. A lot of tracks coming from the three-star competitors who traverse back towards the same finish line. So Michaela quite sensibly getting the speed shut down and joining those traverses at the correct angle.
This is not the place where you want to take a tumble and lose your run. The judging line is right on the finish there, so riders have got to show real control coming into the end of their run.
3 significant actions in that run, perhaps a little bit off the four-line and traversing to find some of them, but generally speaking, I think sensible line choice, executed extremely well. Judges probably happy to see that one go down for the anchor score, first one of the day.
And we'll see how the other riders compare in terms of fluidity. Obviously, conditions are challenging, so riders need to adapt to that. But we'll see if the rest of the snowboard women category bring a little more heat.
Certainly looks like it's taken it out of the legs there a little bit. Must have been really hard work coming through those traverse lines at the bottom. Here's a replay then of the first action from Michaela. Nice, clean stomp. Taking a little bit cross-court and off the side, so not the largest you could have taken that cliff. Not true of that second one, a little bit more control. Dodging sharks in the landing. And that one particularly put an exclamation mark on it. Tricky takeoff to find, a little bit of a sniper landing and really stomping it. So scores coming in for Michaela Holston. Here we are then. What are the judges thinking of this run? It comes in as a 70 flat for now, so hedging their bets, leaving themselves room to go in either direction. Looked like a pretty good run for me, but the judges expecting that there might be a little bit left out in the face.
We will see what the rest of the field brings.
Zoe McGeorge is our next rider on the course, my absolute favourite. Hailing out of Verkerin, but representing the Nanda Freeride Academy and doing a lot of her training here. You'll regularly find her on these mountains with Elliot Dancer, our other world champion junior from the Nanda Freeride setup. Just an absolute badass of a young lady. She wanted us to know in her notes that she's bi and that she can do the splits. So thank you massively for normalising that conversation, Zoe. That's really cool of you. Just generally, I think she's mature beyond her age. She is a really strong-minded individual. To see them coming up through those junior series and creating that kind of strength of mind, understanding those tactics, so that the moment they come onto these 2, 3, and 4-star events, case in point, she's only 2 years into them and she is representing on the Challenger series here.
Really speaks to the pyramid of the freeride community that we have with the Junior Tour, the Qualifiers, and the World Tour.
Yeah, it speaks a little bit to the quality of the Nanda Freeride organisation and the way it lifts the juniors up. And we're just here to make sure children enjoy riding. People love their sport and they get given opportunities to express it. Reaching to the sky, giving it a big prayer. Zoe McGeorge looks about ready to go. Clipped in, one last high five. Looks relaxed, doesn't he? I would never, but she's only 20 or 19 years old to look that relaxed in a start gate. I was always stressing.
No, she has got it on lock. Always smiling, always stoked to be riding. She is a joy to have in the free ride community.
Here we go then. Zoe McGeorge being given the all clear. One big smack of the hands, get the energy up.
Last minute boot buckle.
Let's get it, Zoe. We're looking forward to it, mate. On course then.
And she is looking fantastic, riding out of the gate with confidence, heading over towards the rider's right, looker's left, seeing what she can find over in that section.
She did show me a little bit of her line yesterday. Really interesting concept. I think this sort of smart tactical play, if you're a regular rider, then you're better off getting across these difficult conditions on your toe edge. So traversing out to the looker's left side of the mountain. Again, I always found this area really difficult because it's more of a convexity for longer as you traverse in this direction. So getting yourself set up on the line requires a really, really good face check.
And you can see it's a little bit tricky out there with the low tide conditions. It's quite rocky, but she's navigating her way through the ridge, getting a little bit techie there through the rocks.
That's very interesting. I've just been told by our director, as relaxed as Zoe looked in the gate, perhaps was so nervous that she was physically ill, hence she was a little bit late into the start gate there. Grabbing Weddle off that first hit, so just showing a little bit of flavour with the air and style. Judges love to see that.
And the snow here is still in the shade, looking like cold, dry snow. It's finding in her next features.
Getting on top of something pretty big here. Yeah, dropping into the north side of this face then. Really nice air and great control immediately in these difficult conditions. Actually, the snow looks better and better on this shoulder.
I think this is a great line choice.
Little cross court on that one, perhaps a bit left on the foreline, but still another stomp and another air. And that's 3 so far. 4. Just sharking out her heel edge and having a little sit down.
Yep, bit of a butt check there, which she'll be docked for, but she's riding on strong.
And I think she's got at least one more idea below her here. It's going to be another double cross-courting across that. Now riding out on the heel edge and shutting the speed down. Nice control. That's a really great way to add up the points. The judges appreciate how much more difficult it is to double something. If you just do one jump, hitting another one straight after it means you've had to absolutely have controlled that first air. Maybe it needs some speed control in between. That one she was able to run straight through. Generally speaking, a solid run from Zoe. We wait to see if the judges are going to be punishing that little sit-down moment, which I don't think was there in Michaela's run. So.
Yep, Michaela certainly had no mistakes. Zoe might have had some more interesting air time. That's a top air, stomps it, controls the speed.
Great rotational skills in this deep powder. Gets herself set up exactly where she wanted to be on that cliff. Just a tiny bit over the heel edge and away it goes. Landings look fairly good though, I have to say.
That's what we want to see. Nice work there from Zoe McGeorge. Let's hope she had a good time out there on the face.
Sponsored by West Snowboards and Levitation. Doesn't look entirely stoked on that. A little bit bummed with the sit down. And for sure, if you're being physically ill in the start gate with the nerves, it can be really difficult to get the head back in the game.
Yep, the mental game is absolutely significant in competitive free ride. The judges are checking out their scores.
Jordan Bisha was one to always push for homologation across the judging panel, so we're going to have these 3 same judges for the rest of the Challenger series, which I think is really significant. Keep a bit of consistency in that process.
That's a great shout. Riders always like to know what they're working with in terms of judging style. Of course, we have criteria, which is set, but it is,
There's subjectivity within that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So scanning back towards the top of the mountains, just waiting for the judges to get in a score for Zoe. Always a nervous moment. Here it comes. It's a 53 flat for Zoe McGeorge, which is good enough for second place at the moment, but the judges have left that there to give themselves some space to fit riders in between her and Michaela, I think. So punishing that butt check.
And heading back to the top, our next rider is our current Freeride World Qualifier leader, it is Anna Martinez of France, who is in third position on the qualifying tour. She is a fresh face on the qualifiers, but she's had an extensive history competing on the Freeride Junior Tour. Anna Martinez of France.
Okay, beat number 3. Ready, 5, 4, 3.
Dropping in then, Anna Martinez into the face. First goofy rider dropping in.
So it looks like she will head out towards the lookers right, riders left. Always lots of fun features to stack together out there, and as a goofy rider, it makes a lot of sense to have that control of your toe side edge.
Setting up with a little mandatory air to get over to the part of the face she wants to be on. Second air already.
She is riding fast.
Absolutely charging at it, and in difficult conditions at the top here as well. Until we get into the true north, steeper aspect of this face, then there's definitely a lot of sun effect on that snow.
And she has 21 podiums from the Freeride Junior Tour, so a young rider, but with stacks of experience. Looks like she's lining something up for us here.
Yeah, I can't stop talking enough about how important it is we're giving the opportunities to these juniors so much younger. Another great air, really solid on these landings.
Amazing fluidity in this line. She's absolutely just linking beautiful turns. Coming into a little zone here.
Oh, and this is a big one. Come on, Anna. Another
Stomps
stop.
it.
This is looking like a first place run for the moment.
She is killing it. Now we're into the danger zone where you've got to hold it all together, not make any mistakes in the bottom part of your line, but maintain that absolutely foot to the floor speed that she's had throughout the run. That was a fantastic line.
Yeah, it's always a difficult thing if the whole concept of that run was choose a 4-line and absolutely send it down there. So to change mode in the head and think, here comes the traverse tracks, let's get it shut down, be sensible. It's a big swing in tactics, but Anna Martinez absolutely nailing that. Fantastic run. Should have her arms in the air. Big celebration as she crosses the finish line here. Gives the judges a lot to think about, I think. But all of it positive, so it's about how high do they go with this score.
Yeah, we've seen no mistakes and absolutely fluid, strong riding.
Even in those very difficult conditions, bouncing away but not losing control of the speed in the line.
And this is the biggest air we've seen so far in the category.
Yeah, beautifully done. Finding a transition at the bottom there that worked perfectly for that air. So really smart line choice. Great tactics.
So we will check out the score from Anna Martinez. And it is 77 points, sliding her into first position. She will be absolutely stoked with that, big smiles.
Lovely, and even Zoe McGeorge has cheered herself up and given Anna Martinez a big high five there.
So heading back to the top, we've got our current leader on the Freeride World Qualifying Tour, Nuria Castan-Baron. She is an ex-FWT rider, and she's got stacks of experience on the qualies. She's had some fantastic results so far. First place La Rosière and Les Arcs. So she should be full of confidence and ready to drop. Catching a quick hug there, making sure she's got her gloves in the right spot. And we've got Nuria Castan-Baron on course.
On course, then you can really see the posture she's taken to it. Went in full attack and already a small butt check because the conditions at the top are very difficult.
Yeah, it's pretty dicey up there. Hard conditions, lots of rocks, making tough work for the riders, but she is a pro and she's going to continue on, not let that knock her confidence.
Yeah, certainly watching in Larosier, clear that she has a bit more experience than some on that line choice and in difficult conditions, creating a line that could win a competition, something that within your ability level, you're able to execute to perfection.
So she was on the, oh, nice air there, clean landing. So in season 2022, she was on the Freeride World Tour, had an absolute screamer in Becerra Barrett with second place, but then didn't manage to make the cut, so she spent this year back in the trenches here on the FWQ, trying to win back her spot. So far, so good.
I've got to give Nuria credit. She really is a student of the sport. If she's not able to go, oh, that's a massive air, but wipes out on the heel edge a little bit. Yeah, if she's not able to get out on the snow, then she'll be in a garage practicing sort of 180s on a snowboard strapped in.
And
double there.
Really fast air there. She's definitely not letting those butt checks knock her confidence and is displaying really strong riding out on the face.
So we'll see. The judges got quite a lot to think about there, because it certainly was the fastest run so far, with some big airs in it and really aggressive approaches to those airs. No hesitation anywhere, but I counted 2 butt checks throughout that run. So yeah, whether that could keep her below Zoe. Really excited to see the way the judges start to see this face today.
They definitely love to see from the snowboard women when they flash the face, really bringing heat out there and speed.
Nuria's still absolutely stoked with herself. She never had a bad day on the Mongon. Even a couple of small butt checks. It's such a fun face to ride.
So that air, no hesitation, perfect landing, linking turns showing incredible board control.
Yeah, beautiful. And finding a little transition there as well. So it was a bit of a specific landing. Couldn't land that short or too long. Great soft knees through those difficult little trenches in the run out as well. Always love the atmosphere at the bottom there. Straight away asking Zoe McGeorge how her run went.
Gotta love the Freeride family. Everyone's there to cheer each other on.
Exclaiming there. It's a 77 to beat from Anna Martinez. Giving herself a big whack in the goggle, because I think she's a bit frustrated with those 2 small mistakes. It's one of those where it seemed like it would be really easy to cut them out, and everything else he did in that run was extremely technical and difficult and done pretty well. So yeah, butt checks. Got to hold her back, I think.
So far, so good from the snowboard women, though. We've seen some really strong riding out there.
So score coming in for Nuria Castan-Baran. It's a 55, putting into 3rd place for now, so they squeezed it just above Zoe McGeorge with the double butt check.
Indicating that she had really good air and style, but those mistakes really docked her.
There we go. Back to the top then.
So next up, we have Joanna Stock of France. She's also had a great season, 2nd place in Les Arcs, and she took the win in our very first women's only event here in Verbier. So she is riding out of France.
Okay, Joanna.
And is looking like she's getting herself hyped up in the start gate there.
Maybe she's representing France here, but does say on a sheet she was the 2018 German slopestyle champion, so possibly able to bring some freestyle elements into this run for us. Conditions looking good for that today.
So we've got Joanna Stock on course. Riding out towards the right there, Looker's left. Oh, perhaps not.
Commentator's curse, she swapped it back. And again, I think for these goofy riders, reasonably sensible to head out to this side of the face with these difficult conditions. You've got to traverse somewhere to get onto one of these lines.
Yep, she had a little bobble up there navigating through the rocks, but she is riding her way through, finding the line. We've mentioned that navigating on Mongon is a little challenging with the blind start gate, but she looks like she knows exactly where she's going. She's linked together a few small features there and is looking to find something bigger to sink her teeth into.
Lots of little airs in the middle here and finding some good snow to control the speed on, but I wonder if she's just lacking one of these bigger features like Nuria used.
Let's see what she's got lined up on this one.
Wow.
That is a big one, but a butt check in the landing, unfortunate.
Very short, fast butt check, so the judges maybe only give that a stage 1 or 2. She was back in control extremely quickly. So certainly there and punishable, but I'm not sure it's going to take every point away, because otherwise that was massive, and she's ridden this face pretty fast.
Linking some turns, throwing up some snow. Looks like a fun run out there on the Mongon.
Yeah, I mean, any conditions, this mountain is still an absolutely brilliant day out. And very sensible riding through these traverse tracks at the bottom. Lovely shots, even if it is just cruising home to the finish line. These drone shots we get these days live from the face. Absolutely fantastic.
Running it out on the wee snake line there through the rocks into the finish. So a great feature there. Bit of a butt check, but let's see what the judges make of it.
Might have been the biggest error in the category so far, but I think is really one big action and about 3 or 4 very small ones that won't stack up too much. So, yeah, would hate to be a judge so far today. Already we're seeing some lines trap themselves in the same place. This is a fairly similar concept to Zoe. Where's it going to go then? Score coming in for Joanna Stock. It's a 45, puts her in 5th and last place for the moment. I think she understands the one big action she went for, not quite executed to the extent that it would give her those points.
Yep, you've got to stack your run with lots of solid features in order to get a good line score, some good air time. But the action does not stop. We are straight up to the top with our reigning Freeride World Tour champion, Tiffany Peretti. Riding out of Verbier, no stranger to this face, and ready to bring the heat here on Mongon.
5, 4, 3,
Such is the aggressive cut of the women's snowboard field. She was second in Ordino Arcalis, but finishing 5th at the end of the kicking horse event and being relegated back to the Challenger Series before she gets a chance in Fieberbrunn. So great for us. We get to watch Tiffany Peretti, the reigning World Tour champion, on course.
And she's had a pretty explosive season on the Freeride World Tour this year. Some of the biggest airs we've seen in the category, but just not sticking it. Could be the mental game, it could be the pressure of being the reigning World Tour champion, but hopefully the physical and mental game comes together for a great run today.
Ultimately, the bigger you go, the lower the percentage chance of success seems to come. The reward gets bigger and bigger, of course, but yeah, Tiffany Peretti, absolutely one of those riders who does not look like she's necessarily putting a tactical run choice together. She's just doing the biggest and best she can possibly dream of on her face.
And looking pretty smooth and fluid there. Linking turns, chucking in some airs.
Similar line to Zoe so far, perhaps riding into it a little bit faster. Zoe found some interesting features to link together through this section here. So let's go, Tiffany.
Lining up in air, gets the grab. Oh, but comes a little bit unstuck.
Same hit as Zoe McGeorge, I think, grabbing Weddle and looking like she went a bit bigger off it, riding away cleanly, but then 10 meters further down, just finding a little bit of rough snow and not getting the turns in to control things. Second air looking much better.
And then what is she going to make with the rest of the face? Don't think she's finished with us yet. Throwing up some snow, heading out onto this little shoulder, airing back in, solid stomp, and linking turns with some real speed out the bottom.
I happen to know that was the line that Zoe was looking for, trying to get up next to that tree. It's a really tricky sort of toe edge climb to then set yourself back into the 4 line. And Tiffany Peretti finding that line, getting a really nice pop. Other than that one small error, riding out and away from the cliff, looked like a pretty solid line.
Getting a bit stuck there at the finish line.
Great advert for Red Bull, whilst we can't see Tiffany stuck behind it. There we go. So watching the replays back then.
Just looking so smooth up on the ridge there. She really knows her stuff. She knows where she's going.
You can see that World Tour pedigree in it. And here what happened, it looks like a really solid takeoff, solid landing. This isn't the one where she sharks herself out then.
Big hugs in the finish with Zoe McGeorge.
Big hugs from the hot seat rider. Looks like they've done their thinking. We're waiting for the scores here from Virgil Didier, Jordan Pichel on the right there. Tiffany breathing hard. It's not a small face, 400 vertical meters to get yourself down in these conditions.
It is big jobs only out there in the Nanda Freeride today. Hard conditions, a long face, and lots of challenging features. The riders have got their work cut out for them.
Here it comes from the judges then. They've had a lot of deliberation on that one, but the score for Tiffany Peretti is going to come in at a 54, putting her in 4th place for now. So that one buck check definitely getting punished. Otherwise, I think that did have the potential to be a winning line.
That's not the score she would have been looking for today to win that spot back on the Freeride World Tour, but there's still 2 more Challenger Series to go.
And we do throw 1 of those points away, so we're going to take the best 2 out of 3. We've gone back to the top then. We're looking for Michaela Brandner. Coming back from an ankle injury earlier in the season, was really impressed with her physio, obviously put in a lot of hard work there, and has come back to full fitness. She was telling me at the face check yesterday that she's actually feeling really confident. She's been riding some difficult conditions in northern Norway. She lives in Tromsdal. No stranger to harder pack, riding with bad light, all that sort of stuff is the meat and two veg of any Norwegian, especially one with some British background. Michaela Brandner, really strong head. She's a marine biologist for a living. Loves working on a film or two. Always a confident, strong-minded woman.
She's certainly got a lot of things going on, Melissa, and she juggles them with grace. Riding out of Tromsø, maritime snowpack can be quite challenging, so I back her to be able to handle the tough conditions out in the face today.
And again, regular rider with a bit of a plan here to work her way over to the looker's left side of the face.
Making the most of that toe side edge and trying to find a line that's a bit 4-line, I think was what she's looking for. Solid air.
And we discussed that one in the face check. It almost becomes mandatory because if you're passing this way on the face, it's possible.
She did have a butt check in the run out there though, so the judges won't have missed that one. So she's got to stack that score back up and win back some points.
Now, letting the speed run through this beautiful open section. I think she's got something pretty special for us planned at the bottom, trying to line herself up into a bit of a double. Through this narrow chute now then, key not to hesitate through here. If you can show the judges that you're confident in those exposed sections. Great control, showing great technique as well.
Yeah, having to navigate her own slough there. It's quite tricky.
Very sensibly using the shoulder of the cool while letting the slough shoot out through the middle. Now getting beyond it and back into open field. Good work.
And she had a strong start to the season. Medium-sized air there, but coming a bit unstuck. So
a little bit trapped on the front foot. Here was the double she was trying to line up into, and she's missed her line to it because of that little butt check. So a great concept to her to kind of make it almost a triple. Would have needed a very quick shutdown and get herself back onto that next feature. But unfortunately, that little shark causing her to miss the main feature, main action of a line there.
Hate to see it. She will be disappointed. So as I mentioned, she had a strong start to the season in the Remarkables in New Zealand with a first place there, but she's looking to really get some better results today, and I'm not sure that's the line that will do that for her.
No, I discussed the line with her at the face check yesterday. I thought it was a really great concept, but it definitely needed really specific execution onto those takeoffs. Had to be on the right line, and especially coming into that double, and unable to put that together today, I think. So a little bit of disappointment, certainly from myself. I was hoping for great things for Melissa. Loved to see her ride and was really hoping she should put herself on the front foot coming into the Asner Adrenaline and Obergurgel open faces. But we can throw one result away, so maybe that's the one for Melissa.
Anna Martinez sitting quite comfortably in first position, I would say.
7 points clear at the top at the moment, is it? It was great slough control through the centre. Seemed to do really well off that, but again, just some firmer snow underneath as she tries to shut down on the heel edge and it shoots away from her.
Maybe even hitting a shark on that heel side edge. Riders have less control on that, and so it's a really vulnerable position.
Score coming in then for Michaela Brandner. It is a 32, our lowest score so far today. So yeah, the double butt check getting punished, and then the key action that would have redeemed those butt checks, she missed the line. So there we go.
But the action doesn't stop. We're heading straight back up to the top. We've got our last competitor in the snowboard women's field, Selena Weber of Germany.
Okay, Selena. Make some noise for Selena, the last woman. Oh, yeah.
Here we go then, Selena Weber. Lots of noise for her at the top then. Last of the snowboard women's category, the GoPro is on. The confidence is high and we're dropping in. Let's go, Selena.
So another regular rider working her way through the top section there. Looking like she's got strong legs.
Aggressive turns.
Yeah.
Judges love to see that. If you've got some boring terrain to get through, you may as well look at like you're enjoying it and skiing it hard and fast. Riding it hard and fast, excuse me. Good control.
Controlling the speed on the hillside there.
A nice little hop turn to get herself set up onto this second feature. Which
Stomps
is
it.
super difficult transition to find in there as the mountain cuts back towards you. But Selena Weber finding that sniper landing and absolutely stomping it. So that's two big, strong actions so far. This is looking like a pretty good run.
Stacking the features, maybe not as much fluidity as we've seen from Ana Martinez, but she's still got half the face to go.
Riding in difficult exposed terrain, I think very sensible there to keep the speed shut down. Let's see if she can open it up and not give the judges the impression that she's suffering with fluidity across the whole run. Lining up another feature here, and it's a big one.
Stomps it.
Lovely air, very clean.
Looking really balanced over her board. Beautiful linked turns there. And another beautiful air. Great finish to her run for Selena Weber.
Wow. Awesome that this has happened at the very last ride of the day. It's our job to build a bit of tension about what scores are going to come out from those judges, and I would hate to be them right now. Ana Martinez, as you say, perhaps slightly more fluid across the entirety of the run, but three huge actions in there from Selena Weber, done with perfect execution, just perhaps a little bit more hesitation in getting the speed set up for the following feature. Still popping and playing with the snake run to the bottom of the mountain. Tricky conditions through here, just keeping enough speed to make it all the way to the finish area. Great fun for our drone pilot trying to zigzag through this section, I'm sure. She is absolutely elated, and quite rightly. Ana Martinez must be feeling nervous in the hot seat right now.
So that is a solid stomp from her. Bit of a butt check as she controls the speed, but this one was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, perfect transition at the bottom of that one.
Straight into a hillside turn, looking super strong.
Keeping soft and supple in the lower limbs, just letting those bumps in the terrain feed away from her. Ana Martinez absolutely stoked for it. Here comes the score. Selena Weber, is it going to trouble the top of the podium? It's a 75 and second place, just a 2-point margin. So Ana Martinez is our champion of the snowboard women's category today. Huge congratulations to all the riders out there. Selena Weber absolutely stoked on putting it in second place.
So we are going to head to the finish line for a quick interview with our snowboard women champion.
You're the first interviewed rider. How was your run? And the question everybody wants to know, how was the conditions? How were the conditions?
First, the condition was finally pretty cool in my color. I don't know on other place, but yeah.
You can say it in French, I can translate.
Ok, perfect. Non, dans mon couloir, finalement, il y a eu la bonne neige et j'avais vraiment peur des sharks. Tous les sharks qu'on nous a dit qu'il y en aura là. Au final, j'ai eu de la chance, j'ai fait safe et le haut du run, il était assez tracé par la 3 étoiles. Donc voilà, j'ai fait safe. J'ai loupé une petite cliff, mais au final, ça a marché, donc je suis contente. Voilà.
Okay, thank you very much and congrats.
There we go. She is thrilled to have stuck her line in pretty challenging conditions out there. A really strong run from Ana Martinez. And a great start to her Challenger series. So we are going to check out some of the best moments from Snowboard Women.
There's dirt on my hands, strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon. Try to catch me howling at the moon. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
So Snowboard Women have opened up the competition with incredible riding. Now we are so excited to get back to the top for Ski Women. Let's check out the rankings of the Snowboard Women. So Ana Martinez in first position, Selena Weber in second.
Michaela Holston going there with the third position. So yeah, top three riders only separated by those 7 points, which is a really, really tight margin. Then it was a bit of a drop to those who had control issues. So everybody else outside the top three with a bit of a butt check. And here we go then, we are going to move on to the ski women's category, and I'm super excited for this one. We've got some big names coming back from the World Tour, but we've also got some serious threats who've been working their way up through the qualifiers. So for me, Astrid Sheilus and Eva Batola, serious threats for the future. A couple of honourable mentions I'd like to mention: Martina Müller and indeed Jenna Keller, who unfortunately with injuries I really thought deserved a position in the Challenger Series this year, but unable to get enough points with injuries and a few of the 4 stars being cancelled. Ranking wise, yeah, I think it's Astrid Sheilus who's absolutely at the top of those rankings. Super consistent, super strong.
She is in 7th position actually. Ooh. But let's check out the start list and see what is going to happen out on the face today.
Should be dropping a start list on a screen just now. We're going to have Ellie Olson from Sweden, her first or second year on the qualifiers. Really didn't expect to make it through to this part of the season, but obviously very excited about it. A few Japanese riders in this field. Also really excited for India Cairns. Our British rider of the day, formerly on the World Cup racing circuit for downhill skiing. Also Rachel Little, didn't start skiing until a little later in life, but then through the support of the Nanda Freeride Academy has worked her way right to the top of the game and is now threatening for a spot on the World Tour. Sybil Blondi coming back from the Freeride World Tour and yeah, looking like a real threat as well.
Definitely looking to get her position back on the Freeride World Tour. And in first position we have Ellie Olson riding out of Östersund, Sweden.
Really interesting place, Östersund. I'm told it's a sleepy little farm town, but the number of really high-level riders I've seen come out of that particular town blows my mind. We've got Edvin Olsen as well in the men's field from the same village, so hotbed of talent.
And those Swedish riders, they really know how to handle challenging conditions, which I think will come into play today.
Ellie tells us she's no stranger to riding in the dark on ice, so this sort of thing must be a perfect powder day to her.
Absolutely. So Ellie Olson in the gate, ready to drop in.
Number 9, ready to drop. 5.
Told us she forgot her skis going into the Les Arc 4-star and actually competed on a set of slalom skis anyway, so really good at skiing hard packed chatter on the wrong equipment. And wow, what a charge out the gate. Big shifty.
Yeah, bringing some style into the top of her run. Judges will love that. And working her way over towards the lookers right, riders left, and just hopping and popping her way through.
No issues with the slightly chunkier conditions up here for Ellie. As we said, Swedish riders good in the variable, harder pack stuff. Absolutely boosting.
Coming unstuck there. I think she got a little bit sideways as she tried to control her speed off that air. And sometimes it's easier just to point it in conditions like this.
Yeah, just doing the turns and trying to get some pressure on that outside foot, but it's shooting her back across her skis and then ending up pitched off her heels. A little bit of a butt check, but fairly fast recovered, and otherwise it was a hugely fluid run to that point.
Just need to see some bigger features come into this line to stack up that line score, but she's running out of real estate here.
Yeah, and I wonder the Heartbreak Hotel, where we've seen this bottom cliff as you traverse the face, often gets used, but the conditions on it really not as good as in other seasons. So Ellie opting to skip below that one. And as you say, I wonder if after the butt check she just sort of skied home for safety, because it just seemed to lack a few of those bigger elements that we've become to expect from the women's field.
But as we mentioned, she is a fresh face to the qualifiers. This is one of her first seasons, and it's great that she's made it this far, and I'm sure that was a fantastic experience for her. She's still got 2 more events in the Challenger Series, so she's got a lot of movement left.
Certainly a strong and confident rider. If you've only got 2 years of experience, didn't look like someone who was worried about what performance they were going to put down.
No, she did not come in timidly, that's for sure. Here we can see she controls the speed by making a turn, but the snow conditions just took her skis out from under her.
As you say, it's not the going fast, it's the stopping suddenly that can be really dangerous, so sometimes better to point it. Score coming in for Ellie Olson on the 35. Yeah, the judge is obviously expecting to see quite a lot more in terms of action and execution. So control laying us down there, and a little bit of line choice perhaps getting lost, therefore not able to stack up the air and style points, and that's 3 of the criteria. Slightly missed off.
And the action doesn't stop. We're heading back to the top for Chisato Sasada from the Japanese contingent. It's been so exciting to see Freeride really begin to thrive in Japan, and to see these riders coming out of there is just incredible. So Chisato Sasada ready to throw down on the face for Japan.
4th place in the 4-star in Hakuba, and 2nd place in the 3-star down there. So already been on a podium this year, should be feeling confident. Again, I worry the opposite end of the spectrum from the Swedes. Will the Japanese riders have as much experience in this choppy, harder packed condition at the top of the face?
She might have regretted making the journey over here to ski hard pack.
I'm told it's swimming conditions for your car in Japan at the moment. You've got to dig it out every day.
But she is holding it together in this tricky snow, looking a little bit loose. Trying to reel it in a bit there on the hard snow conditions.
And we mentioned the judges aren't so harsh at the pro level with the technique until it starts to affect your control. And if your technique is holding you back from skiing as fluidly with that level of control, especially in areas of high exposure, and then they will start to be a little bit critical with the points. Finding a little narrow chute and skiing into that fairly aggressively.
But we'll definitely need to see some airs stacked into this run for it to be in contention for a podium position. Looks a little bit more at home when the snow's softer there.
That's it.
Taking her back to Japan, taking a nice little air there.
Some lovely turns, but looking like she's in the middle aisle of Lidl chasing a bargain at the moment, so perhaps too many turns just costing a little bit in the fluidity. But keeping it solid, so that's going to be the first of our full pulls, if you like. No errors in that run, but as we say, perhaps just lacked those elements of air and style within the line choice to create a score that will stand up to be truly competitive. We've got plenty of riders left to come, and a lot of them are big name threats.
Yeah, it's certainly a competitive field. So I think it's not going to be a strong score for her today, but as we mentioned, it's her first competition over here in these European conditions on a tough snow year, so she's got time to prove herself in the next Challenger Series. There's her top air, looking well balanced over the ski.
Lovely skill of rotation with the ski in deep snow there and keeping long and strong at that outside leg. So nothing wrong with that skiing. I think it just lacked a bit of ambition. That's very nice. Happy wedding there for her friend Marina. So well done, Susanna. Really enjoyed watching that one. The score comes in, it's a 52, so it's going to be first place and the hot seat for now. But as we mentioned, we expect to see quite a lot more in terms of ambition out there on the Mongon. And now our next rider coming back to the top. It's an exciting one because it's our first place qualifier from the FWQ rankings this year. It is Philippa Clemons, or Clemons Philippa, excuse me.
And she has had an absolute screamer rookie season, Clemence Philippa. She's in first position, as you mentioned, with a few podiums in Les Arcs and La Rosière. So she is probably full of confidence coming into Nanda. I know there's a lot of pressure, but I'm looking forward to seeing what she brings on the face today.
A rookie from the 2021 junior season, and she was second on the podium here at the Nanda Freeride's junior event last year. And saying just how important it is that these people are much younger, are getting the chance to build experience and confidence in these competitions, and it's showing out here. That's an aggressive and confident start, shutting the speed down to use a very narrow chute between two rocks there.
Certainly looking tricky with that snow out there. She is making her way over to that chute.
Oh, beautiful images as the sun crests over the shoulder of the Mongon there. Steep and deep in that chute.
Yep, she's found some fresh snow and she's come on top of a big feature, stomps it. Looking solid and trying to find her next. Oh, just linking some turns.
Yeah, Clemons definitely trying to stack up a line here that could threaten for the top. You said that cliff might be possible as a double, but using it cross-court there, shooting from the skier's left to the right. 3 big actions in that run. Ooh, and just keeping it together there, nearly getting pitched over the handlebars.
Getting that ski back under her body, looking for the same air that Tiffany Peretti took, and stomps it.
If anything, taking it slightly more four-line and really now running the speed out towards the finish line, careful through these traverses.
So she's had decent fluidity, like really strong skiing.
Just the one control issue, but that was in open field and not associated with one of the cliffs. It's possible the judges won't be so harsh to it. I think they appreciate that there are a few sharks out there, certainly some chunky patches of snow as well.
Yeah, I'm confident she'll be sliding into first position at this point, but as we mentioned, we've got an absolutely stacked field still to come.
Let's have a look at the highlights from this. Really confident run into what's quite a peppery takeoff there, so needed to run speed and perhaps pop a little earlier than seemed natural.
Yep, the pre-ollie is really coming into play in this challenging snow season in Europe.
Some places just looks to get that inside foot out ahead of her a little bit, which grabs the upper body and swings the weight to the inside of the turn, but then generally speaking very strong in the core and able to direct that weight back towards a long and strong outside leg. Waiting for the score then for Clemence Philippa. Nervous moments as ever, but I think she can be fairly confident of going into first place for now as the first open aggressive run with no control issue in it. Bertie Denevo, our long-time head judge on the World Tour. 25 years that man's been in a judging booth, and experience counts for a lot in this game.
Certainly does. He knows what's up in free ride scoring, so let's see what he puts together for Clemence. 73 points, so sliding into first position there for Clemence.
But indeed, the judges perhaps making a bit of a statement that there's something left out there on the face. And, you know, they often sort of keep 75 as an average. They'll work their way up from that if something's really, really impressive. You don't often see scores towards the 80s or the 90s early on in the contest. But yeah, certainly Clemence Philippa looking strong, but the judges suggesting that someone like Susanna Wittich might be able to put something really special down here. Yeah, one of my favourite riders to watch out there. She was fantastic in our backcountry invitational early in the year, stepping up to the concept of using these big jumps and backflipping, 360ing, really part of this modern movement within women's skiing to definitely use big exposed mountain lines, but also start to mix in those freestyle elements, which until a few years ago were the preserve of the men's field. So really great to see that pushing on in women's skiing. From Vercaran, just down the valley, no stranger to these mountains, comes over for the Broussard Freeride and all the Verbier Freeride series, so has been riding here a bit this season. and Susanna Wittich on course.
A really experienced rider. As you said, she's been bringing these freestyle elements. Let's see if she builds any of those into her run today. It's pretty challenging conditions, so let's see what she makes of it. Looking strong on her skis, linking turns, not bothered at all by the chopped up snow there.
And I really love that when there's no hesitation into this cliff. You're just using the shapes of the turn that you've got. Your 3 turns between each feature and you're already at the correct speed and on the correct line, ready to pop and send it off that next thing. Searching for that next feature here. Small mandatory air to get into this side of the face. Looks to be lining something up a little bit bigger here. Again, peppery looking takeoffs. Plenty of sharks to trip you up. Got to pop early. Strong from Susanna.
That was a thing of beauty. Required a bit of pre-ollie and perfect landing.
And again, no hesitation in very difficult conditions. Would be easy to stop there and think there were rocks coming for you, but just being confident, using the 4 line makes it a bit less likely that you're going to find those rocks. A 4th big air.
Finding the transition there, which is incredibly short, so you can't go too big off that one.
Yeah, every cliff can be so specific on what speeds might be possible into it. Really nice cross-court air there, and a good pop on that. I might see someone backflip that later on in the contest. And now very sensibly getting the speed shut down. I think this could give the judges a headache. Clemons versus Susanna. Susanna perhaps had the confidence in the line, but just a similar number of actions, just a little bit more fluidity for my money.
Yeah, and pretty sizable airs, I would say.
Certainly done with a really, when you see that 4-point landing, strong in the legs, looks like they never left the floor. That's a very impressive thing to do off cliffs the size that Susanna's been jumping there.
Strong legs, using the full travel of them.
Into the finish area then, Susanna Wittich, always smiling, so that's very difficult to get a feel from what she thinks of the run, because she'd be smiling whether she hated it or loved it. That's just who she is.
And a peppery takeoff, and lands, controls that well, was slightly back on her skis, but brings her weight forward. And this one, as we mentioned, you've got a very short transition to catch, and she finds it and rides out strong.
Yeah, great control, immediately over the left foot, getting the speed shut down, and then enjoying just lovely turns in open field.
So a great run there, but we are waiting for Susanna's score. The judges are obviously really comparing that to what we saw from Clemons and making sure they kind of rank them in the right order.
Nervous moments for Susanna Wittich. Score from the judges comes in at a 75 flat, so first place for now, just 2 points above Clemons. So the judges still think there might be a little bit left out on that face, but certainly Susanna showing that fluidity, having control on air and styles that are that sizable, it's a way to get some points. Very excited for our next rider. We go back to the top for Astrid Sheilus. Absolutely been one to watch for the last 2 seasons on the Challenger Series. Really, really strong rider. Another one with plenty of backflip elements coming out of Le Clusaz, coached by the legend that is Seb Michaud. We've seen so many extremely talented riders come from that town. There must be something in the water there. On course then.
Certainly a big threat. A young rider at 19 years old, but with stacks of experience from the Freeride Junior Tour. The 2021 Freeride World Champion in the juniors, actually. So she's certainly got the accolades and the skills to bring a big line today. Taking her first air there with real fluidity, looking strong in the tricky conditions.
Oh, and a lovely air there that again needed a very specific speed to find the transition, popping it just right. Shooting cross court over towards the looker's left side of the face now. Another big air.
And lining up something there, solid, riding out really strong, super fluid. Managing to control her speed. It looks like tricky snow conditions there, but she's moving so fast. This is definitely the quickest run we've seen from ski women.
And just an outrageous display of technique. As to the grass turns, getting the hip in the snow. Long, strong leg, beautiful angulation. Really tough conditions, but keeping hold of it. They always say don't scare the judges, so I think they'll be okay with that one because it wasn't really in the most exposed terrain, and they're appreciating that those traverse tracks are very difficult. The whole theme of Astrid Sheilus's run was speed, aggression, finding the biggest hits we've seen so far and linking them together with no hesitation whatsoever. So, again, a headache for the judges. Would hate to be in their position right here, but that one's got to be right up there.
Yeah, very impressive work. So you can see she's really she's so controlled through turns on tricky snow and has no hesitation in her airs, riding out really four-line and strong. That was the sketchiest turn of her run, I think.
Oh, she gets it back together so quickly, though. Yeah, gets pitched over the inside foot a bit there, and definitely firmer snow on one foot than the other makes for a very difficult platform to work with.
But I would assert so many people would just blow up in that situation, and she held it together with extremely strong legs.
Yep. Yeah, I get the feeling if I'd been in that situation, my quadriceps would have gone, no, thank you, Will, and I'd have gone for an absolute tomahawk down the middle of the face. So Astrid Sheilus proving that being 20 years old and a really strong athlete makes all the difference. Waiting then, some head scratching going on from Dodo on the looker's left. Love those bright red goggles as well. They're a statement, aren't they?
Looking steezy out there, waiting for the score to come in. I think the judges have got something together for us. So Astrid Sheilus has come into third position with 67 points.
It's a little pretty harsh on what must have been control issues. They scared for her when she didn't shut the speed down at the bottom of the face there, and judges taking points away for that. So I thought it had lots of big actions, but yeah, as I said, I wouldn't want to be a free ride judge today.
They are obviously seeking perfection.
Next rider in the start gate then is India Cairns from the UK. 5 years on the World Cup downhill circuit, so I'm told. She's also an ISTD Beatty trainer, so she's no stranger to the highest end of technique in our sport, but fairly new to applying that tactically into a free ride setting. So really interested to see what India gets up to.
Yeah, I think in her comments she said, I'm in over my head. But I think with the experience she has in downhill skiing, strong technique is really going to come into play today. So I'm excited to see what Britain is bringing in competitive free ride.
Yeah, there are a few more gnarly head games in skiing than actual downhill ski racing, with a 2 meter plus super stiff straight ski on, traveling at hundreds of kilometers an hour, 140 kilometers an hour at times. It's not a speed we often see in free ride faces, so hopefully she's developed that head game of just being in high pressure, scary situations and performing to the best of her abilities.
She's definitely come in with a lot of fluidity, aggressive skiing, beautiful turns.
Slightly heavy edge sets like a ski racer might have, but yeah, definitely shows control over that outside foot. Getting ahead of her slough, so no need for slough control because she's going too fast. A little bit of a catch to the inside foot there.
Up there. And you can see the slough is now chasing her down, but she straight lines through the chute. Judges will absolutely love that, but we do need to see a little bit more air and style. Oh, and tumbling down there. Has she lost a ski? She has. So that is going to be a no score for India Cairns.
The judges, I don't know if they're going to do it in the Challenger Series, but this year we've been giving points between 0 and 1. So if you were on a 70-point line, we give you a 0.7, and it gives a little bit of extra feedback about where that line would have ranked if it hadn't been for the loss of equipment. But that remains a pretty standard rule that losing your equipment means your run is over. As we don't need a ski-doo for that one. She'll be back at her equipment in just a moment.
Getting the legs warm there with a wee hike up to that ski. It's definitely not the start that she would have hoped for in the Challenger Series. Let's see what happened.
Was a bold statement. She got to the middle of that chute and went for a full straight line out of there, downhill skier style. And then, whilst getting some turns in to get the speed shut back down, finds some firmer snow on the front of the skis, pitches her over the tails, and she goes for a roll.
But skis are supposed to come off when you've got so much pressure on your lower limbs, so let's hope that she's all good and happy to ski down. She's arrived at her skis.
And you can see just in the shape of the bomb holes above her that that's definitely a slightly firmer patch of snow that she's hit there. Never my favourite moment with the drone buzzing around behind you. You can feel the eyes of 1,000 people burning into the back of your head.
It's definitely not what freeriders have in mind when they arrive to compete in the Nanda freeride.
Just making her way out of the face then, India Cairns. Certainly showing that racing pedigree, but perhaps just needing a little bit more experience on judging of the snow conditions that are going to prevail on different aspects of each couloir. And those shady corners proving that little bit harder, causing her to lose the control. Towards the bottom of her run, the score comes in. As we say, no score from the judges due to the loss of equipment. So last place for now, India Cairns. Certainly we'll have a bit of a puff on after hiking back up to the ski. Quick chat with Susanna Wittich, who still sits in our hot seat for the moment.
So this is the first event of the Challenger series. So this will be her throwaway score. She's still got Yazda, Adrenaline and Obergurgel Open Faces to climb back up the ranking.
Certainly puts the pressure on, doesn't it? If you know you've got to take 2 results away from it, and you've already written 1 of them off, and that requires you to execute in the 2 remaining contests of the season. So a lot of pressure now for India. And
back up to the top, we have Sweden's Sanne Måne, a very experienced freeride world qualifier rider, who is the marketing manager at Ski Lodge Engelberg. So I think they've been having quite a lot of snow after the last week, so hopefully she's been getting some nice turns in, feeling groovy and ready to drop.
Oh, in the posture of a ski racer about to ping out of the gate here, waiting for the beeps. Does claim to have done some first ascent and descents in a time, which is becoming a very difficult thing to achieve in the modern day.
That is impressive. So we've got Sanne Måne on course, heading out towards the skiers left, but taking a tumble. She was looking pretty quick through that section. Skis are on, so she'll continue on her run, but that will be a big control dock there.
It's about as big a statement as you can say if I am getting on with this in a rush, but then perhaps too rushed and not quite paying attention to the terrain directly underneath her feet. I think it was difficult to see as she went through a very narrow chute. There must have been a shark that took out one of her foot, sent her for a quick front flip. And yeah, we're definitely starting to expose some sharks on the setups to these takeoffs. In places it looks great, but it's that inconsistency that makes it very difficult to judge.
And I wonder if she's got a bit of snow in her goggles. She keeps touching them. She is looking like she's airing into the chute, which is always a power move.
Oh, but the hesitation is definitely going to cost all the points that were available for doing it, so perhaps sensibly.
And now, yeah, she's looking like she has changed her tactic. So not executing the run that she had in mind, but of course it's better to make that call. If you get in there, it's not rideable, don't just throw yourself at it, but make a smart decision and turn around.
Yeah, so 2 significant errors that the judges definitely aren't going to miss. Obviously the front flip at the top, and then just a big stop and clearly getting lost and moving away from the line that she had planned. So definitely not Sanne's best day. Still looking stoked and popping away into the finish area.
Yep, she's a super strong skier, and she's still got 2 more events to bring home some more solid results. So let's check out what happened here at the top. Coming in pretty hot.
Was on an outrageous charger until this
Yeah.
just clips rocks as she tries to get through the gap there, and yeah, not able to get a pop before those rocks, therefore getting some weight on her feet. Direct stop of both feet, and she went into a front flip. So looked like an extremely strong skier though, very, very confident individual. But I'm sure the judges are going to have something to say about those errors. So coming in for Sanne Måne, 23 points and 6th place for now, I think just ranking above India Cairns, who of course lost her equipment. So not her favourite day, and we'll perhaps be throwing that one away as we head into the Yazda Adrenaline and Obergurgel Open Faces. Back to the top then, and it's Rachel Little from the UK, and representing the Nanda Freeride Academy. Coming to the competitive game much later in life than the average free skier these days, but doing extremely well. She was a little bit surprised to have made her way onto the 4 stars. Her goal was to do that for the season, and now she feels like the pressure is absolutely off. She's already achieved her dream to be competing here on the Nanda Freeride. So really excited for Rachel Little. Let's see what she's got.
Yeah, I find it very inspiring that she was a self-proclaimed holiday skier up until 23, when she actually kind of put some time and energy into it, and to have arrived at the Freeride World Challenger Series is a real achievement.
And I mean, for a holiday skier, the basis of technique is absolutely there, looking good. Little cross-court air, so perhaps not the biggest that could have been taken, but no issue with fluidity so far.
Yep, looking solid. And as a Nanda skier, she'll be pretty familiar with this face, so I'm sure she knows where she's going, and she's got a special line prepared.
That's it. Coach Anto is no scaredy cat when it comes to taking the kids onto these big gnarly faces, making sure they understand line choice, making sure they have the tactics to make these things safe for themselves. Of course, the education on avalanche safety, we do regular training with the kids here. Little hesitation before that from Rachel, but in the end, a pretty big send. Just losing the outside ski here and there, and these sort of stopping moments aren't necessarily what the judges would love to see, but did line up a double from that, so perhaps gaining those points back.
Yeah, solid airs. We just want to see a little more aggression at the takeoff to show that the skier really backs himself.
Mentioned that earlier, you see it in the experienced riders. Susanna Wittich does not hesitate before those cliffs. She just has a plan that the 3 turns she was going to make in between will bring her onto the line with the speed she needs. Rachel Little, unfortunately, now getting pitched over 1 foot, the very bottom of her run. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Hate to see it.
Hate to see it. Perhaps just a loss of concentration as she started to celebrate having landed her last cliff.
It is never over until the fat lady sings, and she's still got some meters to hold it together before she gets to the finish line. But she'll have a big crew from Nanda here cheering her on. The vibe here is always so exciting. There's a massive crowd sitting up on the ridge cheering.
I love that Nanda Freeride Academy setup. It's just like this epic family with people from the age of 10 all the way to the age of 35, 40, all competing across a big range of categories, all supporting each other, lifting each other up. Oh, Rachel, I really thought you just landed the first 4-star qualifier, Challenger Series line of your life. Really went out with a lot of confidence. Just the chops as she got into the traversing lines at the bottom. Getting pitched off the outside foot, and ta-da.
Going down. But it looks like she's okay. She skied out with no issues.
It's almost optimistic conditions, so you can crash quite comfortably. That's a rare thing. So the score's going to come in for Rachel Little. She didn't lose her equipment, so she does get a 28 and move into 6th place for now, so not quite last place.
And she's all smiles, which we love. So heading straight back up to the top, we have got a big threat, Eva Bartola of Verbier. She is such an outstanding skier, incredibly strong, also a really gnarly downhill mountain biker. So she really knows speed, aggression, and big air.
I judged an event with her cousin in Crans-Montana, Luca Bartola. The entire family is clearly so proud of Eva and the effort she's putting in here. She's on her way to the World Tour, at least that is my prediction for the future. Eva Bartola dropping in. Straight away you see that 4 valleys technique. These kids have been riding big mountains since a young age.
Yep, she's had a strong career on the juniors and has always been a top contender on the Qs. So is excited to be here in the Challenger Series, taking her first air. Stomps it, looking so smooth.
Again, a short and specific transition to find there, so really good speed control, getting onto the right foot and sending yourself cross-court for some more airs. Really solid platform underneath her, look at those feet working together. Not one ski being disturbed any more than the other in these tricky, variable conditions.
Getting into that closeout zone, getting a bit caught up, but she has really got herself into the Nanda. You can see her slough cascading down. It's a lot of rocks to get over, and she nails it.
Took her a moment to get her shoulders back on lock, and I think the hesitation at the oh my god!
Oh.
Hesitation at the top will be punished just a little bit, and then just getting pitched over the inside foot right before a rock. This
and
woman is
losing
made
a
of solid
ski.
stuff.
Let's hope she is okay. I actually think her ski might have gone down below her and cruised right past.
Probably a scenario we're going to send one of our ski dudes down to. We do have an amazing safety team and a great protocol. But indeed, that ski has gone all the way to the finish area on its own. So Ava will chase that one down on one foot.
A strong skier. She's going to make quick work of that. But if I could describe her ski technique, I would say explosive. I've seen some incredible runs from her, just totally at the front of the boot, massive airs, aggressive skiing, and then, as we've seen today, some big explosions. She does not hold back.
Getting into that super gnarly section, absolutely a mandatory air below her. Small hesitation before she got off the top of that one. And then it was an ambition to set a winning line there, a line that was really going to challenge for the top. It had to be executed well. And this was a scary moment, absolutely flying from the exit. Gets pitched over the inside ski here just a little bit. Oh, and she's aiming straight for a rock as she takes a huge smash in the snow. Glad to see she's okay after that one. I was seriously worried when she went in.
Yeah, we've got an incredible safety team here, so they're going to check her over, make sure she is all good.
We do have doctors at the top of the face, of course, our guiding team securing it for us and making sure we know the avalanche condition, which is definitely at a level 2 or below at the moment because it's been there for more than a month, this snow. And it's been nice and cold and dry on that side of the face. We also have a great team of ski ninjas, as we call them, who in this situation can bomb their way down the mountain and give the riders a hand finding their equipment if it's lost above them. In this scenario, Ava putting on a display of 1 foot powder skiing. Never an easy thing to do.
It's always good to practice, though, if you do get into this situation. Certainly gets the legs burning.
Well, definitely I've done a lot of it as a ski instructor, but I never voted to go and give it a go on the Mongon, that's for sure.
She's retrieving her ski there, which has gone pretty much to the bottom of the face. Putting herself back together.
Ski saw Ava crash and it thought, I'll go to the bar, get her a drink before she gets down. She'll appreciate that.
And I know there was a little bit of hesitation here, but it's such a committed move. I have so much respect for that send.
Did well to get the body back under control on the exit there. Definitely getting pushed around by those difficult conditions.
Yeah, that was a pretty tight, loose run.
Never got the speed back under control from the exit of that, and eventually we saw it explode and crash into a pretty big rock below us. So great to see Eva Batola cruising to the finish line now. Has she lost her goggles?
She took them off.
She took them off, okay.
She hasn't laid any booby traps on the face for any other riders.
Little Mario Kart trippers. She's okay.
Ça va.
C'est la vie. These things happen, and unfortunately that is free riding. I've never seen anyone who won every competition they were in, the best in the world, are still going to have accidents and crash. It's a low percentage game.
And back to the top, we have Petra Olson of Sweden. She's had a strong season so far with a first place in Les Arcs in the 4-star there, and is ready to send here on the Mongon face. Just getting a little assistance there from the Nanda Freeride staff doing up her backpack. Can't have your shovel and probe flying out as you scream down the face. She is dropping in.
Again, an aggressive start. Looks to be heading to the Lucas left side of the face a little more than some of the later skiers. Big air, well controlled there, kind of taking the pop out of that takeoff to find the transition. Dodging sharks.
Oh, getting a bit backseat in that landing, looking pretty loose and coming unstuck.
And that's what I was saying, it was so impressive to me. Susanna Wittich found there's a very small window for a transition there. If you get too close to the bigger rock on the Lucas right, then the shape of that couloir really starts to come back towards you. We find Petra getting crushed by that, spat over the heels of her skis, and lucky to get herself back in control before coming to another cliff band there.
Yeah, that's a hard stop. That wouldn't be much appreciated by Petra. So that was maybe quite a rattling crash, but she's continuing on. Looking like she's taking it pretty easy through this couloir here.
Careful for the slough, could easily wipe you out. I think it's there's more weight to it than I gave it credit from the face check. Plenty of sharks below you. It's always a bit of a dangerous point once you've had a crash higher up on the face. Perhaps you don't ski the line that you had planned. And then once you go off plan, then there's plenty of other gnarly things below you that can cause you to have a bit of an accident. So important to just sort of ski out slowly, safely, get yourself to the finish area.
Yeah.
No loss of equipment here, but of course the score is going to be limited as the crash was fairly high up on the face.
But it's always better if you're feeling rattled to make that decision. I'm going to finish my line here and ski out safely rather than risk injury, because we've still got 2 more events for this Challenger series.
Saw a pretty scary version of that at the first women's competition we ran at the Verbier Freeride week earlier in the season. Great to see those competitions starting to be a thing, but one rider not paying attention, having had a crash higher up, carrying way too much speed into a set of rollers and getting scorpioned, and unfortunately we had quite a big course hold for that. So
yeah, to be avoided. So let's see. She airs this one, just lands really backseat, and yeah, gets inside and washes out there. Just avoiding the hard stop of that rock there, which is quite fortunate for her. I think she's all good, just a little bit rattled after a tough day at the office.
gives us a big wave. It's also great to see from the riders, kind of giving us the feedback that they haven't got an injury before we start getting helicopters and medical professionals onto the face. Score coming in then for Petra Olson. It's a 17, so 8th place, and I think that's the last of the scored runs for now. We've just got 2 riders below her that, of course, lost equipment.
And we've only got 2 more riders to go in the ski women's field. So Susanna Wittich will be sitting pretty there, guaranteed podium for her.
Yeah, exciting position to have been in the hot seat so long. We go back to the top then.
We've got Léa Chapuis of France, riding out of Teen. Has had a great season so far with a podium in Les Arcs, where she apparently forgot her skis. But it looks like she's got her skis today, and she is ready to drop in Léa Chapuis on course.
Charging through the front of the boot, making sure she's got pressure throughout that ski. Not an easy thing to do in these choppy conditions. It really does want to force you onto the back foot a little bit. Doing very well there to stay on the right foot and get cross-caught. Not so much of an air, but still a technical section to be riding through.
Linking some smaller features into her line there. Looking solid. Also coming into the super spicy closeout area where we saw Ava Batola.
Waiting for the slough is definitely a sensible move. You've got to get over to that lower takeoff that Ava used, I think.
And it's just tricky. It requires pre-ollie, and so to be right on the edge of it there is a nervous position because she's got those rocks project outwards, so she's wanting to get back up and see if she can revert her skis into the foreline and make it down, but
perhaps not leaving herself enough space to generate the speed necessary for that pop to be effective and get her clear of those rocks. They really do protrude a long way.
Yeah, it looks like she's phoned a friend there to ask for advice. She's in a pretty hairy situation because the landing also is pretty precision. You've got rock walls on either side of you. You can't tumble in the first instance of that landing.
So, yeah, it was definitely an extremely fluid run right up until this point where it's the far opposite from that. And Léa Chapuis, perhaps sensibly, once she didn't completely nail the left foot turn to get set up above this, therefore not having the space to get some time in the foreline with the skis, give herself the speed necessary to pop over this protruding feature. She's going to be sensible to climb her way away from this, I think.
But as we see her climbing up, the rocks are poking through. I think she's probably not having a good time up there.
No, and perhaps destroy this feature unless anybody from the men's field's going to be capable of getting into it without travelling so far over to the looker's right of it and pointing it from earlier. For now, it looks like that feature is somewhat destroyed by this scenario. Well, I hate to be a ski technician. Just walking on rocks there to try and get herself back and away from it.
You're really testing the durability of those skis.
Hopefully they got a 2.5 millimeter edge, because or 1.5 or 1.8, sorry, has already cracked from that little experience there. Oh, it's nervous moments, isn't it? She's above quite a lot of exposure.
Yeah.
It's not a safe thing to get away from in any way.
And I think one of our ski dudes, or perhaps a photographer, is up there on the precipice above her, giving us some advice on how to handle this little feature.
Is that Levy, our photographer there? Yeah, he's got plenty of experience on this face. Yeah, I think even making the sensible decision to take her skis off, get her feet deep in the snow. Otherwise, she's just going to keep cutting the wall above her out of the way.
And that is a really precarious scenario to be in. I always feel more confident when I have skis on my feet in exposure like that, but sometimes you do need to.
It's just because of the bold shape of the terrain she's in as well. It means that the edge of her skis isn't meeting the snow underneath her feet. This needs to be done very sensitively, but if you can safely transition onto boots, then you can start to dig yourself little steps and perhaps work your way uphill.
Absolutely.
So there we go.
Nails it.
That will be no score for Leah Chapuis. Eva Patola, and the way she executed that section, I suppose, making a demonstration of how to ride that crazy exposure and mandatory air takeoff. Need to have some speed if the air is going to be mandatory. Skis on the shoulder then, and working her way back up and out of this precarious situation. I don't see how she's got to go all the way back to where she skied into it to get out, does she?
I wonder. Okay, we've just had word from the director that a ski dude is on their way with a rope to help extract Leia from that precarious spot that she's in.
Yeah, indeed. Any toe slippage on the icy rocks above her could be a dangerous scenario. So nice that we're going to put a little bit of safety there.
So we'll check out the top of her run. Looking really strong, beautiful ski technique. Fast, aggressive riding, linking a bunch of features. Nice pop, solid landing.
Here comes one of our guide team then. With respect to these guys who, in a sense, put their lives on the line to help our athletes out. They have to be able to ski into places that tripped up some of the absolute best skiers in the world. So, yeah, well done to our guide team. Whether he's just going to throw a rope from there, perhaps loop it around one of the rocks next to him.
Have a bit of alpinism here on the Nanda freeride event.
Got to have every skill that applies to the mountains if you're going to go out there skiing, because it just proves the point. If you only went out with your shovel and probe and you really thought you were going to have an easy skiing day, then you can end up in one of these situations where a mate with a rope, an ice axe or anything to create an anchor above you might become very, very important to you.
Definitely important to build that mountain craft in the freeride game, because we always seem to get ourselves into some pretty sticky situations. Oh, I'll give him a 5 out of 10 for his rope throw.
Yeah, I mean, especially whenever throwing ropes in the vicinity of rocks, a good coil is a very good idea, so that you've got some freedom to sort of throw the coils and let them unravel beyond the obstacle rather than chucking it straight at the obstacle. Oh, we're going to see Leah Chapuis getting into that sketchy section. It needs so much confidence to even have the idea of going there. But then it needs even more confidence once you get in there to remain completely committed to it, because it's the hesitation that took the speed that was necessary away from her.
So she's continuing to climb up. That rope that they've put in place there is just a bit of added security. We mentioned that she's on top of a cliff band where the rock projects out. So what we don't want is her to slip while climbing and kind of cheese grate herself down the face.
Doesn't bear thinking about, and our director being very kind to Leah's mother here by not showing how big the exposure below her is.
She's doing well there.
Trying to work us. So we've got a little cutscene here about our team Nanda Freeride, the Junior Academy that we put on in Nanda. Coach Anthony Camagula, absolute legend of the local area, and so committed to making sure that young people get the opportunities to express themselves and learn about the mountains here and about the sport of free riding. So we've got a lovely highlight reel from their experiences this season, and we'll get that on the screen for you just now.
Money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah.
So the future is bright in Nanda. Incredible talent from that little crew of riders. Can you tell us a bit more about them, Will?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of big names coming out of that little crew of riders. Of course, we've mentioned Elliot Dancer and Zoe McGeorge, who are our junior world champions from 2 years ago, carrying on to the senior series and doing really well. Some other really amazing young names coming through. So Noah and Teo Vuillamo, we saw them at the Backcountry Invitational just as openers, running as forerunners for the event. And all of a sudden, they just blew us out of the water. We were expecting Marcus Ada to be the person putting on a show, but Noah Vuillamo, massive on a backflip, and it just changed the whole vibe of the day. Another really important event we have here at the Nanda Freeride, almost to try and lead people into joining our academy, is the kids event that we put on. So it's a little bit more of like a playtime, just using very small faces that are very accessible. We take them up there with the coaches and the guides, tell them a little bit about snow safety, and just give them a go at going off a pre-made, prefabricated jump off a little cliff. Try to give them the tactics and the ideas so that they can enjoy watching freeride more, but of course if they are motivated to try and get into the sport in the future, then it's just about creating those grassroots programs, having a kids competition, having an academy that they can start getting training in. That leads into the FWT junior events where they're very well supported, have a coach, go out there, get taught through their lines on the day. Yeah, having the Nanda Freeride Academy and kids setups alongside each other, one of the most important and impressive things that the Nanda Freeride organisation does, I think. Let's have a quick look at the highlight reel from the kids event.
Et puis je m'appelle Louis.
So as I mentioned, really important that we have those grassroots pathways all the way from that kids event, which we run during the day. It obviously brings them in to watch the Nendaz Freeride Challenger Series event anyway. But yeah, you saw there with showing them how the process of finding a body in an avalanche using a dog, using a transceiver, a shovel and a probe, going through the basics of technique for skiing off-piste with some instructors from the local ESS ski school. Yeah, really one of the most impressive things that I think the Nendaz Freeride does is to facilitate those grassroots pathways. So thanks so much to Cyril and the entire team involved in the organisation of that. Still waiting for Leah Chapuis to climb her way out of this section of the face. We do have a few more cutscenes we'll keep rolling through here because this looks like it could be another minute or two. She's in a really precarious position there. Obviously, toe caps of ski boots on rocks is not a comfortable scenario. Relying on the anchor created by that rope above her there. And we're going to move on to have a look at what is freeriding. So I think we've got a little cutscene that just kind of explains the heart of this sport, how the criterias work to create a competitive format for what is otherwise a very free-flowing concept. Leah, that is hard work. I believe it's introduced by Ed Lee, this video, so let's see if it is the what is freeriding video from back in the day. Here we are.
What is freeriding? This is freeriding. But this is freeriding too. It's as old as skiing itself. And it doesn't matter how you look, what equipment you use, or where you are. It doesn't matter how old you are, and it really doesn't matter how good you are. It's about letting go of your fear. Being an idiot with your friends, and knowing when to stay indoors. All you need is a slope, snow, and the imagination to draw a line. This is freeriding. And really, it's very simple. If you're having fun, you're doing it right.
Oh, I do love the dulcet tones of Ed Lee, and it's a man who's got some great experience on a snowboard to tell us about what freeriding is and what the heart of it is, really.
And up next, we have got a little insight into competitive freeride. Let's check that out now.
What is competitive freeriding? Well, after years of having fun, people began to wonder who was best. And so it began. A crew of skiers held a competition in Alaska. Next was Switzerland with the Extreme Verbio. Gradually, these contests spread across the world and joined together as a single tour, and so it went global. The big show. But in the end, it comes down to one rider atop a mountain. And while safety equipment is abundant, the rules remain remarkably simple. There's a start on a peak and a finish at the bottom. There are no gates, no piste, no clock, and there's no practice run. Riders rely on a visual inspection and their imagination to create a line. Runs are judged using 5 subjective criteria, which means any approach or style has the potential to win. For riders, the pressure is immense and the margin between success and failure narrow. Over the years, competition has driven the sport to new heights, and now the only certainty is progression. This is competitive freeriding.
There, we've got it. You can check out The crowd here watching the Nanda Freeride, it's always a good vibe.
The
Got
judges are just up on the ridge on the left-hand side of that frame you're looking at now, so the crowd really getting the same perspective as our judging panel does. And otherwise, it's a great setup. We've got a bar down there, a couple of gazebos to keep the ginger people out of the sun if you need to.
Very important.
Very important, yeah, wear your factor 50, folks.
And we've got Leia continuing her crusade rock climbing in ski boots with the safety and assistance of one of our guides there. So hopefully she'll be out of that in a few moments and we can just drink in the views with these beautiful shots of Nanda with the drone. As a reminder, we've got a little bit of a later schedule due to this delay. So we've got snowboard men next and then ski men at 11:30.
Sounds like we're needing to get a second ski dude down to Leia as we're struggling to get her off this part of the rock. And that's great news. I'm just hearing from our director that that our other riders, Mia McNabb and Sybil Blondi, who are left to run in the snowboard women's category, have told us they won't be using that section of the face and they're comfortable to run whilst we recover Leia from this gnarly zone. So any moment now, we will get back underway with the rest of the women's field. Just 2 riders left to go. And one of them is the winner from the 2-star event here at the Nanda Freeride early in the week. A couple other podiums this season in 3-star and 2-star events in Avoriaz. And slightly funny season here when we've had less of those 4-star events due to cancellations with low tide conditions. It's allowed people to come through with very strong 3-star results. Which typically you'd have to get those points from a 4-star event. So a little bit of controversy surrounding that in some people's minds, but that is the game. Everybody else was welcome to go and compete in 2 and 3 stars. I know Jenna Keller felt a little bit hard done by with it and has planned for the next season that she's just going to enter every event rather than trying to rely just on the 4-star season.
Which is it's a real challenge for these riders who also work. Jenna's a ski instructor, and so to juggle, you know, having an income and your work responsibilities with pursuing Freeride full time is a big challenge. So we have got Mia McNabb of France in the start gate, ready to drop in. She came first in the Nanda Freeride this week as well.
I mean, the last person to do that and then compete on the Challenger Series was Max Hitzig, and we all know how it went for him. So don't want to put too much pressure on Mia McNabb, but dropping in, here she goes.
And it's always disconcerting for riders if you've had a big delay waiting for an extraction on the face with riders before you. It can really kind of throw them off, but she's looking like she's cruising through this top section, taking her first air, looking solid.
Yes, conditions starting to get really tricky under that first air, but very strong for Mia. Into a second one and taking that bigger than anybody else has so far. As we said, it's quite a small transition, but finding the very end of it.
And skiing with real fluidity, taking a bit of a traverse here, so she's got to make it worth the while for the judges.
Bit cross-court and now got a slough problem, but managing it well.
But that is why she was controlling her speed there, because she had a big monster underneath her. Charging over that rock, no issues.
Judges are going to be liking this one when you link those features together and show the control in between them especially. There'll be points coming for that. Really relaxed and chilled style over her skis, but very, very solid with the basis of the technique.
Yeah, and she's coming up onto this takeoff. Little speed check there, goes huge and back slaps a bit, but
probably given a bit of a stage 2 by the judges for that one, but like we said, going as big as anyone's gone off that and missing the transition, still having strong enough quadriceps to stomp it out.
That was a solid run from Mia McNabb. She'll be happy with that.
Are you worrying for Susanna's hot seat position right now? Only 2 riders left to go. She's guaranteed a podium, but this one's got to be threatening the top step. Looks stoked on it. Well done, Mia McNabb. It's not the most French name. I wonder if she's got a Scottish lineage anywhere.
We've got lots of multicultural riders in the field. So here, we had said she took it a little cross-court, but the reason she's done that is because she's kind of linking it together with this huge cliff right beneath her.
And on a second look, that shark on the top looked to kind of prevent any more four-line takeoff. And as you say, needed to get 3 turns in, get the speed under control before popping early again for what was a very big second hit. So could be for the top step of the podium here. Judges had a good break and then straight back into the intense thinking process, comparing that against Susanna's run. It comes in as a 78, and it is first place near McNabb. Going to the top step, and she can't believe it for the moment.
That is a pleasantly surprised smile there from Mia McNabb. She's put an amazing line together on the face today, but Ski Woman is not done. We have got our Verbier Extreme champion, Sybil Blondi. She just missed the cut on the Freeride World Tour this year, and so she is here to take back her spot on the Freeride World Tour.
That cut in the women's field is so aggressive ahead of the Fieberbrunn event. After Kicking Horse, she was 3rd on the podium in Bakira Barrett, 4th in Ordino Arkeli, and 6th in Kicking Horse, and yet not quite enough. Remember her being a little bit disappointed with the score that came out in Kicking Horse, so she's here to prove a point.
But it really is nothing quite as frustrating as being the bubble girl, so I hope she channels all of those frustrations into some aggressive skiing here on the face.
Sybil straight into it then. Really starting to look like a badly pieced run at the top there.
They're certainly putting some tracks through it. And she's lining up her first hit. Looking solid.
Taking it slightly more four-line, but slightly slower than some athletes. So, and this cliff needs that pre-ollie, really specific transition. As I've said, the couloir rolling back in the wrong direction, the closer to that look is right.
And you've got a big rock wall on your left there, so you've got to be pretty on point.
Exposure below you, sniper landing in a very small gap and flying out of there in hard pack conditions, but great control on that left foot.
Yeah, hold it together, Sybil.
Oh, you can see that Freeride World Tour pedigree.
Smashing it. She's stacked her run with airs, some of them quite sizable, some really good skiing. She's lining up another.
What could be a double, but she goes over the entire thing. Massive air, 10 meters long maybe. Wasn't a huge step down, but she went so fast off it that she cleared all of the rocks below her there.
I am remarkably impressed by the last 2 riders, the fortitude that they've had. They've been standing up in the start gate for 15, 20 minutes and have just put down some of the spiciest runs of the day.
Of course, you don't really know what happened to Leah Chapuis, so you're wondering if it's to do with the conditions deteriorating lower down on the face. All of that gets into the back of the mind and can take you away from that top-end performance. But Sybil showing that competitive experience. Beautiful find of the transition there. See how solid that technique is. A little bit over the back seat, but not letting the skis come up in front of her.
An incredibly strong skier. So the judges will be agonizing over finding the right numbers to put together, find the right ranking to slot her into. I think it's a pretty challenging run there. So let's see what the judges make of it.
Top 3 for me. Sybil Blondi goes first place with 80 points flat and taking the win here today.
That is what she came here for. She's so determined to get herself back on the Freeride World Tour, and this result is exactly what she needs to do to get there. So we are going to head down to the finish line to have an interview with Sybil.
We'll do our best to translate this one for
on va
you.
traduire en anglais après, on fait en français. Félicitations Sybil. Alors quelles étaient tes attentes en venant ici sur ce premier Challenger de la saison?
Merci déjà. Mes attentes, il n'y en avait pas beaucoup. J'étais dans un état mental, on va dire, un peu compliqué après pas avoir passé le cut sur le tour. Donc je voulais juste poser quelque chose et puis voir un peu le niveau parce que je ne connais pas vraiment les filles ici maintenant. Donc voilà, c'est cool. Je suis contente.
Okay, so not a lot of expectations for Sybil. She was a bit disappointed after not having passed the cut to be on the tour this year. Thank you a lot and congrats.
Thank you very much.
Must be so gratifying needing to make that statement, having been thrown unceremoniously off the World Tour before Fieberbrunn and making the statement that I'm coming straight back for you next season. So well done, Sybil. Really, really great stuff to see. And as we say, after the big hold on course, showing that competitive experience. We're back to the top, and it's our man Jan Fournier on the nano. Another speed riding display for us here. I'm also the proud owner of one of those wings. We're really lucky in Nanda that we have one of the original pioneers of the sport of speed riding. Hervé Cerruti is the boss of Element Air Nanda. So all of these young riders that decide they'd like to make the progression from paragliding or skydiving into speed riding are given the best feedback they can. And we're a little bit quicker into learning these insane barrel roll maneuvers that you've just seen Jan link two of together. And those wings trim anywhere from about 50 to 70 kilometers an hour, so they're not slow. A little bit of a parachute, so they're not the most aggressive of aspect ratio profiles, but because they're only 10.5 meters, they are still pretty maneuverable. And thank you, Jan, for that exciting display. Before we move on now into the men's snowboard category, so building to a bit of a crescendo here at the end of the women's skiing, and then carrying on that theme. Few really big names in the men's snowboard category. I think Hugo Serra has always really impressed me. His freestyle background, comes to the Backcountry Invitational and puts himself on the podium there every year. Timmy Shredder as well is one that really impresses me. Let's have a look at the rankings here from the women's skiing.
So we have Sybil Blondi up in first position in the Challenger series. A few no scores there, people who have lost their skis, and Leo, who was extracted from the face.
But Mia McNabb in second place, and of course Susanna Wittich, big name in the qualifying series. Only put herself in 18th place to qualify for here, but yeah, absolutely did a fantastic job on the day. So really, really great to see Susanna Wittich, Mia McNabb, and Sybil Blondi making that statement. Really excited to see her back on the tour. Just needs one more big result now.
And as we mentioned, they've got one throwaway result, so they've still got two to make it count.
Puts the pressure on Eva Batola, though. I know a lot of the field feel she deserves that spot going into the Freeride World Tour in the future. So yeah, pressure for the Jasna Adrenaline and the Obergurgel Open faces. A couple of other names in the snowboard men's category. Our local hero, Fribourg, Florian Henrio, winning our 3-star event here and being handed the wild card.
So we're going to check out some of the biggest highlights from the ski women's category. Safe to say they gave us some real fireworks out there.
I'm sorry, I do not remember ordering a glass of your opinion. I'm sorry, I forgot the expert in all things. It's you. My apologies, I didn't come to you first with every single decision. I'm the worst. I'm sorry, but you know what I'm not.
And up next we have got the snowboard men's category. They are at the top, getting excited to throw down. Who are you most excited to see ride?
Well, I've mentioned Hugo Serra and Florian Henrio. So proud of him for picking up that wild card. But there's some other big names in there. Elliot Dancer, notably, double backflipping in the 3-star event the other day. Freeride World Junior Champion, and just an incredible character who always expresses himself. The other big name I've always got to mention is Timmy Shredder. I've watched this event 11 times now, and he's still able to find a line I've never seen done before. So here's the start list for, unfortunately, women's skiing coming up on there. So we're going to flick that over to be the snowboard men's start list any second now.
And we are kicking things off with Rei Igarashi from Japan. We've got a little Japanese contingent who have made it over the seas to bring the heat.
And I think just because of the cancellations of both the Engadin and Montafon 4-star events due to low snow conditions here in Europe, it's given a bit more of an opportunity for those at the Hakuba Freeride and the 3-star in a ride to get enough points to make it into this part of the season. So there we are, Rei Irigashi coming all the way from Japan, along with Yusuke at the bottom there. And as I say, those big names, Hugo Serra, Timmy Shredder, Elliot Dancer, and Christopher Charlet, ones to watch for me on this category.
I'm also excited to see my fellow countryman Ronan Thompson throw down. He's a solid snowboarder from the North Island. But at the top, it looks like we've got our first rider ready to kick off the field.
It says, tell us a fun fact about you, watch me riding. That's a pretty confident statement from Rei Irigashi. Let your riding do the talking.
So this is Rei Igarashi from Japan kicking off the snowboard men's category. They're just about to count him in, and let's see what he makes of all the powder we have here in Europe. Might not be what he's used to back home in Japan.
Riding a big powder nose. Doesn't look like that's hugely necessary for today to create the float he needs, but he's definitely showing us that beautiful technique, extending off that back foot, using a bit of fore and aft to get the snowboard loose, but immediately getting hooked up on the firm stuff on his very stiff big nose powder board.
Not the start that he wanted, but I'm really enjoying his riding style. He looks very expressive in every turn.
It's playful, isn't it? It's a lot of body movement, gets himself really low to the terrain, one big air.
And a goofy rider.
Wow.
Taking a solid air there. That snowboard is looking like a bullet as he's taking some real speed out there.
Just looks like today might be the day for something a bit more all mountain orientated under your feet. Not enough tail to support him through those very high speed, choppy turns.
But coming out of Japan where snow is 10 foot overhead, he's looking like he's always ready for powder riding.
Yeah, just the two big actions flying, but too many times he's kind of got hooked up and then punished by the traverses at the bottom as well. Yeah, the men's snowboarding are going to have to be really conscious of that and plan tactically to have the speed shut down before they get into this section. So the definition of loose but lit there from Rei.
For sure. Both of our Japanese riders today displaying that they're used to riding a lot more snow, and these conditions are quite challenging for them. So let's hope they can get some more runs under their feet here in Europe before the next two stops of the Challenger Series, and they can get used to that hard pack.
Yeah, and I think, as we say, tactically, you've really got a plan for the bottom section here, and it's easy to think that, oh, you finished your run and you're just cruising home, but there's still an awful lot of character to that terrain. So even if you are just trying to get to the finish line, you probably need to have scoped it with great detail.
Yeah, he's throwing his hands up there. I think he knows as well he's going to get pretty hammered for the multiple errors in his run today.
And just getting from our director that Leah Chapuis is safely recovered from that gnarly situation she left herself in above the exposure there. So great to hear that our support team were able to create a safe situation and climb her away from that part of the face. Rei Igarashi waiting for the score here from the judges, but I'm sure he's not too hopeful. It comes in out of 20, so yeah, definitely making the statement that there was one or too many control issues in that. Two massive actions with some good control after it, but not paying enough attention in what might seem like the easier zones of the face, but they still offer a lot of challenge today. We're moving back to the top, and it's going to be Christopher Charlet from France, 13th position off the FWT ranking. 5th in Les Arcs, 8th position in Le Rosier, which I was fortunate enough to judge, but similar conditions there were really, really challenging. He does make the statement that the guy is a bit crazy, and life's a game, man. You've got to play it. That's what Christopher Charlet is all about.
And he's been playing it for some time. Not the oldest rider in this category, but certainly the most experienced. He's had over a decade on the queues, a few moments on the tour. So he really knows his stuff when it comes to competitive free ride.
Did pretty well, 3rd here last year, 4th at the Jasna Adrenaline, and 4th in Oberga. Also did super well, but just missing the cut. And my statement of an all-mountain board looking more sensible being proved by Christopher, but unfortunately going a little deep on that transition, and it's kicked him forwards and over the nose.
Commentator's curse coming into play there, Will.
Backside 360, but again, just too firm underneath him and not really nailing it. Riding away, but a little bit of a butt check on that one. First of the freestyle elements we see introduced today. Narrow couloir section. Snow looking pretty packed out in there.
Lining up a big dog. Again, not a perfect landing. He's really pedaled to the metal today, but a few control errors.
Yeah, I mean, almost taking a double from the butt check there, so great control in the end. This is ridiculously big.
Oi! Another butt check. So lots of air and style in this run, but he will get hammered for control.
And first to go on beyond that tree, and there is a transition there, but it's on a bit of a side hill, so a sixth little stage 1/2 control error from Christopher Charlet. And this is never a judge's favorite job, to be ranking whose butt checks were worse, but I think Christopher definitely riding more fluidly and aggressively throughout. Lots of very, very big actions that proved too big to control in today's conditions. See where the judges go with that one. Interested to see that 360 footage on his head cam there and feel out just how bad those takeoffs were. He did very well to control them, but a little shark in that one. Does well to get back on his feet before more sharks come for him. Very specific takeoff there, lots of little sharks in that one, and he was going absolutely massive, so needed to be on the 4 line and very balanced, but again, getting spat. So Christopher Charlet not going to be his highest score of the season. Comes in with a 27, so does go above Ray Igarashi for having lots more of those air and style elements, but certainly still being punished for the control. And making our way back up to the top, we're going to expect our first Swiss rider of the day, Nicholas Mendel, first Swiss rider of this category, 22 years old and third at the Winter Games in Remarkables. 15th at the Les Arcs 4-star, so really just taking the result from the 4-star in New Zealand to rank himself high enough to get into this competition. Super excited to be on the challenge, as he said. Season-ending injury at the end of last year. So fought his way back into fitness after having those injuries. Sometimes that's ultimate for the motivation. You've really missed your sport and you want to come back and express yourself again. So Nicholas Mendel dropping in, goofy rider.
He's all smiles in the start gate, looking super hyped to get out there on the course. And he spent a year and a half in New Zealand, so he should be well used to riding some pretty hard-packed conditions, which should come into play today. Big air. Stomps a landing, finds that transition in the cross court.
Lining up on another one. These lads absolutely taking the 4 line, so that's 2 pretty good stomps so far in very difficult places.
And narrowly dodges a shark in the landing of that second air. It's looking pretty silky smooth as he comes into this section.
Airing across that couloir there to find the transition on the other side of it. Love these drone shots. Very difficult to get this much detail from any other technique of filming. Through that technical chute.
That was beautiful riding there, through a really techie section, and he just rode through really strong.
And the first person to get the tactics just right, get the size of the airs he's using on point for the level of skill he's able to deliver, and so far no control errors whatsoever. First to use the Heartbreak Hotel, trying to go into a backside 360, but not getting it done and then catching the nose. So I think it will still go into first place for now with just that one control issue, but it was certainly there.
We do call that the Heartbreak Hotel for a reason. It's a tricky cross-court air. You can take it 2 ways, but both of them, it's tricky landings.
Yeah, certainly not being used to the same extent this year as it has been in previous years, because the condition on the takeoffs there is not the same. Huffing and puffing as he gets down to the bottom. It's a lot of turns to keep the speed controlled.
Looking really centered over his board there, gets the grab in and dodges a shark in the landing there.
So upsetting!
That's why we call it the Heartbreak Hotel. He knows the judges are going to be punishing him for hooking up at the end there. Always a bit of a risk to add those 360 elements so late on in the run on these difficult conditions.
It's okay, good fun.
Still really happy with his run there, animated and excited. Just a little bit frustrated to have thrown all the points away on that last hit.
So the score is coming in for Nicholas Meindl.
Yeah!
Sliding into first position with 43 points.
Yes!
He'll take that. I don't know how long he'll last there. I think we'll have some pretty heavy-hitting riders coming up, but he can enjoy it for the moment.
And we're going back to the top for one I said at the top of the show that I'm really excited for. Timmy Shredder, super creative rider. Pretty rare that I see new lines done on the Mongon after 11 years of watching this thing, but Timmy able to find shoots that I've never seen used before. Also has an incredible freestyle background, great success earlier on in the season, first in the 4-star in Les Arcs and second in Le Rosier, qualifying him through to this one. Also had great success last year, second place in this particular competition in 2021 actually, and also second in Engadin. So he's had a few good seasons behind him, really experienced rider, really creative guy. Excited to see what Timmy Shredder's got for us.
And leading the qualifiers at this point, so the scores are zeroed out, so he's got to continue that strong trajectory to find his spot for the Freeride World Tour.
I wonder if that, if anything, makes him feel even more pressured to have gone from the top of the ranking back to neutral with everybody else. Naturally very confident guy.
You can see all the riders and staff up there cheering them on. It's a great vibe out on the face today.
And the very first person to head straight to the riders' right, look as left, finds a little air on the top there. Difficult conditions again, but controlling it well. Second air already, getting over a rock in the landing there.
Navigating through all the sharks there on the top, finding his next feature.
Great takeoff on this one, taking it cross court to find a good transition. And again, great control.
Big air there, takes that one long.
Grabbing Indy, showing even more control, so they're stacking up these air and style points from the judges. And so far the line pretty creative and fairly direct, so no hesitation anywhere. In very difficult conditions in this couloir. Traverses on the heel edge to get into another feature, gets spat a little bit, but again the experience and control to make sure that spit doesn't put him off his board.
And coming up on a big dog here.
Come on, Timmy. Another stomp and almost a double to fly out of that one. Now into the open field. Will he use the Heartbreak Hotel? Interesting tactical choice here. He can kind of force every rider behind him into using it. He's lining it up. But slashes in front of it very sensibly, I think.
Yep, he's seen it all before. Nice run there from Tim.
Yeah, I think super sensible to get one in the books super early on. 5 reasonable actions in that one. Not the biggest as we saw Christopher Charlet go, but yeah, I think very sensible with today's conditions, just adding up lots of smaller hits and riding them really, really well. So Timmy Shredder grabbing Indy and shifting into the finish area. Great job, buddy. I think that noise means conditions weren't perfect out there.
Yeah, he followed up with leg burner, which we can all appreciate.
Front side shifty, grabbing Indy on that. And immediately into that heel edge control. No hesitation on any of those setups. He was really fluid in between everything. Slight control issues where he found bad snow in the landing, but never getting the board out from under his feet. So
yeah, looking really strong and in control.
very possibly first place for now.
So the score comes in for Tim Schroeder at 65 points, sliding him into the hot seat. He'll be happy with that for now. Let's see what the rest of the field bring to contend with that.
And we'll be heading back to the top any second now for another Swiss rider, 22 years old. We got Remy Benamo, was third in our 3-star event earlier in the week. Top of the podium at the Verbier 2-star earlier in the year. And 8th position in Les Arcs to get him through and qualified. His qualification position 14th, so not the strongest as Timmy Shredder was, but certainly, as I mentioned, that might not put as much pressure on him. He's going to feel he's lucky to be here and ready to put on a show for us. Judges are ready then for Remy Benamo. Another big contingent of fans at the top of the face there. Him and Timmy really popular on the tour.
Always got to bring the good vibes for the Freeride family. So
Dropping
he is
in then.
on course. A goofy rider heading out.
Dodging sharks very effectively in that tricky first section. Lines up the first cliff. Front side 360, immediate hookups. He over-rotated it before he got his board to the floor. Shoulders were already beyond that toe edge, which then stopped immediately and sent him into a front flip. So
Pretty
no point
significant,
stacked up there.
pretty significant tumble there. Let's hope he's in a good mindset and he can shake it off and carry on with his run.
Just slightly proving the conditions of this year. We've seen people, Blake Marshall 720ing that particular rock last year. No one able to take it quite so big. Hearing his board clip rocks on the run up to that one. And another slight control issue, but he gets it back under control.
Solid air there.
Trying to grab Weddle, but I think missing it. Judges won't be too harsh to that. Sort of thing in a free ski or a slope style event you get punished really heavily for, but not so much in free riding.
Beautiful turns there at the bottom of the face. That was a pretty quick run considering he had a big tumble at the top.
Yeah, I got up from it very quickly, but if in the end that was the significant action and the plan for his run, and it's thrown him off a little bit. And cruising down towards the finish line. Love these pictures. You get to see the Civier Valley and Le Métier in the background.
Absolutely stunning scenes here in Nanda. Great day for the spectators and the riders.
Yeah, it's certainly a nice warm bluebird one out there for the fans watching on the face. Here's that front side 360 then, fantastic pop, but the shoulder's way beyond the rotation by the time he reached the landing.
Certainly over-rotated that one. Just kind of hooked him up in the landing.
This one, you heard him rocks on the way into it, but managing to keep control on that toe edge to make the cross-court takeoff, nearly gets spat over the front in the choppy conditions below him, but yeah, getting the board back underneath and getting it back under control to line up this next cliff. Yeah, reaching for Weddle, but I think if I was judging free skiing, I'd be pretty critical about that one.
So we are a few riders into the snowboard men's category. Lots of crashes, but some pretty awesome action out there on the face. So the score is coming in for Remy Benamo at 33 points, sliding him into third position for now. I don't think that will last too long, but we've still got Tim Shredder in the hot seat.
And waiting for Jakob Vega back at the top, 24 years old, comes out of 9th position in the FWQ ranking so far, 6th position in Les Arcs, but won the 3-star in Carpel, which followed the Freeride Junior Championship. I love that face there in Carpel. It's great fun and really cool to see us getting harder standards of faces on the 3-star program.
And he's a multi-sport kind of guy. He was the under-23 world champion in canoe slalom, which he gave up for his love of splitboarding and snowboarding. So
nice to have those summer sports that you can go back-to-back with and just keep yourself in a competitive mindset all the time. Jakob Vega into the face then. Regular rider.
lining up his first feature. Gets the grab in, rides out, controlling his speed on his hillside edge.
Really tweaking that Weddle and demonstrating the shifty with it, and then getting into this narrow couloir. Little cross-court air here. And then getting onto that traverse track to keep heading over towards the looker's left side of the face. Sensible, as we've mentioned, for those regular riders to head this way. A lot easier to traverse in these tricky conditions on a toe edge.
Yeah, he's in a pretty tech spot there in that chute, riding through with control. Foot not too much on the gas, but he's on top of a bit of exposure there and takes a decent air into the open face.
I saw some of the women's category going really, really big off that cliff, taking a slightly smaller takeoff on it and whipping a backflip, having had a little control error on the way into it. Looks like he stomped it. Huge whip. But really good control. If you put that much energy into it, it can be really difficult to slow it down sometimes. So Jakob Vega, the first of the stomped backflips today.
So he's got a 65 score to beat. Can he do it?
I think perhaps we're going to see that Timmy Shredder had a slightly more fluid line, but took it more conservative in the air and style category to just make sure he got that line done. So Jakob challenging the judges there. Is that backflip enough to beat the 3-4 hits that Timmy linked together with great fluidity?
We've got a few different judging criteria to work with. So fluidity, air and style that you mentioned, snowboarding technique, and control, of course.
Nice front side shifty into the finish area. Definite leg burner, but he's happy with that one. Jakob Vega getting a full pull there. And give credit for how specific the pop needed to be to go big. It's very steep through the entry and the exit of that one. Then this is amazing. Has this control error on the way in, immediately recovers himself and gets that backflip completely nailed, to be honest with you. Even if it was a very whippy takeoff, there was nothing wrong with the control on the exit. So definitely a challenger for first place with Timmy Shredder sitting on a 65. Plenty of space to go up from there.
So we've got the score coming in for Jakob Vega at 70 points, sliding into first.
Dropping his board, he's so excited. Knocking Timmy Shredder out of that hot seat then. Unbelievable from Jakob Vega. Still on a 70, so there's space to go up. We're back to the top for today's event wildcard. It's Florian Henrio. Big name in Nanda, this man. Lovely, lovely dude. I'm amazed the relationship I managed to build with him over riding here for 10 years. We hardly speak any French or English back and forth to each other, yet we definitely see eye to eye. Such is the free riding community.
Drawn together for the love of it. So Florian is on course and kicking up some snow in his first turns there.
And I'm telling you, this man has more than 70 laps on the Mongon, so more experience on this specific face than anybody else in the field. Been here for 10, 15 years, and he is a busy man. He's always out hiking mountains. Linking them together so far and looking good with the control, Florian. Let's keep it together.
Coming a bit unstuck on the landing there, but he's continuing through his run, giving a wave to the ski dudes there and the photographers.
And in the men's snowboarding field, the judges tend to sort of rank how severe those back slaps were. And if the cliff was worth 10 points, if you have a stage 3 as he just did, then you probably got -5 for it in the end.
So he's got to stack a few more features into his line to bump that score back up, get that thermometer hot.
This is a beautiful looking cliff, taking it straight off the nose. Not going too deep on it, but I think that's a sensible play with the conditions we've got. Just fantastic to see Freeboard compete at the Challenger Series, to be given that wild card on his home mountain. And he should be stoked with that one. It's a small control issue in a very big run. 3 reasonable cliffs in there.
Yeah, we've seen a few spills in the snowboard men's category, so definitely have a dock for that one, but so far in the category it will still be a competitive run.
Here's that first cliff then. Really going off the biggest part he can. A little front side shifty. And then just unable to shut the speed down after it. And this is the one I've been mentioning all day. It's a really specific transition, because if you get too close to that rock on the looker's right of it, the transition comes back across you and tends to spit you out.
And I think he might have had his weight a bit far back on his board and lost that kind of directional control. So the judges are there arguing over the scores. Intense discussions going on while he anxiously awaits his score. Sending some big love to the fans. And we've got the score coming in for Florian Henrio at 48 points, which is good enough for third as it stands.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not going to hold up, as we've still got an awful lot of heat to come in this men's snowboarding category, and we're heading back to the top for the next of our Swiss riders. coming out of the qualifiers with a 3rd place ranking. He's been on the outside looking in for most of the season, 4th place in the Lazark 4-star and in Le Rosier also in 4th. But that's doing enough with a 3rd position in the 3-star here to get the points to make that Challenger series. So Julian Pichel from Switzerland. Nervous moments now for his first go on the Challengers this season.
So Julian Pichel on course. Regular rider heading out of the start gate there through the tricky snow in the top of the course.
Sensible to keep the speed a little lower in this top section. There's not a lot of points to be found, but plenty to be lost in that really choppy stuff. First hit then, a little bit cross-court, finds a good transition. Definitely the all-mountain board looking like the choice for today. Anything that's like too stiff, too powder specific. Front side 360 and nailing it.
Looking strong here in the tough conditions. Getting out over some serious exposure. What's he going to find for us riding through that chute? And on top of this big air. Following some of this,
Ooh, taking it directly to rocks below him there, not finding the line that he really needed to be specific with off that one. Here's a bit of a sniper landing between 2 rocks, and he's shot it too far out towards his rider's right, getting pitched over it.
Took that one a bit far cross court when he should have been 4-line to avoid that rock. Let's hope he's okay. That was a pretty big impact straight onto his board, but
yeah, it's definitely a board breaker, and he's done well for it to not be an ankle breaker. And having to readjust the binding as it seems to have smashed him loose. Shame, because that was really stacking up to be a potentially winning run with the cleanliness of that front side 3. First of the snowboarders to actually be accurate enough with the rotation in the air to deal with the conditions in the landing.
looks like he is riding quite cautiously, so I wonder if he's got a bit of a sore foot.
Yeah, I'm sure that right foot is bruised. It really took the... yeah, and the director telling us that his board may have cracked under the foot there, so he's not got any control through that toe edge. As we say, after an impact like that, really important just to take it steady, get yourself off the mountain safely. Yeah, a little frustrated to have just, it only needed to be 4-line by a metre more than he shot it to the right, and he would have been fine.
Yeah, those blind takeoffs can bring some little surprises in the landing there.
And we mentioned that with a lot of the takeoffs on the Mongon, in this condition, they're quite convex, dropping away from you. You have to pop early, make sure you're on the correct line. Here's that front side 3 then. That was really casual, nicely done. Yeah, I hope our director shows us a few more of that shot rather than me having to watch him ride straight into that rock.
Quite curious to see the state of his snowboard after that.
Had one rider in Nanda once managed to chop an actual tree down with a snowboard that was called the Axe. I always found that a funny story.
It's not very environmental. So we've got a score coming in for Julian. And he is sliding into 8th place with 10 points. Significant control issue in that air. And as you see, he looks
a bit ginger on that right foot. Yeah, keeping his weight off the right foot there. Might need an ice bath on that one. We're back to the top then, and one of the riders I am most excited to announce today, Elliot Dancer, was the first snowboarder to land to try a double flip in our 3-star here the other day. He's one of those riders that's not putting a tactical run together for the judges. He just lives on the limit all the time, this boy. And if you mess around enough, you're going to find out. He's doing it all the time. This guy has tried more times than you failed.
And he is from the Nanda Freeride team, so safe to say he also is very familiar with the Mongon face, meaning that he will navigate it extremely well.
And he lives just above Le Bob in Nanda, so you'll catch him there at the end of every day. Sensibly riding through this top section with lots of control. Into the first cliff and back, flipping it bigger than anybody else has gone. It isn't a butt check, but definitely a small control issue out of that.
Another solid air there.
So linking the backflip into another air.
Definitely having some fun out there on the face today. Getting some big air time in.
He's pretty likely to have another freestyle element lower down. He's great for putting a backflip and a 360 in his run. He's got all the elements of the game. Another solid air going cross court, riding this ridge line. Beautiful pop on that one, but just slightly slipping out on the heel edge, rocks below it.
Taking a little corner off that cliff band there, making his way through the chute, riding fluid. And another big air almost collides with the drone.
Drone pilot's just not expecting him to get that much high out of it. So the local crowd going absolutely wild for the true local boy, Elliot Dancer. Wonder how harsh the judges are going to be, because there were 2 control issues to my count in there, even if the backflip was pretty beautifully done. We haven't got a lot of scores up in the 70s yet.
Yeah, there's been a lot of errors in this category. They're really pushing the limits of the conditions out there on the face, but he is stoked.
He's
what a
always
vibe.
stoked. He could land on his head and he'd be that happy anyway. He just loves snowboarding, this lad. Here's the highlights then from a great run. Here's the backflip. Snow kicking away from the takeoff, but still finding all of the pop he needed. Slightly spat out, but keeping his butt out of the floor there and getting it controlled on the heel edge.
Yeah, maybe a wee hand down on that one.
Look at the rocks on that takeoff, very deliberate. Gets the pop in before that becomes a problem, but a little bit short. Just popping early means he doesn't get over the transition, and that slightly sits him down again.
Yeah, the judges won't have missed those little issues in the landings there, but some great airtime and a great show.
And such is the nature of men's snowboarding. You've got to risk it if you want to get that biscuit.
So we've got the score coming in for Elliot at 63 points. Good enough for third as it stands, but we've still got quite a few heavy-hitting riders to come through this field.
And that podium score starting to creep up and up, though. It's getting more difficult for them. I'll leave you to introduce the Kiwi rider here, Ronan Thompson. 8th position from the FWQ ranking so far. 2nd in the Winter Games NZ on the Remarkables face.
Yeah, he's a strong rider out of the North Island of New Zealand. Most of our Kiwi riders come from Wanaka, New Zealand, but Ronan is actually from the Maunga, Mount Ruapehu. And so he's used to riding some volcanic maritime snowpack, and he's getting some cheers from his comrades up there on the ridge, ready to ascend.
Iciest hike of my life, getting to the bowl of the Ruapehu volcano. Dropping in and looking confident in the hard pack straight away, slashing what little snow there is. Beautifully solid technique. Able to change edge in a heartbeat.
Yeah, great board handling skills. Backside 3, but a tumble. I think he might have got a bit caught up as he set that one.
Looked like the intention was to kind of set a bit of a hand drag 3 into that, but never recovered the cork of the axis and ends up getting spat over his toe edge.
He continues on. Few control issues there. I think he might be a bit shaken up from that top tumble.
He had to readjust the goggles in between there, so I wonder if he's getting as much detail from what's in front of him as he needs to.
Free riding is always more difficult by braille, and that might be, as you say, what we're observing here.
There he goes.
So he's ditching the goggles.
Let's get them off altogether. They're too full of snow now after a 3rd face plant, and he looks a little disappointed with himself, definitely going out there, taking all the risks.
He's white rooming himself with no goggles, also difficult. He's having
play.
a tough day at the office.
Oh, he left the gate with so much grace and confidence, and it didn't play out for the rest of the face. So the moment that backside 3 didn't work for him, losing concentration a little bit.
You know, this might be too much snow for a Kiwi snowboarder.
Not enough tussock. He needed more like grass to jump over, would have given him the confidence.
Maybe some volcanic rock thrown in there.
There we are. Really is a beautiful day out. If you ever had the opportunity to climb to the crater and see the sulfuric lake in the bottom, make sure you don't fall in it, because it melts you apparently. But yeah, one of the most beautiful places I was able to ride in New Zealand. And some of the best spring corn I've ever ridden. Once we traversed across the crater and exited on the other, it was the iciest climb, and then the best spring corn I've skied in years.
It is pretty phenomenal up there. They have a pretty special snowpack. So you're right, he did go for the hand drag there and just over rotates, and his face goes straight into the ground as he lands.
Pumping his goggles full of snow, and then, as we say, we think he was blind into this next section of the course. Beautiful pop there, great ollie.
So a super solid snowboarder who did not have his day on the mountain today.
I wonder if that board just proving a bit soft in the nose for him, because it was consistently that direction where he got trapped and pitched over it.
There we see it again, hand drag backside to the face.
Never on the axis, it was always going to go that way for him, I'm afraid, from the takeoff.
Oh, he's a snowy guy.
He does not look happy, not waiting for the sponsors board. He is going to exit stage left.
Got a score coming in for Ronan there. Bit of a throwaway, 8 points in 10th position. And he's just having a wee lie down.
Yeah, I feel you, mate. That looked like hard work. Heading back to the top then, the next rider du La France is Sacha Balicot, 25 years old. Perhaps one of our riders getting a little lucky to qualify out of 18th place with events being cancelled. He was first in the 3-star in Avoriaz and won the Chamonix 2-star. 14th in the 3-star at Broussard, but apparently that enough points to get him qualified to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, as mentioned, we've had a few 4-star cancellations, which has really played against the riders that have been at the top level of the FWQ this season. But Sacha Balicot is here in the start gate. He's made it to the Challengers, and he is super stoked to drop in and make his mark on the Mongon face.
Says he's motivated to give it his best, enjoy the experience and to the fullest and learn from it. So perhaps seeing this as a stepping stone. But often when you take that attitude, you take all the pressure off yourself, and it's possible to perform to a high level anyway. So Sacha Balicot dropping in.
Yeah, if you're riding for yourself and riding for fun, that's nice to watch for the judges, and it typically scores pretty well.
Regular rider making his way out to the looker's right side of the face. And there is a bit of a limit to how far they can go this way because we ran the 3-star on the lower section of here. Grabbing Indy and absolutely smashing this top section. One of the most fluid performances so far.
Yeah, dodging a shark in the landing there, looking super smooth.
And that one he had to go pretty big on to go long enough to get over the rocks in the transition. Did well with that and then couldn't get the speed shut down before coming into this technical section of exposure. Backside 360 from a double. That was really, really nicely done.
Making some beautiful turns, finding his next features. Another backside 3.
With those 2 360s, perhaps stacking up a few points beyond his control issue above that. So certainly not a throwaway run by any means. Kept after it and found really good features to that second backside 360 was a sensible one to carve up on the toe edge, gave him loads of pop, and he controlled it really well.
And as we might have mentioned a few times already, there's been significant errors in a lot of the snowboard bends category. So if you can put together a great run still with errors, you still may be in contention. We've still got 3 riders to go. So it's all to play for, really.
That's it. And we've got Elliot Dancer in 3rd place on a 63 at the moment. Had slightly larger control errors than that with less air and style except for that backflip at the top. So potentially a podium spot for the moment. This was massive. Tries to reach in and grabs Weddle. It's a bit of a boot touch. Looked really good and then just gets spat as he finally tries to shut the speed down because he had exposure below him. And here's that lovely carving into backside 3. Using a much more neutral setup on his board and looks like a bit more of a park-orientated setup all round. So probably a sensible idea for today's conditions.
So he is anxiously awaiting the score, probably not aware of all the scores that have come before him. So with that error, he might not be expecting great things as of yet.
Sun God rider. It's a beautiful top sheet on that board. Big fan of that.
So we've got the score coming in here for Sasha, 59 points, good enough for the chocolate medal for now. We've still got 3 more riders to go, including Hugo Serra, who is a big threat on the face today.
Judges deciding that Elliot Dancer's control issues weren't as significant. We're going back to the top for Loic Lorcher du La France. 34 years old, so one of the senior riders, and again coming out with a ranking of 16th from the FWQ, 7th position in Les Arcs, 4th at our 3-star here in Nanda, 5th at the 3-star in Carpel, and 6th in Le Rosier, giving him enough points to qualify for our Challenger Series.
Yeah, and he's qualified quite low down in the pack, so we spoke to that being probably a psychological advantage coming into the Challenger Series where your ranking is zeroed out. So let's see what he makes of that.
Oh, grabbing stale fish and going pretty big to clear that rock in the landing there. And that bit more technical to front side shifty and grab stale fish.
Navigated some serious pepper on that last takeoff.
And lovely technique, he's looking super solid. Stacking up the air, so there's a 3rd one for us, and no control issues so far. Just managing to hang on to the heel edge to get the entry he needed into this part of the face. Oh, and first control issue, needed to get the speed really controlled because he's coming into a very narrow and very fast exiting chute. That was beautifully done in the end.
The judges won't have missed that small error at the top of the chute though. And he's making another error there before he finally runs out of features.
Still had a few errors in those 3rd and 4th place runs as they stand at the moment. Whether that run, it certainly had a lot of fluidity until that moment he got spat above the couloir there. And otherwise perhaps just lacked a little bit in the air and style category, except for the lovely stale fish on the first hit. Into the finish area then. Couple of 360s, he appreciates his day out on the Mongon.
He has a giant camera on his head.
The Insta 360 just looks that bit longer than the GoPro, doesn't it?
So great board handling skills in between features. Gets the grab for a second
Yeah,
on
just
the nose
touching
there.
Melon on that one. And that was impressive, grabbing Melon, then getting shut down on the heel edge, and he needed to get back over to this line if he missed the entry there. A lot of the exciting part of his line was through this really narrow couloir he's about to set up on. And there's him just getting spat before he set into that couloir. Yeah, the face check has really told us there's a lot of sugary snow to it, which does make it possible to have some absorption in the landings, but it also hides those sharks.
Judges are still debating the score on this one.
Yeah, it did have a lot of other qualities to it, that run. Really fluid and a nice concept for a line, linking lots of airs together. It's about, was that as big a backslap as we saw from Elliot Dancer? Challenger for 3rd or 4th place in my head.
Getting an up-close and personal look at the snow conditions here in Nanda.
There's one of our photographers.
Give us a wave.
Ralph Welpener waiting for his run, chilling out on the rocks in the sun.
Yeah, it's a great spot actually to have a wee pit stop before the top. You can see a little bit more of the looker's right of the face from there, and you can see, you know, other riders dropping in and how they're navigating through the tricky hard pack conditions.
And really great after your face check to have an idea of how the conditions are evolving.
So we've got the score coming through for Loic Lorcher, 64 points, sliding into 3rd, bumping Elliot Dancer off there for now.
Just a 1 point difference, so the judges thinking those control issues were fairly similar, but more fluidity in the end coming from Loic Lorcher puts him into 3rd place. We go back to the top for one of my top picks for the day, Hugo Serra. 1st place so far in Le Rosier and 2nd place in Les Arcs. Was also 2nd on our podium at the Backcountry Invitational event here, and it's become an absolute staple of that because the character he brings to it goes absolutely massive. Front, backside, cork 7. He's got every element in his riding, this man. Hugo Serra then.
Yeah, so far near the top of the FWQ ranking in second position. So he's in that spot where he's built expectations, but now those scores are zeroed out. So all of the pressure, none of the points. So he's got to put on a good show here in Nanda today. He's lining up his first hit there. Threeing into the face, bit of a hand down in the landing there.
I think ultimately controlled in the end, but certainly not a perfect stomp and smooth run out. A little front side shifty off that one. And there's something just so relaxed about his style of riding. He's certainly got that technical basis that allows him to not use a lot of muscle tension to have control of his board. Tricky conditions in these narrow couloirs now.
Spicy takeoff there, but rides out strong on his heel side edge.
Hugo Serra making a bid for the podium here. Backside 360 with a bit of a cork and an absolute stomp. So 2 360s and the second one was perfection.
A strong run here from Hugo.
For what we've seen so far, that puts him right at the top of that air and style criteria. Gonna use the Heartbreak Hotel, is he? We call it that for a reason, but he's solid in the legs and stomps that one.
Using the full travel of his legs to absorb that pretty flat landing there.
Yeah.
That was a solid run from Hugo. Excited to see what the judges make of that one.
If you do want to take that 4-line nose off the Heartbreak Hotel, you typically have to run a bit more speed, but again, the conditions at the top of that cliff really sharky and difficult, so he did really well to take it as deep as he did, find some sort of transition, front side 180 into the finish. Hugo Serra definitely threatening the top of the podium, I think. Both 360s, the second one, as I say. And this one to set up front side from that turn was something special. You can see how solid he is in the air. Just had to use a hand for a second to regain balance, but this second 360 is something really special. Getting a little bit corked on it as well, but look at that for a stomp in the sniper landing.
Beautiful stuff there. And that really minor error that he had off his top three in the scale of the errors that we've seen in this category, I think it won't even touch the sides.
And as you say, it's cancelled out by fluidity. Definitely line choice seems really smart because it allowed him to unlock those air and style elements more effectively than you've seen anybody else so far. Hugo's happy with it.
We've got the score coming in here for Hugo. 80 points, sliding him into the hot seat. He'll be stoked with that one. We've only got one more rider to go in this category, so he is guaranteed first or second position.
Great season for Hugo Serra. Confidence is absolutely got to be building as he heads now to Jasna and Obergurgel in the hot seat. Brilliant stuff from Hugo Serra. We'll head back to the top for the last rider, Florian Henrio from Austria. 33 years old and coming in with a 5th place ranking, 3rd in the Le Rosier 4-star, 2nd in the couple 3-star. And yeah, also on the podium in 3 stars in Kitzstein, Horn and at the Jam Extreme. So no stranger to the podium this season, looking confident and relaxed. It's a difficult act to follow, but Florian Henrio dropping in.
And I'm suspicious we will see some freestyle elements coming in from this German-Austrian rider who is, according to our notes, the 2018 champ of freestyle in Germany. So he's definitely charging into the face, looking super strong.
Front side shifty, grabbing Indy, and again, cross-court takeoffs, but using them really sensibly.
Going almost too fast for the drone.
It's 3 Indies. Keep stacking up the control in the air there. Slight issue as he rips across some sharks in the landings.
And he's taking a big traverse. So as we mentioned, you've got to make it worth the while for the judges. If you're traversing for a feature, it's got to be a really decent one. So now my expectations are high.
And maybe they should, because here he comes, lining up the big one. Another front side shifty, grabbing Indy. Finding a new landing from that takeoff that other people haven't before.
He's making his way over, up onto this takeoff taken by Tiff. Takes it maybe a bit smaller than she did, but just super smooth. And just adding in all these little...
Then the butt check at the end.
Yikes.
Yeah.
It's Hate to see it.
The concept of that line was to add up lots of small features and to ride them fluidly. So if you haven't taken the risk of going as big as the other guys, you better be really clean. So I wonder if that's going to be enough for the podium now.
Certainly a solid run considering the errors that we've seen in the category, but I don't think that's enough to contend for the top spot there.
As we saw small control errors in the runs that are currently on the podium, they also had great air and style elements, a lot of freestyle in them. So. Yeah, sensible cross-court airs to try and make sort of 10 airs in total out of the run, but all of them pretty small.
Yeah, agreed. Great fluidity, but air and style could have been a little more jacked. Great control though, beautiful board handling skills.
And variety doesn't come hugely into it, but it's an awful lot of indie grabs. There are other grabs available on the board.
Nice. Sick run.
Gives huge congratulations to Hugo Serra. It's the first to congratulate him.
Yeah, fuck.
We wait for the final score of the men's snowboarding category.
Anxious moments. It's the last rider of this category.
Elliot Dancer hoping to hang on to the points from his fourth place finish at the moment. Is this one going to threaten? It's around that area. And as a judge, I'll be the first to promote these little pauses, as it's really important to get these scores right for these athletes. It changes their entire season, so please take your time, make sure the correct score goes in the book.
And we can see our ski woman winner there, Sybil Blondi, having a good time with her friends in the crowd and cheering on the rest of the categories.
Bertie scratching his head with this one.
So we have got the score coming in for Florian Henrio at 58 points, good enough for 7th.
There you go.
So that means our winner
So we're
is Hugo Serra. We're going to pop to the finish line for an interview.
Congratulations, Hugo, for that stunning run. How did you feel right now? And I had a question for you. How did you feel while you were going up at the starting gates? And what do you feel now?
Yeah, it's always super hard to be relaxed and to do your good snowboarding on the competitions. I try to take it easy, walking up, and try to don't think about all these competition aspects. And yeah, super stoked to storm the run. It's always a lot of pressure. You want to do good. Everyone dreams with the World Tour. Super stoked that it's starting good for me. I hope it's gonna follow. It's gonna carry on like that.
Ok, je traduis pour tous nos spectateurs en français. C'est vrai que c'est toujours difficile d'être relax sur une compétition, surtout quand on est sur une Challenger. Donc tu as essayé de monter, d'être dans ton monde et de ne pas toujours penser que c'était toute une compétition autour. Et puis tu as juste fait un super run et tout le monde rêve d'être sur le tour et c'est ce que je te souhaite.
Merci beaucoup. Je souhaite le meilleur à tout le monde. Bonne chance à tous et à la prochaine.
Merci Hugo.
Et bonjour à toute ma famille. Salut maman, salut papa, salut papy, salut mamie, salut ma sœur. Et j'ai survécu une fois de plus.
I survived once again. That's what Hugo said. Thanks a lot. Bye.
That is exactly what the family wants to hear. I survived again.
Say thanks to the grandma and good luck to all the ski men's category, which is coming up. We're going to take a quick look at the final ranking then for the men's snowboard category. Hugo Serra, our champion on the Mongon today. Followed 10 points below Jakob Vega, also the first to land that backflip. Tim Shredder, no stranger to the podium here. He's honoured again in 3rd place.
So not much of a shake-up there. We had Tim Shredder coming in first position. He slid to 3rd. And Hugo, who was in 2nd, who has jumped up to number 1. So congratulations to the whole snowboard field. It was a fantastic show. Let's check out some of the highlights from the snowboard men category. So absolute show-stopping moments in snowboard men, a few thrills and spills there. Next up, we have ski men, which is undoubtedly going to be an incredible category. We've got a bunch of heavy-hitting riders, some of them from the FWT that have come on the shy side of the cut, and we've also got some really exciting, young, up-and-coming new ski men.
Yeah, a few names there in that category that really excited me throughout the season. Victor Hale-Woods and Niels Versen coming through those qualifiers with real style. And of course, you got names like Ralph Welpener, the Easy Tiger, more than 40 World Cup slopestyle starts, and now a year on the FWT as well, and desperate to get his spot back there. Honourable mention definitely goes to Teo Vuillamo, our local legend, has been given the wild card after his performance in the three-star event here. Yeah, really, really impressive field all round, and as ever, I think with the men's skiing, we can expect to see fireworks.
So let's check out the start list for ski men. We're kicking things off with Blake Marshall of Queenstown, New Zealand, then Benjamin Pichler from Austria. At the back of the field there, we've got Sebastian Valle. He's competed multiple times on the Mongon face and will be a big threat, as is Ben Richards, who has been making a real splash in skiing in general across multiple categories this winter.
And you might have noticed him casually slipped in there, but Abel Moga also missing the cut to get to Fieberbrunn, so in order to win his spot, has got to come through the challenges again. He's such a big name, all that experience on the World Tour and all of those crazy exciting lines. Couple of other names like Martin Bender, local boy from Verbier, and Freeride junior champion, another one who really impressed at the Backcountry Invitational here earlier in the season. And also special shout out to Edvin Olsen. We've mentioned Usason being this hotbed of Swedish talent, and too many riders coming out of there, not to mention that there must be something in the water.
Absolutely. We are heading up to the top. We've got Blake Marshall in the start gate. He has had a couple of years on tour and then didn't requalify last year, so he's been battling his way in the trenches of the Freeride qualifying tour this season. He's had some great results. He won Remarks. That's his home resort where he teaches and skis a lot, and then has had some other comps running this season so far.
And yeah, Blake Marshall shows that pedigree with even working as a freestyle coach down in Queenstown on the Remarkables. Not a stranger to a 720. I tried to challenge him on that at the face check yesterday, and I think he was feeling the conditions probably aren't going to let him push his limit when it comes to freestyle. But no stranger to a cork 3, which might well be possible today. So dropping in and immediately thundering down the face.
Shifting his way through all the salt and pepper up there, finding his first air with the 360.
Immediate right 360. Managed to grab Tindy on it for a second, but not exactly tweaked. Perfect control in the landing, though.
Oh, he is getting into that spicy zone that we saw Leia have real issues in, but he's got no problems. Backslap landing, but rides out.
Totally
strong.
different takeoff with far more rocks protruding from that one, so really had to take speed. Pop early and strong, got spat over the heels a little bit, but rides away.
Going super long on that one. He's really just flashed the face. This is a super fast and fluid line.
If you've got to open a category, that's how it's done, everyone. Blake Marshall throwing the gauntlet down for everyone behind him. Just the one tiny back slap, but 360, very innovative lines, completely closed out, and dangerous mandatory jumps in some of the zones there. Blake Marshall, a very energetic fire run.
I think he'll be happy with that one. Just taking his time into the finish line there.
Yeah, should be big smiles on your face there, Blake. You risked it for a biscuit and it all pulled off for you. So a full pull, first run of the day. Let's see this first 360 then, right side. Yeah, it's very much a Tindy touch, not the purist free skier's favourite grab in the game, but in that condition, we'll take it.
Looked a little messy in the air, so a little bit to tidy up for next time for Blake. But looking super solid in that long jump there.
Oh, finding a bit of a compression beyond the transition there, jumping clear over the rocks. See that World Tour pedigree. Despite little errors at the top of the run, just keeping his eyes on the prize, and this section particularly, same place as Eva Batola skied into and that Leah Schrapuy got trapped but no hesitation whatsoever, and taking a much bigger takeoff there. Needing to pop early. Yes, does get compressed because he finds a little bit of a side transition, but brilliant job.
That was just an incredibly difficult takeoff, short transition. So I think he made good work of it. We've got the score coming in for Blake Marshall at 78 points. As the first rider, he is automatically sliding into the hot seat. It's a good anchoring score there. The judges have got a lot of room to work up and down from 78 points.
It's difficult to get a score up in the 80s if you're the first rider to drop, because they're going to want to leave 20 points above that. So a 78 is quite the statement from the judges to say they think that was right up there. We're moving back to the top for our next Austrian rider. Bib number 40 is Benjamin Pichel. 28 years old and 5th place in the rankings from the Freeride World Qualifiers earlier in the season. He was second in the Les Arcs 4-star. Not such a strong performance in similar conditions to this in La Rosière with a 13th place finish. And he was 21st in his first ever 4-star, which was last year in Verbier, so pretty fresh to this level of competition.
And he works as a ski instructor. He said that he spends most of his time in a snowplow. So let's see if we see that one come into play on the Mongon face.
And he makes the statement that speed is key. Some of these Austrian riders have an entire ethos of never skiing anything controlled, or, well, controlled is the wrong word, but slowly putting it on the limit. Same rock as Blake Marshall, 360ing, but going a lot bigger on it.
And maybe a bit tidier, I would say, and just looking really fiercely fluid out there. Oh, gets caught on that one. I think there was a protruding rock on his takeoff.
Yeah, you absolutely saw his left foot there just get stopped before he was able to complete the pop and get the trajectory he needed to find the transition. So did well to control it a little bit like someone farted in the car, and he needed to get the windows down as quick as he could.
And he is heading up onto that feature, taking it a different direction, seeing what he can find on that side of the face. But he's declared it done, and then he is running it out to the bottom of the face there.
Yeah, so it's a little bit frustrated with that, I'm sure. Difficult with the face check from the distance to know that takeoff was going to have a shark on the top of it. It was quite an aggressive transition of a takeoff, so unexposed to the sun. Otherwise, I think he was definitely challenging Blake. We'll see what the judges think, but it's a pretty big control error in the end. Let's see this 360 though. He runs that from a fair bit further away and goes genuinely massive on it. Great control in the air. Slightly over-rotating, but manages to recover it onto the left edge straight away.
Also a solid one. Landing a little bit back seat.
Where's that shark takeoff? No, that isn't it. That's another perfect one. Going massive there. Slightly short of the transition, but strong enough to deal with it. Waiting then. Jordan Brichot and Bertie Deneveau having a bit of a conversation about this one, trying to decide how severe that error is. Yep, judges really having to think this one through. As I say, I'm hugely in support of television not shouting at judges trying to do their job. Make sure, especially at this point, we've got to get those anchor scores in the right place to see how we rank the rest of the field.
And the next rider we have up in the start gate is New Zealand's Manu Barnard. Half Kiwi, half French. He's a multicultural guy. He's just been on the shy side. Whoops. Let's go for Benjamin Pichel's score, 50 points, sliding into to second for now, but I don't think that will stand up for too long as we've got a massive field of stacked riders. We were just talking of Manu Barnard, who we see there in the start gate. He's had a tough debut season on the Freeride World Tour, not displaying his strongest skiing. He's an incredibly talented and creative rider, and so I'm excited to see if he can get back in the groove for the Challenger Series.
Deep in thought there in the start gate, starting to build that energy up. He was 6th here last year and 2nd in the Google Open Faces, so did very well to work his way as such a young man straight to the World Tour. But unfortunately 20th position in Ordino wasn't enough to keep him in the cut. Ripping in then Manu Barnard.
Looking super strong. He is no stranger to conditions like these. Comes for a big backy, pulls it round, looking really solid there and taking some real speed into the next section of the face.
Landing in exposure but showing the control to dodge the rocks below him. Finding another hit then, and there's no hesitation between any of this. Turns it into a double, but unfortunately finding sharks before he got to the second part of that cliff.
And he's lost a ski there, so that is not the run he had planned today.
Yeah, that certainly puts a lot of pressure back on Manu's shoulders there, looking for a heater in this one. 2 more challenges left to get those points to get himself back onto the World Tour, but he's a young fella. Plenty of time left in the career to rebuild.
Yeah, and he has been struggling with a few injuries in New Zealand last summer, but he came into this season with a healthy body. But you can see just that takeoff is peppered with sharks. I think he got caught up before he went over the cliff.
I've got no idea where his ski is, but his pole is right in the landing.
Yeah, he'll need to retrieve that pole to ensure the safety for the other riders, and then his ski is below him. So he's got a wee bit of a yard sail pickup to get sorted before he can make his merry way down.
And this is one of those situations where if that bit of snow above can trip Manu Barnard up, then it makes it very difficult to see how one of our ski dudes is going to get into that.
And he has just sat himself down and is not moving, which is an indicator that he might need some assistance. He's holding his knee. He's had 2 ACL problems on each knee. He's evened himself out. But yeah, we don't want to speculate. He's certainly Copus mentis, just checking himself out. Hopefully it's just a wee fright to the knee.
Yeah, I think he gave us a wave with the adrenaline pumping there, but now he's sat down just aware, and once you've had those ACL injuries, you do start to get a feeling for what they're like, and it's certainly a sensible thing not to risk it and wait for assistance if you've got that particular injury. And yeah, it's just such an unfortunately common injury in skiing. Our legs are exposed by having these 1.80 plus planks strapped to our feet. And
great connection in that landing.
And look at that technique as he gets straight on the outside foot.
So here comes one of our extremely talented snowboard ninjas, just working their way through that nasty rock face, grabbing the pole.
Getting down to Manu, and he can then jump on the radio and just let us know if we require assistance in the face.
Yeah, he's checking his knee out.
And we'll make sure we take all the time we need here and get Manu off the face in the safest way.
Looks like they're just having a wee corridor, having a wee chat, seeing what the situation is, and then they'll make a plan. As we mentioned, we've got doctors, guides, ski dudes, and a full security team to get riders safely down.
All of whom have great experience working on this particular contest and on the Mongon itself. So nice to have a medical team here in Nanda that know what they're doing, not just obviously with the medical profession, but with the ability to ski and understand these faces well enough to get to the riders when we need them. Here we go then for Manu, gets spat into that rock.
Yeah.
In the end gets a little bit lucky not to hit rocks any harder than that.
So we've just had word from directors that we're going to get ski patrol down to see Manu, have a better assessment there on the face and make a plan for extraction.
Yeah, really unfortunate to get sharked out before he got into the peppery takeoff. So by the time he needed to be popping, he was getting crushed over the front of his left boot.
Yeah, he looked a little bit inside as he was coming into that cliff, and it looked like he could see that enormous shark sticking up, and it's that kind of when you see a tree and try not to hit it and you just ski straight into it.
Object fixation, it's easy to create your own destiny at that point. And yeah, always an awkward angle if the inside ski does trap in the snow and your body gets ahead of your boot, then you can't get the pressure off it. It tends to put an awful lot of torque through the knee. Manu opting to butt slide down to his other ski.
Someone's just phoning a friend there, getting some last-minute line tips. Okay, so we've just heard word that Manu does have a sore knee, but he's feeling strong enough and stable enough to ski down gently himself. So shout out to his family that are no doubt all tuning in. Seems like he's going to be all good, but maybe give him a ring when he gets down.
Shame. I was looking forward to seeing Manu in the pub later tonight. Always a great character.
Always a good vibe.
And as we've mentioned before, that just puts a bit of pressure on Virgil Didier. He's waiting in the start gate now, and whilst you try and kind of measure the arousal levels and keep picking them up gradually so they peak just before that drop in, if you're then given a 20-minute hold, it can really take away from that confidence.
Certainly makes it tricky. You've got to shoot for that optimal level of arousal. You don't want to be too keyed up, nor do you want to be too relaxed.
So Manu not being too ginger with that left foot. No ski on it, but he's still got it in the snow as he cruises his way down off the face.
Yeah, he's a super strong guy, but we will encourage him to take his time as he goes to retrieve his other pieces of kit and get safely to the finish.
Looks like a bit of fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, someone give that man a sledge.
Pictures of Edvin Olsen up the top there. He's in a good mood. Should be confident after the season he's had. Finally getting down, so Manu's other ski did about a third of the Mongon on its own. He has got down to that now. And I'm a big fan of those pivot bindings. Feel like they're bolted to your feet until there's no sort of pressure build up. They just go click and they're off when they need to be.
Definitely what you need from a binding.
So yeah, really nice to see Manu not looking like a man who's just broken his ACL again. He's got a lot more confidence in that leg than I thought he would do.
Definitely. Maybe his knee surgeon is also tuning in from New Zealand and hoping his handiwork hasn't come undone.
Did you manage to make it out of a competitive ski career with no ACL reconstructions?
Both ACLs intact.
Lucky,
knock
lucky
on
one.
wood.
Yeah. I did not.
It's almost a badge of honour in the freeride community, isn't it? And Manu's got two.
So it will be a no score for Manu Barnard, unfortunately. Blake Marshall coming straight in to check on him. Always love that, specifically with the Kiwi freeride community. You people are really, really tight, lovely, lovely people. That's why the standard on such a small community is reached the very top, and you have 3 people here of coming back from the World Tour.
Yeah, and just get a wee cuddle from your friends. Bit of man love in the finish there.
Fantastic images of the Mongon there with the Montafon Massif in the background.
Glorious mountain.
Le Bec des Eternes on the left there. And we're back to the top finally for Virgil Didier. Came out of a 6th position ranking, 3rd place in the Nanda 2-star, 4th in the Les Arcs 4-star, and 9th in Le Rosier. Hailing out of Chamonix Mont Blanc. Obviously such a famous region for the right reasons. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to go skiing with absolutely the most steep and extreme terrain in Central Europe. So Virgil Didier building himself up and on course.
Dropping in, let's see if he finds some of that Chamonix Nar here on the Mongon face. Working his way through the top there, 360 to start out with.
Nice lead shifty to keep his eyes ahead of the rotation, spots it and stomps it, links it straight away, controls the speed with just 2 beautiful turns and then onto the next cliff.
Heading into that closeout area that we saw Blake Marshall, but
the ski
losing a
immediately
ski.
ejected. He didn't even look like he fell over, but the binding gave up on him. Yeah, crazy area, so a very different line through that to what we saw either Batola and Blake Marshall take, but absolutely boosting. And yeah.
He's just testing the snow there, see if it's still good.
Yeah, it was nothing to do with a very French exclamation about bindings. So, real shame, yeah, he looked like he landed fairly 4-point, a little bit of extension off his heels, and the binding was already gone. He then rode away on one foot.
I felt like that was almost unjustified. Riders at the top are typically quite careful to have someone check their boots and make sure they've got no residual ice under the ski boot so that you don't have any strange loading in your binding. But yeah, he's unfortunately taking away a no score today.
So I'm not sure if I'm really allowed to do this, but we counted the crashes at the Mammoth Free Skiing World Cup, and out of 53, 47 of them were on Tyrolia bindings. So, yeah, not going to say anything more about that, but if you're purchasing your bindings, do have a good think about that. First 360 was pretty good, slightly over-rotating it, but immediately getting the rotation stopped on that right foot and doing well to turn that over rotation into the next turn and control. Literally just 2 turns he was on the next cliff. Wow, that is a very narrow spot between 2 sharks. Yep, perfect stomp there. Takeoff was extremely technical, and then he runs into this mandatory air closed out section, has to double through it.
Looks really solid. So I think that is certainly a binding failure. He looked very balanced over his ski. So
my old race coach would always tell me it's my responsibility to maintain my bindings and check the setup is perfect, but sometimes they just do that. Maybe the plastics get a bit soft in the heat or something, and yeah, it was a look pivot binding, which I was just singing the praises of, but that one let him down.
And a hot tip to wind down the din setting of your binding at the end of the season so they can have a wee rest over summer and then crank them back up for winter.
Yeah, very good tip. Yeah, is the binding even on the ski? Because he's coming down the ski, dude's going to bring it to him.
It's not going to be much good to him without a binding, but...
And it's bent back in the wrong direction, but pivots do that. We did see that at the Free Skiing World Championship last week. Christian Newmandahl's binding just left the arena. It's a ski dug in on the tail, ripped all 4 screws out of the heel piece, and then the ski carried on full 20 meters below him. So careful here, Virgil, because I know you're not in the best of moods and you're absolutely boosting out the bottom of the face. Keep the focus.
Yep, absolutely. We don't want to see another spill before you make it safely through.
There we go then, Virgil Didier crosses the finish line for a no-score performance. And we saw his frustrations beating the snowpack with his pole earlier.
Yeah, feeling a little robbed to lose a ski in a otherwise pretty strong-looking landing, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know if there was anything that hit the base of the ski that we couldn't see to cause it to eject, but he was absolutely 4-point with his body position. And we'll go back to the top then, because Lolo Rambo is our 2nd place qualifier at just 21 years old. He was 3rd in Le Rosier and 7th in Les Arcs. Coming out of Le Clusaz, I mentioned it 100 times, there's something in the water there, and Seb Michaud, such a legendary coach, has produced over and over again big names, obviously Candide Thovex, but yeah, you can just see the depth and strength and depth that we get from these riders. Lolo Rambo looking relaxed and confident even after seeing the big crash there from Virgil Didier.
Certainly impacts the rider's confidence in the start gate if you've got to wait for the riders in front of you to find their skis. You know that they've had some troubles on the face and could make you question your line or question the snow conditions, which is certainly challenging today.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't make anyone question that particular option from Virgil Didier. It was an amazing concept for a line, like really narrow, exposed, quite big. It had to be done as a double. So I hope people will go in there and see if it's physically possible. Lolo Rambo might be our man.
And again,
representing Mammoth, Switzerland, Salomon skis. Oh, sorry, line skis are on his helmet there. We've got Salomon written on our sheet. Dropping in then Lolo Rambo.
He's had a really strong performance through the qualifiers, but again is in that position where he's built expectation, but no longer carries the points. 360 and straight over the bars.
And the skis are gone. Yeah, something in that landing because he was pretty 4-point. Didn't look like there was any over rotation, but immediately they trapped up and he went for a ride. Both skis are off. Wonder if we'll send a ski dude down to collect those a bit quicker.
Yeah, he's pretty waist deep there.
See, there's plenty of snow in the face below those rocks, but also plenty of time since the last snowstorm for it to be transported around by the wind.
A bunch of sharks.
Yeah, he's done well not to clip his head on anything as he front flipped directly out of that 360. Yeah, completely 4-point in the landing, and ta-da.
That is a tough pill to swallow for Lalo.
So far, the only person being successful with that takeoff and going that large on a 360 shot quite a lot out to the rider's right from there. Found a different transition, that one that's been overused.
And we've just had word that a ski dude is helping him retrieve his skis. He's doing good work to get up there. A little workout in the middle of his run.
Always my least favourite moment. I spent more of my competition runs walking back up the hill to get my equipment than I did crossing the finish line with a big smile on my face. That moment with the whole crowd's eyes are burning into the back of your head. You know you want the next competitor to get on the course as quick as he can. And yeah, in this kind of sugary light snow, the standard brake is doing nothing to stop anyone's skis. So one of them luckily dug in, the other one appears to have exited straight to the bottom of the face.
So one ski is better than none, and he'll be starting to make his way down and find that other wayward ski. So, as we've talked about before, this is the first event of the Challenger series. Riders still have 2 events to look forward to, Jasna Adrenaline and Obergurgl Open Faces. So this can be a throwaway result for Lalo, and he can still produce 2 strong results and be in contention for that FWT spot.
And I'm told they've got really good snow conditions in Jasna, and of course the face in Obergurgl, one of the absolute best, along with the Mongon on the 4-star series. There's so many options there. Does get the riders absolutely hyped for it. And I worry for those guys that put a lot of pressure on themselves naturally, and now just 2 opportunities to score 2 lots worth of points in order to get qualified for next year. So yeah, tends to build the send thermometer up in your head and possibly take your percentage chance of completing a solid run down. And Lalo now boosting off the face for us. Shame we didn't get to see him execute, because his technique is a stunning one. He's so relaxed.
And the next events will also be live streamed, so you can tune in and see where Lalo takes his thermometer on his next competition runs.
Yeah, keep a good lookout for us on the Freeride World Tour website and YouTube, and of course the Jasna Adrenaline website as well. You'll find the link there. I will be live from Jasna next week. We'll get Lalo down. Of course, it's again a no score in a skiing category. If you do lose your equipment, then you can't be given a score. So just get him across the finish line and we'll make our way back to the top. The next rider's an exciting one.
He sure is. Victor Hale Woods. Strong lineage of freeride history there as the son of Nicola Hale Woods, and has had an incredible performance to date on this
That's it, yeah.
series.
I happened to be judging the Le Rosier 4-star, and one of those moments I could hardly keep hold of my pen to try and steno the run, because Victor Halewood's backflip generally just rode a super extreme big mountain line, very exposed, but able to put 25 meters worth of backflip, I kid you not. Yeah, no need to mention who this man's dad is, because he's going to make a name for himself. one of my top tips to be on that Freeride World Tour by next season. Yeah, first place in Les Arcs as well as Le Rosier, so should be confident.
So we've got Victor Hellwoods on course, currently leading the qualifier series, and we've zeroed out those points to start the Challenger series afresh, so he's got to bring the heat today.
So sensibly not going for the freestyle trick off that first air, because he's set himself up here for the biggest air of the day, I think. Massive off the nose of that one.
A little bit back in the landing, but you know, riding strong, and that was a sizable air.
And another one then, doubling down.
Amazing form. And he comes unstuck on the landing. So unfortunate. I hate to see it.
Just a little bit too much in that hard pack to take that much speed. Victor, a seriously strong lad from some of the lines I've seen him doing already. And the backflip, the Mats Hicksig backflip, but looked way too chunky in that landing to land it. He rides away with his pole in the air.
Definitely put on a show for the fans here in Nanda. Incredible run, absolute fireworks, but some big explosions.
Yeah, definitely the idea of loose but lit there. That backflip looked a little bit painful, to be honest, because he went so big, and then it really trapped and stopped him straight away in the landing. So definitely demonstrating the potential to go to the World Tour next year, but we'll have to do it off the next two results, I think, because those are two pretty big control issues again.
Yeah, but 20 years young, he has got a long freeride career in front of him. So this is a super flat takeoff.
Does really well to take the pop out of it a little bit.
So that transition is quite short as well. Gets sat back a bit, but storms on with his run.
Then the double definitely looked like a concept for a winning line, didn't it?
Sure did.
Does very well, and again controls, absorbs the pop a little bit to try and shorten this transition. Is on the right foot, but just not enough quality snow to get that right foot dug in. Beautifully relaxed backflip. Lazy and slow, but not finding a transition. I think Matt Hicksig's secret to that was go 30 meters instead of 20, and there is a transition somewhere.
So we've got the score coming in for Victor Hellwoods, 25 points, sliding into third position for now, because we've had quite a few crashes so far in ski men, but we've got lots of fireworks to come.
And we'll head back to the top, because the next rider is another one from Östersund, this hotbed of Swedish talent. Edvin Olsen, second place behind Victor Hellwoods at the Le Rosier 4-star. Fourth position in the overall rankings last season, but didn't do so well by the time he got to the Challenger Series itself. So second go on the Mongon in the new Challenger format. Edvin Olsen, I grabbed a lift with him back from Le Rosier. He's a lovely bloke.
Just making sure his buckles are done up. Quick steez check.
Yeah, with those very clean Swedish outfits, you got to make sure they're fitting and flowing. And he's dropping in. Edvin Olsen is on course. Look for this solid Swedish technique. A little bit of the Ridey Barkrits about the way he skis. Straight in with the backflip, tucking it really nicely and stomping very cleanly. Aware he didn't have a lot of height on that, so pulled the knees in to get it done.
He is coming into the closeout zone and taking the Blake Marshall entrance.
Too big, does well to control it from the back slap, but it was certainly a stage 3 on the exit of that.
Got a little bit sideways in the air there.
Yeah, it's a very tricky takeoff. I think you've got to pop early and get away from rocks. The rocks are worse on your left foot than they are on the right. Huge 360, finding a transition, so even with this back slap, could be looking towards the top. Come on, Edvin, finish it off. The Heartbreak Hotel's got a few people before. Goes massive off it, but stomps. Edvin
Right
Olsen
out
then.
clean.
One huge backflip, one huge 360. Told you had all the freestyle elements. How much are they going to punish off Blake Marshall's new cliff? Not sure I've seen people use that in previous years, or at least it just doesn't look like that normally. Blake the first to come over and say well done to Edvin. Here's the backy. Straight into the knees, gets it spotted. Looked like he never left the floor. What happened to him on this takeoff, then popping off rocks, trying to shifty. Realises the transition's slightly right to left on him, I think, to try to get the feet out that way, and it's pretty choppy in the landing already.
And takes this one really long. And it's pretty flat there where he lands and just uses the full travel of his legs with an absolute stomp.
Certainly the best utilisation of the Heartbreak Hotel we've seen so far. Will this challenge Blake Marshall for first place, and also had a little bit of a backslap off that same cliff.
So he
Edwin
is
Olsen.
sliding into first position with 80 points there.
He'll be extremely excited about that one. And next to one of our elder statesmen of the ski men's category, bib 46, is Yuhei Yamada from Japan. And again, just because of the cancelled 4-star events, he's able to pick up the points from Hakuba, coming 6th in the 4-star there, 2nd in the 2-star in Arai, and 4th in the 3-star. So that gives him enough points to rank in 18th position and make the men's qualifier.
And it's so fun to have such a strong Japanese contingent come over to join us here.
Another one who's here for his very first experience of skiing, European Speed Pal. So to a Japanese rider, it's going to be a very new one for him. Says his favourite place to ride is Keystone in Colorado. And man after my own heart, favourite trick, switch backflip. Let's go.
Yeah.
Don't think that's a good option for
See
Trey.
that in a free ride setting would be very extreme. He is on course, Yuhei Yamada of Sapporo, Japan. See how he deals with the tricky snow conditions. We do not have any Japao on the face today.
Left 3 though, straight into it. Over rotating, gets spat. Needs to control this this tomahawk before he gets into the exposure. Does manage to. A little bit of a heart-stopping moment there. Skiing with a huge amount of rotation in the techniques, not necessarily letting the skis run through the top there. And let's see how sensible he plays it. Does he carry on the rest of his line?
So stacking up the crashes in the ski men category. He is not done with his run though. He is pointing it and going huge off that one, but landing a bit backseat. I think he's probably used to a softer reception in Japan.
And there's the double Melissa Branda had planned for a line and missed it earlier, so nice to see that get done once. I think if anything he needed to go a little bigger off his second huge air, because the transition's just a bit further down the hill. Back flipping off the other way takeoff of the Heartbreak Hotel, but not the control, so that's 3 big control issues for Yuhei. Manages to, I wonder what he's got his DINs on. Do they go up to 22? They did not come off those skis. He took 3 massive slams with a lot of roll and torque in them.
Certainly pretty attached to his feet, so I hope his knees and ankles are feeling okay after all that torque.
Just cruised to the finish line then, so pretty interesting to see that he didn't in any way decide to calm down after having 1 crash, because he went out and found 3 more.
Admirable.
And he's just excited to have his first go in a Challenger Series, riding it for the first time in Europe.
So I think you called it, Will. He's over-rotated and then is still turning as his feet connect with the ground.
Yeah, a really tricky day where the only fix to that is to get a lot of pressure on the inside edge of that right ski in order to stop the rotation as quick as you can. But when that's very likely to make your ski dig right in and send you front flipping over it, be better off just setting the right amount of torque from the top of the rotation.
We've got the score coming in for Yuhei at 10 points, sliding him into 5th position. As mentioned, we've had a lot of crashes in this category so far. And a shout out to Manu Barnard's family. He is all good. A big thumbs up from him.
And we can take ourselves back to the top, because our next rider is the next one from Japan. It's Gen Sasaki, 27 years old. First place in the 4-star in Hakuba. Very interesting for a Japanese guy. He plays the French horn. Wonder whether that kind of subtlety of art will come into play here. He spent about 10 years competing in slopestyle and big air competition, so no stranger to getting off the floor and adding some freestyle elements to these runs. But as we say, is today the day you have to be extremely accurate with these freestyle rotations if you're going to stomp them.
And another rider of the northern part of Japan is riding in Niseko. which has beautiful deep snow, and I would say maybe not as many big features as that, which he hucks a huge backie off, lost a ski.
Immediately left his pole in the landing, his skis above him as well. So definitely having a little bit of a loose but lit day here in the men's category.
Yeah, we're really stacking up the crashes. We've only had a few runs that have actually come through with no errors.
Fortunately, one of our camera team can ski dude for again immediately and get over and grab his kit there. But his ski pole is another 25 meters uphill from that. So
yeah, we won't leave it there to harpoon another rider. It will be extracted before the next rider drops in. So a tough day for Japan.
Yeah, super tough day if you are a Japanese rider to come here and experience the conditions we've got today. Maybe worth bringing up the point that we don't tend to wear our straps when riding off-piste with skiing, so the poles are able to leave our body the moment we start having an accident, because really worst case scenario, if you were in any sort of avalanche, then the poles do create an anchor and they just drag you deeper into the snow and make it harder to get your body out. So let's have a look at the ends backflip. Went pretty massive on it, no lack of confidence into that. Goes way over everybody else's bomb hole, but doesn't find a transition. It immediately spits him back. The pole is gone. There goes the ski.
Cops it a little bit as it flies over him.
Yeah, that's a pretty aggressive tomahawk.
Hope he didn't sharpen his edges too much for today.
So I think he's just explaining to our ski dude that his pole is way further up the face. It could take us a little while to recover that one.
So the ski dudes are on the job trying to retrieve that pole that is lurking near the top of the face, which we want to get out of the way for all the riders to come. And we do have a stacked field. It's all to play for. As mentioned, we've had so many crashes that those top spots are really for the taking for the next kind of 2/3 of the field.
Really excited to introduce the next rider. If I just mentioned Tio Viomo, he's only 18 years old, but he has impressed us so much across the season in the Nanda Freeride Academy. We gave him the chance to full-run the backcountry invitational, and he's impressing the likes of Maxime Charbleau and Marcus Ada came up to me to say, where did he find this guy? So yeah, really cool to be giving these younger riders a chance. Yeah, a few big names left to come with the likes of Ralph Welpener, Jamessa Hampton coming back from the Freeride cut. There's my boy Niall on the screen. I live with the guy who happens to be on the TV right there.
So Ralph's had a pretty incredible story. A freestyle skier who you've seen in World Cup competitions.
Yeah, his last World Cup there at the Silver Planner, I think in 2020, I happened to be judging, and really cool character. The guy's super relaxed, so friendly to everybody on that tour. And this one had a huge injury, and that's kind of put his career on hold for a little bit. Really stoked on the Freeride World Tour, kind of recognising that the man's talent deserves another run at the top end of one of our sports. And yeah, Ralph, no stranger to stomping a 1620 blunt, but now becoming no stranger to the tactics of selecting a Freeride line as well. So we're going to go to the bottom just in a moment now with our lovely interviewer. Mario Dilde is with Edvin Olsen, who put himself in the hot seat here with one of the only runs that was pretty much landed. A little back slap in there, but with the massive 360 in the backflip, he still sits in first place with an 80-point score for the moment. And excited to see what Edvin has to say about the face.
Congrats for your stunning run. It was incredible, really, so fluid. So I had a question for you. What were you thinking about when you were at the starting gate?
I was thinking about the conditions because some said it was good and somebody said that it was really bad. So it was hard to have an idea what it would be like. So I think that was the hardest.
Alors en français, c'était simplement difficile avec les conditions de savoir un peu quelle ligne et comment ça allait être réellement sur place. Thanks for your answer and hope you take the seats until the end.
Thank you.
So some words from Edvin there about just how challenging the conditions are out on the face. We've seen so many huge crashes. So the riders ahead of us they've got their work cut out for them.
Back to the top then with Teo Vuillermo, only 18 years old, currently holds a ranking of number 298 out of the qualifiers. But from what we've seen of him here in Nanda, deciding he deserved the local wild card. So a lot of pressure on a young man's shoulders. Always a nervous moment when you give a young man a spot in a massive competition like this. But I think Teo has that rare maturity for a man of so young that he's going to do something pretty sensible, but could be pretty fire at the same time. So Teo Vuillermo.
So getting some cheers from his Nanda crew up there. Another member of the Nanda Freeride team. Well versed on this face in particular, so looking forward to seeing the line that he puts together for us.
I say, when you grow up in Nanda, you see a lot of this competition, you idolize this face and you start to dream from a very young age about what you might be capable of one day. And Teo, sooner than anyone, 18 years old, and you can see how solid his technique is, starting to gain the experience and tactics in these mountains. Back flipping off that first cliff, going massive. Back slapping, but holding it together. That was ridiculous.
A lot of speed over there, looking pretty loose, but not taking his foot off the gas.
We had this from our local wildcard, Jan Fournier, last year, knowing the face well enough to just be a bit loose and lit and going as big as anyone off that long peppered band there as well. Absolutely boosting.
He has flashed the face. This is certainly going to be one of the fastest runs of the day. He's pedal to the middle, coming up to the Heartbreak Hotel.
Massive Cossack. Is it the quickest run of the day? I think by a country mile. He might be 20 seconds quicker than anybody else has made it to the bottom of the Mongon. So Teo Vuillermo, absolutely stoked. His first competition, being given the wild card, and may well, for the moment, be threatening the podium positions alongside Blake Marshall and Edvin Olson.
I would say so. What an incredible debut from the 18-year-old.
And then hooks an edge in the finish line. Yeah, we're never going to let you live that one down, mate. There you go. Biggest backflip of the day by a country mile. I couldn't believe how much speed he took in there. And then I thought, well, probably best if you just absorb a bit of the pop, but no, full extension of the legs. Gave it all the energy he could and laid it out. Here it is, to the moon.
Absolutely taking that one so deep.
Gave the drone pilot a heart attack as he tried to get out of the way. And it's not as if that's done inconsequentially. There is exposure below him. He's got to get this controlled and get through a gap. Certainly a stage 3. Stage 2 backslap, maybe he gets it under control very quickly. And then here he goes, doubling down through this peppered rock band section.
Definitely hitting rocks as he takes off there, but no issues.
With the age of 18, to have the experience to be soft enough in the leg to deal with takeoffs like that are full of sharks. And again, gets punched a little bit and floats on the tails of the skis, but no control issue there, really.
The wildest run we have seen from Teo. His score is coming in at 76 points, good enough for third.
So not displacing Blake Marshall or Edvin Olson, but for now sitting on the podium and at that age being given that wild card, proving that it was absolutely worth it because it was one of the most entertaining lines of the day. Teo Vuillermo, should be extremely proud of yourself, young man. That was awesome.
Winning hearts and minds out there.
And coming back to the top, bib number 49, our next rider out of Japan. So we've got a great contingent from Japan here. Tenra Katsuno was 7th in the New Zealand Winter Games on the Remarkables face and 13th in Hakuba. 3 years so far competing on the qualifiers. Just really excited to be over here. We've made the comment though, European speed power, not the easiest to adapt to if you spent your life in Japanese, Okanagan, Champagne.
But I wonder if that experience of competing down in New Zealand and getting a strong 7th place is going to set him up well to deal with the conditions today. 360 to start off with.
Nice stomp on that one and link it together. Cross court on one of the bigger cliffs available.
Looking silky smooth at this point.
Oh, really nice technique, eh?
He looks like he is handling these snow conditions incredibly well. Big backy.
Really sensible place to do that. The takeoff for it is virtually perfect, and there's a lot less exposure in that landing. The judges probably wouldn't score it as high as Teo's for that reason, but it was done extremely well. And going cross-court on that one, finding a new entrance. This is a pretty damn strong run from Tenra Katsuno. If he can keep it together all the way to the finish line, this is definitely a contender for the top spot.
An impressive run from the rider out of Hokkaido, excuse me.
I wonder if Edvin's run just had a little bit more of the spice to it, if you like. He rode in more dangerous areas as well as adding those freestyle elements, but certainly a creative line choice with really sensible place to put that backflip in from Tenra. And competitors straight up to give him a big hug for that one. Let's check it out at the top then. The first 360 was perfect. Yeah, really nicely handled, and the conditions very difficult below that now. Slide over rotation, but doing well to get their hands above his head. Slow the rotation down. Strong in the legs to keep his weight forward.
A great start to his Challenger series from Tenra Katsuno. We'll get the score in for Tenra. And he is coming in with 87 points and sliding into first place. The judges like it.
Very deserved hot seat where we were questioning whether he's going to have the ability to ride this type of snow. Thank you for shutting me down, Tenra. That was absolutely amazing performance. Ellie Olson then slipping down to second place. We'll head back to the top for the next of our French riders. Léo Drouet comes out of an 8th position ranking on the qualifiers so far. 24th in the Nanda Freeride last year, so they're probably having a little control issue, but 8th in Le Rosier and 12th in Les Arcs. Super happy to have made the cut on that basis. Was a little bit worried whether he was going to make it in there or not.
So he's got a bit of a redemption story here today on the Mongon face. He's got to do better than 24.
And playing it sensible through the top sections, a lot of riders are starting to. Will he line up on what's become a fairly standard backflip or 360 cliff? Different option, but nice air.
Pretty smooth there. Needs to find some big features to pack into that line to be contesting the top spots. He's heading over to the rider's right. Lots to play with out there. He's got a big cliff, stomps it straight into a critical turn.
Yeah, gets the speed shut down because he's in an exposed area again. Another big cliff. So 2 big actions there. And it starts to look like with the men's field on this face, there isn't anywhere to ride crazy exposure. So you probably do need those air and style elements in your run.
Going long over that one and just really trying to maximize his amplitude to clear those rocks.
Backseat in the air, but did well to control it once he reached the landing.
New takeoff on this cliff.
A little bit short on it, but finding a transition just beyond the rocks and riding away clean. So lots of big airs and plenty of action all round, pretty fluidly done. Just wonder if it needed one of those big backflips like we saw from Edvin and, from Tenra and the 360s like we saw from Edvin. Tenra Katsuno, the first to jump in with the congratulations.
Solid landing there.
Yeah, and he's got a fantastic technique of getting into that next turn. He just gets rid of the landing, gets into the next control phase. Look at these peppered sharks. Very sensible early pop.
Spreads the legs, finds the landing just, I think he was a foot from the rocks there.
Probably dragged his tails on them as he came into it, didn't he? That helped him get his weight back forward because he was pitched over the heels a little bit.
You can see some wild gesticulation from Bertie Denevaux there. They might be having some terse words in their judging booth.
And really excited for this next rider before the score comes in. I'm getting too excited, I'm going early.
Yeah, Ralph Valpiner, he's had a tough debut on the Freeride World Tour, but no doubt he has stacks of talent, and we're excited to see what he brings to the Freeride Qualifier Challenger Series.
Waiting for the score then for Leo.
So we've got the score coming in here, and he's ringing in with 74 points. Good enough for 5th at this point, but we've still got half the field to go.
So as we say, nice fluid line, but leaving a little bit on the air and style category for those who went before him. 40 World Cup free ski appearances across big air and slope style. 4 World Championships Ralph Welpen has been to, so he's no stranger to the pressure of the big stage, but he certainly is a stranger to the tactics of free riding. I was a bit worried for him. He grabbed himself an invite to the Backcountry Invitational, but it immediately belied those worries by demonstrating that he's just an all-round talent on a pair of skis. The guy is absolutely fantastic in a turn as much as he is in the air. Just, I think it takes a bit of time to adjust to the tactics, to understand the judging criteria properly, and the ability to create and design a line that allows you to really express your freestyle elements.
You also need a little pinch of luck. I think he found a few snow snakes on his Freeride World Tour debut. He received a season wildcard but didn't make the cut, so he's back here on the Challenger Series, trying to make his way back up onto the Premier. One big backflip. Absolute stomp and screams through that chute there, but high sides himself.
So same concept as Theo Vuillamo there, maybe going just as big on the backflip and showing more control to start off with. But then the young Swiss riders nous about the snow conditions on this mountain, allowed him to finish that left foot turn and get onto the right hand traverse. So once again, the luck doesn't come together for Ralph Welpener. If you need to look him up on Instagram, his handle is the Easy Tigers.
Definitely a good one to follow. Nice little 3 there.
You can see that pedigree in the air, and the man just has a style to him all round, but yeah, such a shame. Not quite able to control things in difficult conditions. Another backflip off the Heartbreak Hotel. Didn't see anyone doing that today, found a takeoff.
Yeah, that was beautiful. His reconnection with the earth was fantastic.
So we'll see how far down those ranking riders with some sort of instability in their runs come, because that was right at the top of the difficulty and line choice. It certainly had a lot of air and style, but yeah, just the one lack of ability to shut the speed down, getting spat off his inside foot. Look at this back E.
So laid out, so big.
Slightly over rotating, getting the hands up, showing the strength in the quads to hold that. Going massive on it. It's a good 10 meters worth of backflip.
And pins it straight between those rocks, but then comes unstuck afterwards.
The left 360 also went massive on that. Look at all those bomb holes disappearing behind him. Riding for Atomic and Oakley, a NOCO energy drink brand. Yeah, always great to see Ralph Welpener ride as a free ski judge. It was a real honour to be in the booth and watch him go down, but yet to see him really achieve his potential, I think, in free riding. He's definitely got more to come. And you can see the frustration, Ralph. He's usually such a happy guy.
So we've got the score coming in for Ralph. 45 points, sliding into 7th position, which is, yeah, not the result he was looking for in the first of the Challenger Series, but as we mentioned, we've got 2 more events, so this can be a throwaway score for him.
Yeah, certainly puts the pressure on, and I hope he can piece something together at the Asner Adrenaline next week. We're heading back to the top then to introduce Alexis Dumas, 26 years old, in 11th place ranking out of the qualifiers. Former mogul competitor. We've seen that across the board, that generally mogul skiers seem to do really well when they come into free riding, having all those skills of rotation, staying stacked over the outside ski. Certainly they're all pretty solid in the air. Also a ski instructor, working the last 6 years over the Combloux region.
So we've got Alexis Dumas on course, linking some turns through that chopped up hard pack.
Oh, just caught an inside edge already, getting set up to the backflip, so, and less control than even Ralph showed. And I think he just let his pole go down the face, so he's now a one-poled rider. Someone will have to get back up and collect that for us.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit off-putting to complete your run with one pole as well. But unlike losing a ski, you do not lose all your points from losing a pole.
Looking for something big here, but it doesn't quite leave the floor. It's just a bit of a drop down. And cross-courting his way back to find some nice snow in this open field.
Not quite sure what to do with his right hand. There's no pole there.
Yeah, I wonder if the judges tend to think that that demonstrates that you didn't have much control, because if you did have control, you'd still have hold of your pole, I guess. Here we are. Doesn't look entirely happy with himself. It's still a pretty fire run, and obviously that backflip was as big as most people have been off it. But. So into the finish area, Alexei Dumas a little frustrated with himself. And we certainly need to send a ski dude in to find that pole, because everybody's using that landing, and we definitely don't want to leave any harpoons in there.
Definitely not. You can see he just puts that hand down, loses the pole.
Does well to stand it up over the inside foot and get him back down the four line, but yeah. Fish, yeah.
So we've got the score coming in for Alexei. He's got 60 points, sliding him into 6th position. Gives a wee bonus to our hot seat competitor.
Back to the top then, I'm really excited for this next one. And just to prove how talented this young man is, I'm going to introduce that he was the Swiss Under-19 mountain bike downhill champion, as well as the World Junior Freeride Tour overall champion. Yeah, a lot of experience now on freeride competitions. Came to our backcountry invitational as well, so he's no stranger to a freestyle trick. Was chucking massive 720s and grabbing them up. But yeah, the ability to choose a freeride line at this age and have the tactics to apply it properly is something really impressive coming from Martin. Yeah, obviously got that head game. If you're a downhill mountain biker, then the things you crash into aren't as fluffy as they are in skiing. So yeah, really, really strong in the head, really strong in the leg, really strong tactically. Let's go.
A wealth of freeride experience behind him. He's got lots of cheers from the fans up on the ridge and down in the crowd as well. He's working his way through the pepper there, finding his first takeoff. Big backflip, brings it round.
Using a bit of a different takeoff there, so shooting himself slightly more cross-court to find a shorter transition, but completing the backflip with great accuracy. Now, boosting across this traverse to line up into what people have been skiing as a bit of a double through the really bad pepper takeoff below it. We saw Manu Barnard come unstuck, but Martin Bender able to get this control. Very early pop.
I think he caught a shark on the landing there, but managed to keep it under control.
720 to the left, stomps it. Oh my God, Martin Bender.
What?
Did not think we were going to see a huge cork 720 today. The conditions really not that favourable for it, but this guy.
Incredible scenes out here.
If he can finish this off, it could be that first place run. Just the one error, getting the line a little bit wrong on the second part of the cliff where Manu came unstuck. He did kick rocks, but showed enough control to ski away from it anyway.
You can hear that the crowd love it. Let's see what the judges make of it. They would have had their binoculars.
I don't think they can punish him too much, because even if he did crash into a rock, he controlled it anyway.
Incredible.
Cannot wait for the highlight reel there. Such a popular young man here in the Four Valleys. A lot of fans from Verbier will be over to watch the event today. And it's going to be some nervous moments for Temura Katsuna in the hot seat, because look at the first backflip. Again, really sensible takeoff, finding a shorter transition than other people, having to shoot a lot longer off that. This is the one that got Manu. Control through the double, have to get between those two snipers. Does hit rocks in the landing as we thought.
Incredible recovery there. That was outstanding. He's so strong.
Look at the takeoff is absolutely awful, but the cork 720, he's almost grabbing lead mute on that. Unbelievable, Martin. You are a talent, my son. Yeah, that is seriously impressive. Going pretty big on it as well, and the quality of the takeoff we would have made setting a 720 there really, really difficult to anybody who's not a superhuman talent like Martin Bender.
Superhuman talent at 18 years old. Incredible stuff. The judges are furiously scribbling, discussing, lining up those points.
Can they punish the little wobble in that one landing? I think they need to give him extra points for controlling it so well, even if he does clip rocks. Nervous waits now for Martin Bender. Is this going to replace the hot seat? You proposed the idea of the 720? Yeah, why not? That's what he's saying. That's definitely making the highlight reel at the end of the day. I've seen a huge number of 720s landed on the Mongon in general. I face planted 2 attempts in my life.
He's feeling the heat down there. It's a beautiful sunny day out here in Nanda.
Judge is really thinking about where it goes relative to that 87. Bertie asking for the replay, I guess, for that second cliff to try and see how big a control issue it really is. Ben Carmel operating as the TV judge here today.
Are they smiling or grimacing? It's so hard to tell.
I guess it definitely was a grimace because you know he damaged his skis and he hit rocks, but equally that turns into a smile because that surely would have tripped most people up, and Martin's able to just get his skis underneath him, get into the next turn. Hardly looked like he wobbled. And Tenra's run, I think, was ultimately clean. There weren't any of those issues in it, so it's about whether the 720 versus the 360, is that enough points back up on the scale to get rid of that little control issue? What a cat.
Yeah, that was the recovery of the day. Absolutely. So the judges have decided, and we've got the score coming in. Martin Bender slides into first position with 90 points. Incredible scenes.
Such a big cheer that they knocked out our TV signal for a minute there. The crowd going absolutely wild for Martin Bender in first place. Very deservedly so. We're going to go back to the chop, and perhaps I'm going to let my Kiwi colleague introduce Jamessa Hampton.
Yeah, my compatriot Jamessa Hampton, out of Christchurch, New Zealand. He's had 2 years on tour. Bit of a tough one for him this season. A few tumbles, but he is feeling strong and excited to bring it back in the Challenger Series. He's an incredibly talented rider and also just the best vibes to have around. He's always the first one to congratulate his co-competitors and cheer everyone on. So Jamessa is up there and ready to drop in.
If you've ever heard a bad word said about Jamessa Hampton, don't hang out with that person. They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
lovely, Diane.
all lies.
Ready then, Jamessa Hampton dropping into the Mongon. Difficult act to follow with Martin Bender having just laid down the gauntlet, but Jamessa's the man to do the job.
Lacing his way through the top of the course there. Finding his first features. Hand drag 3.
Really nicely done. A sensible way to do that as well. Take the distance and the pop out of it a little bit. Give yourself an axis with the hand drag 3.
Solid air there. Not off the nose, but I think it's pretty flat if you take that one right off the nose.
So I have the impression all you Kiwi kids are coached to a pretty high level of ski racing before you then move on into any other the branches of the sport, because the technique base is so solid from Jamessa.
Big cross-court air there. Dealing with that choppy snow. Takes that one pretty long.
Snipering through some trees.
Riding out into the bottom of the face.
So again, one of the absolute fastest runs down there today, but just the one fairly small hand drag 360. So I get the feeling the way the judges are scoring it that Martin Bender's sitting pretty at the moment.
Yeah, that was an outstanding run from him. So Jamessa sliding in to grab a hug from Blake Marshall. Let's check out all the action from his run.
Here's that hand drag 360. Perfectly done, really nice set. And look how square he is in the middle of that landing. As I say, a super smart option just to take a bit of distance out of it, because there's a lot of bomb holes where people have gone larger there. A little bit of a daffy on that one, but God, he's going big. Yeah, super variable conditions, but just keeping the basics of technique locked together, keeping the platform underneath him. The hand drag's worth watching again. Lovely set.
Jamessa's built a lot of his freeride skills in the clubbies of New Zealand, so it's pretty hard scene out there, riding with the nutcrackers. It's very rustic and awesome terrain out there. Now he's moved down to Queenstown, New Zealand, where he's working as an engineer. Controls that landing well because he's a wee bit forward as he lands, but manages to pull it back.
Soften the ankles, get the feet back in front of him. And we'll wait for the score. Then we have just momentarily lost our bottom camera as one of the wires unplugged, but when everybody went completely nuts for Martin Bender.
And the judges will be tallying up the score there, seeing where they'll slot Jamessa into the field. I'm not sure it's contesting for top spot, but certainly a solid run from the Kiwi.
Again, we didn't mention Jamessa is one of those who didn't make the cut on the World Tour there, so coming back to the Challenger Series to re-earn his spot for next year.
Yeah, he had a fall in Fieberbrunn last year, and then I think since that he's not been stoked with any of his recent comp runs. So
21st in kicking horse and 17th in Ordino, not enough to keep him.
Yeah, I think this will be a great confidence builder for him. Here's his score, 77 points, sliding into 5th position.
So just the solidness of that run, lifting it back up there. You know, it's pretty much the top of the completely clean runs, but needing more actions to trouble our podium, because we've seen 720s, huge backflips, just the one hand drag 3. Not enough to get Jamessa up towards the podium today, but a pretty good banker to get a 5th place in. Takes the pressure off. As we've been saying, that's important running into Jasna Adrenaline. Obergurgel Open Faces, there's only 2 more chances, and you need to bring 2 lots of points from the Challenger Series in order to score your way towards the top. Nemo Plan, the judges are ready for the 20-year-old French rider. 5th in the Remarkable, so he got himself down south earlier in the season, 6th in Le Rosier. Last year had a 7th place performance on this face, so no stranger to the Mongon, even if he's a young man, plenty of experience on this mountain.
So he is dropping in, working his way through, finding his first takeoff, threes it.
A little bit of a trap of the right foot, but controls it well.
Yep. Solid landing there, looking pretty fluid, pretty relaxed in his ski technique.
Oh, not getting far enough off that takeoff, and yeah, taking it cross court, but there was a lot of rocks protruding below him and immediately front flipping out of it, so we hope Nemo's okay.
Yeah, tough one. I think you need a decent pop on that cliff. He gives us a wave to let us know that he is okay, which is great, but he will need a bit of help getting
Definitely looks a bit winded. Yeah, it's a long walk up to the rest of his gear, so it'd be great if we get a ski dude down to our winded man. First 360, just a little bit heavy over the left foot through the takeoff, so a bit of flapping. Yeah, nice to keep the hips square in the middle of the feet whilst you're setting those. If you start traveling and you're not really setting a cork, then it can be a little bit difficult to keep the axis together. As we saw from the pressure on his right foot, he's sort of trapped in the landing as well. But unfortunately for Nemo, there was worse things to come as he didn't find the line on a cross-court exit from a very exposed zone and landing on rocks.
Yeah, tough one for him. So hopefully someone gives him a hand getting that ski back. Or maybe we need to talk to a drone engineer and see if we can get a ski-doo drone that has a little pincer.
I think that's the future. That is the future.
I think that is the future.
Just big magnets on the bottom of a drone. Have a drone big enough to pick up a ski. Lovely pictures of our crowd now, looking a few hundred strong at the bottom of the Mongon. Lovely day to be out watching the free ride contest. And we can see the ski dude just coming into frame. The one ski literally stopped on the rocks itself, so it was a really immediate spit out from that one.
An absolute hard stop there. Let's hope his lower limbs are feeling A-okay. And the second ski pickup. Oh, got it. Oh no.
Hopefully he's kicked it in the right direction.
Always nice to take the ski from underneath it. So that you I mean, I guess this is an effective technique as well, because he's there ready to catch the ski.
Yeah, but generally speaking, you can chase your entire mountain's worth of slough down behind your ski and just never pick it up. So little development work available for our ski dude there.
No, they're doing a great job out there securing the face, helping out the riders when they've come unstuck.
It'll just be a few more minutes getting Nima Plania off the face. Always a bit tricky to get clipped back in these steep, deep areas as well.
He can take his time and then make his way down. So throwaway score for him today. We can see Seb Varley in the start gate there, coming out of the Porte du Soleil. A bit of a veteran competitor on the Freeride qualifying tour. He's been very close to qualification multiple times, and he says it's never too late.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those interesting characters who are, spent more than 10 years getting through the qualifiers and then eventually exploding onto the World Tour. I think, if anything, that is a more valuable experience rather than just rushing your way straight to the World Tour. Some of the most young and talented kids pull that off, but it certainly puts a lot of pressure on you. So nice that Sébastien Varlet, 32 years old, and carrying on and showing no signs of slowing down whatsoever as well. Every run he's put together this year has been pretty exciting.
And I think he was so excited to see Oscar Mandin, who is his good friend from the Porte du Soleil, make it onto the Freeride World Tour this year with a wild card, and he's had an absolute screaming season.
Yeah, interesting that wild card there. A few people feeling like it perhaps should have gone to David Delive, who was first out of the cut last year, but in the end, Oscar Mandin absolutely proving he deserved that position, and yeah, putting some real crazy performances on the World Tour together.
Yeah, he certainly backed it up.
Here we go then for Sébastien Varlet. 14th ranking coming out of the FWQs. He was 3rd in Les Arcs, but only 15th in Le Rosier last year here at the Nanda Freeride. He was at 11th position finisher. Off he goes then. He states clearly that his goal is to make that Freeride World Tour. He's been working on it a long time.
And he has got the skills and the experience to bring it all together. Oh, but getting caught up. Might have been cooking up something else for that top air, but got a bit caught up in the snow just before the takeoff.
Did well to drag his left foot back underneath him and then end up taking a smaller takeoff, but with plenty of control. Into Blake Marshall and Edvin Olsen's line then, but taking the different cross-court exit from there and doing really well to control it. Probably a slightly less aggressive way, but everybody else who went through there had a pretty big backslap, so not a bad option.
And obviously he's got something lined up for us on this huge section. Holy smokes. Comes unstuck on the landing. Hate to see it.
Such a shame, eh? I thought initially he got a little bit stuck on the pad in between the first and second feature and did really, really well to get his feet underneath him, get a good 4-line pop. But then again, there's got to be a shark in that landing. Didn't look like there was anything wrong with the 4-point position with which he touched down, but not able to ride away from that, and we might need a ski dude again for this. This ski is up above him on the hill. Yeah, looking up the hill as if I need a ski dude. I'm not walking up for that. It's a long way. This was a really interesting take on what I'm starting to call the Eva Batola cliff.
Yeah, it's a cool angle to take it, and this
really is obviously a brand new concept. No tracks on this pad whatsoever. Brilliant job to get that right foot back underneath him. He is 4-point in that landing, but it just shoots away from him straight away. Difficult day to find a transition.
hopes and dreams dashed there of Sébastien Varlet.
Trying to make himself as big as possible and get himself slowed down. Here comes the ski dude, so we're getting more and more efficient getting kit off this face because we're getting plenty of practice at it today.
So our results list is going to be riddled with no scores. We've had a lot of lost skis, an immense amount of crashes. The ski men are not holding back today.
I wonder if it sort of changes the tactics for anyone in the start gate that might have had a completely crazy plan now they realise that they don't need something so crazy to make the top 10 anyway and come away with good points from this event, as well as it looks like a seriously low percentage play to be going big on these features. So, yeah, interesting decisions to be made at the top of the face for the last 10 or so riders that we have to drop.
Yeah, and different riders have different tactics. Some like to be up in a little bubble, not paying attention to what's happening on the face. Others will be tuning in, calling friends who are watching in the crowd and understanding who's done what are the conditions like, and really like micro adjusting their line. Maybe they've got A, B lines and they'll make a choice according to what's happened in the field before them.
Yeah, nice to put together, like you say, an A line that's really ambitious and a B line as long as you've scoped it extremely well. And it's good to have a conservative backup once you start to get what must be a lot of feedback about the poor snow conditions.
And we've got the hype Kiwis in the finish line there. Blake Marshall and Jamessa Hampton, always the first to dole out the hugs in the finish line.
Spent plenty of years on these qualifiers with Sebastian Varley, at least Blake did. A super interesting concept for a line on the cross-cut exit from that closed-out zone.
Really creative, yeah.
Shame to not see it go down.
And it's quite critical coming out of that close-out zone where Ava and Blake went to, he really had to directly traverse as soon as he landed.
We're coming back to the top then, because we've got bib number 57, 19-year-old Jean Tonnelier, another rider from Le Clusaz, and we've mentioned how much talent comes out of that place. Loves a 360 blunt grab. We haven't seen many of these grabs actually get used so far today. A little bit lucky to be making it through to the finals again, 30th in Les Arcs, but 4th in Le Rosier and a 6th in the Junior Tour last year. He's on the course and flying down it.
Yep, an aggressive start there, making his way through. Washing quite a lot of speed there for that 360, but still loses a ski. I feel like that cliff has just taken up so many riders today.
It looks really, really soft in that top layer, then clearly something very chunky below it, because another 4-point landing where the binding has immediately ejected and sent our rider for a bit of a roll. So, yeah, apologies to Jean. Snow snakes underneath this top layer causing all the issues. And another ski that's come to a total stop the moment it's hit the landing and it's way up the mountain from our rider. Let's have a look at it again then. As we say, shutting the speed down, aware that he doesn't want to go too big off this cliff. Struggling to find the right line to get himself set up. It's a pretty good takeoff for a 360. Nice flat, plenty of space for the feet. Yeah. No over rotation. He's right in the middle of that, but the right foot is on a very different patch of snow to the left foot, and the binding doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. We're quite far through a stacked field of ski men, and we've had at least 10 crashes. And these are, you know, the top riders. They've got mad skills. They're used to riding tricky conditions like we have today, but it's just not coming together for them.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say about it really? It takes an awful lot of talent to ride variable conditions, and that very much is the spirit of free riding. On some days, the standard of the competition you're in pretty much mandates that you have to take large risks, go fairly big off these cliffs, find very small transitions, and probably execute some sort of freestyle trick into them. But if that's the mandate for getting on the podium, you're going to go take that risk, and if your binding's not up to it, and that's what's just happened to Jean Tonnelier. Great pictures from our drone cam of our crowd, giving us that's Rachel Little at the front, super stoked on her day out. Give us a big wave, Rach. Yeah.
How good. Big
Part
kisses.
Of the Nanda Freeride Academy. There's a few of the old Nondards there. Our drone pilot just showing off that he can do barrel rolls just like Jan Fournier on that glider.
And I love the integration of drones and Nanda Freeride. We used to film this with helicopters, sometimes helicopters filming helicopters. And of course it's much more sustainable to do so with drones, and we've had really incredible footage, so shout out to the production team on that.
Yeah, the smallest helicopter we can run one of those camera platforms off is a Eurocopter EC-135. It burns 52 US gallons of fuel every single hour it's in the air, so to replace that with the batteries we run on these drones, obviously an infinite change for the environment, and skiing doesn't seem to have an infinite future ahead of it with the rate the climate crisis is progressing. So everything we can do to pull a bit of carbon out of our competitions is a really good idea. Looks like we are ready to go back to the top then. I'm super excited for this next rider, Niels Versen, a third place qualifier, and he really proved a point to me earlier in the season, judging him in La Rosier, and he felt personally that the judges have been pushing the freestyle elements too hard, and that we should be giving more points to sort of extreme and exposed big mountain lines. He wanted to also prove a point that if you're going to judge freestyle really hard, then I'm really good at it. So also coming off the Swedish mogul team back in the day, having the ability to put 360s, backflip 720s into his run, left, right and centre. Was the winner on the Brouson Freeride with one of those freestyle lines.
So we are still waiting for the ski retrieval for Jean. You can see the ski dudes getting sorted with it there, but it's just taking a wee moment.
Our ski dude has now collected that ski. It'll just be a few more moments getting down to Jean.
And up next, we've got Niels Versen of Sweden, who has told us that he spent too much time skiing in his life and that his friends and family were worried that he didn't have a girlfriend for a long time. But now he's happy to say that he does have a girlfriend, so I hope you're tuning in. And he's obviously very happy to have you.
I could just picture his mum being like, "You can't keep skiing if you're never going to find someone, Niels." Ha! Have it, mum.
And he's in a strong position actually in the qualifier series, coming into today in third place overall in the ranking. Of course, that's zeroed out in the qualifier, in the Challenger series, sorry. But obviously has put down some seriously skilled riding to date.
We've nearly got our ski dude down, but he's definitely struggling with the bumps and conditions as we're starting to get a very choppy looking face. It's a real challenge for the next few riders to drop in. As we mentioned, Niels Versen has a big background in mogul skiing, so perhaps that's the best of the backgrounds in this sport. If you're a ski racer and you expected perfect grooming, that's certainly not what we've got here. Jean Tonnelier just getting his boot back on, then we'll get him off the face so that we can drop Niels.
It's always nervous moments when you've got a big delay while you're in the start gate.
I think this kid's got a really strong head on his shoulders though, yep. Keen to prove a point to the judges about whether he's into those freestyle elements. Niels Versen dropping in then, let's get it done. Nollying into the face, little shifty, looking like he's going to make it playful right from the offset. How solid that technique is.
Yeah, I think he's also got a strong background in street skiing, so I'm interested to see what he brings.
Yeah, left three, perfect. As we mentioned, mogul skills becoming really important. Another left three, but double ejection.
Another one bites the dust.
Sorry, Niels.
He'll be disappointed with that.
Look how chunky that snow is, though. It looks super firm and transformed, but he's gone really to the bottom of it. There must be a little facet layer deeper down. Our ski dude's absolutely on it this time, though.
Yeah, I hope they've got enough. They've been retrieving a lot of skis today.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'll be mentioning with those two cliffs right there, they really have quite an aggressive transition coming back the other way. So unless you go really, really big or quite subtle and short, it's very difficult to find a transition that allows your feet to accelerate smoothly through the landing. And Niels certainly being a victim of that. He landed 4 point through the 360, but both skis stopping straight away. And our ski dude struggling to dig through the chunk there to find Niels Versen skis. Oh,
Definitely giving them some hot tips that it's way easier to
come below. Work your way up towards skis rather than kick a whole new pile of snow on top of it. There we go. We need a handbook for effective ski doodling as well.
But she has got it, and she's done an exceptional job to be there in such quick time.
I did the ski-doo job on this face probably 4 years on the bounce, and I had one really embarrassing moment where they tried to speak to me in French. I had no idea they were calling it a ski-doo because they were talking in French, but turned out the entire mountain was screaming at me to get moving, and I was just stood behind a rock watching things on the live stream. Yeah.
Better luck next time.
Yeah, ski-doo's even struggling with the sharks in these landings.
So we've got Ben Richards anxiously waiting in the start gate. The 4 riders before him have all crashed. So I'm sure that's not adding to his confidence, but he's a 6th gear and I'm super excited to see what he brings. But let's check out the action from Niels.
So as we say, perfect technique on that first 360, and look at the way he gets it shut down into the next cliff and trying to link these 360s together. He was a touch off the axis, but no, nothing he could have done about that. Had he been completely 4-point landing, those skis were still disappearing underneath him. And he looks frustrated immediately back up the hill, as if that wasn't my fault.
Yep, Freeride takes a lot of skill, experience, but also a pinch of luck.
There we are. Today, perhaps more than a pinch. Does luck come in gallons?
Could try and order that at the bar tonight.
To check out the Nanda village, we do have an awful lot of luck on sale there, as well as food. And the prize giving's there later on, and it turns into a pretty big party, or at least it has done the last couple of years. We did at the top of the show. Yeah. And we're still just waiting for Niels to shred his way down off the face, and yeah, we carry on to talk about, we do really well with the Nanda Freeride, that it's not just this, it would be enough if it was just this brilliant Challenger event, but of course we've got the kids event on the same day, 3-star, 2-star, 1-star, junior, 3-star. And also we do a video contest, which came as an idea following COVID, because we weren't allowed to have big crowds and start gates anymore, so we sent people out on the hills to kind of film themselves, and then that idea kept developing, so you get 4 runs with one of our cameramen to make your best expression of a big mountain line. And yeah, really good fun event, and I love to see that we continue to innovate to make sure, regardless of pandemics or snow conditions, that we're still going to get ski events off in the 4 valleys.
Love to see it. They've brought so much to the freeride community, the Nanda Freeride organization.
As well as I should just mention, there's so many moving parts to put an event like this on, and we pull it off without a hitch for 17 years in a row now, since 2007. Back to the top then for Ben Richards. Plenty of extracurriculars this year. He's at the Kings and Queens of Corbetts. I think people's favourite there was switch 9 into that face. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, he's got freestyle skills, beautiful skiing, and he's well versed in challenging conditions like we have today.
Pole planting that takeoff, left 360, and yes, a little bit over the heels, but doing a really good job to shut that down on the right foot. Same takeoff as Niels then, but without the 360, he's able to find a transition. Slightly sensible play, having seen what just happened to Niels Versen.
Big air into that chute, looking super strong.
Yeah, it's super crunchy in there on a very small sniper landing, so really, really well done with that. Another massive 360, little cork on that axis. Please hold it together, Ben, he does. Definitely a bit of a one-footed landing, getting spat, but controlling it and riding away. So 2 big 360s so far. And we love that cross-court takeoff through there, if he can keep it together.
He's screaming through to the bottom of the face there. That was a quick and punchy line from Ben Richards.
And I think a really smart bit of tactical work as well, and easy to try and look and push for too much. Martin Bender definitely found the absolute limit of this face, but it's very, very small percentage play to go looking for massive 720s, backflips, 360s. Just doing the 2 left natural 360s he's really confident with. First one with this nice pole plant. Yeah, great to see that technique, and immediately into the right foot turn, absorbing the bumps. Another pole plant and takeoff, getting a little bit more corked on the second one. Let's see how bad this landing really was. Certainly a bit of a back slap, stage 2, maybe 3.
So a pretty wild line there.
Yeah, loose but lit, but he's definitely had the elements. I think it's around that top 5. I hate to be a judge because there's an awful lot of back slaps to kind of decide what qualities were what. Julian Pichel was the man to push for having the same judges across the entire season, and it's great to have that for the Challenger Series. So we have real consistency with this panel.
Yeah, the riders are really stoked on that. They like to know what they're working with. Of course, we have the judging criteria, but there's a little subjectivity in Freeride, so they're all stoked to have the same panel through the 3 Challenger events. And next up, we've got a big name. Abel Moga. I'm so excited. Always bringing the fireworks. I think my favorite moment from Abel's Freeride World Tour season this year was his Superman front flip in Baccara Barrette. I think the crowd was going absolutely mental. They loved it. They love him. Just brings the good vibes.
We're yet to see any of our Freeride World Tour relegates actually complete their runs to any great standard today, with Ralph Welpener, Manu Barnard, Jamessa Hampton did get across the finish line, but a few of them getting errors that got them unstuck. We're going to still wait for Bertie Denevo, Ben Carmel, the video judge in the background there, overseeing the process.
And we can see the safety team there giving us a thumbs up. They're ready.
Always ready to go. This is as much deliberation as we've seen them take today, and I'm going to say it again, when we're working for Fizz at the Free Ski World Cup, we literally get 5 seconds and the television starts shouting us to get a score in. Sometimes it's really important that we're just given that opportunity to think a little bit more, to discuss the ranking. It's got to go next to someone in that top 5, and someone's going to be pretty upset about getting displaced if they don't get that back slap ranking just right.
And the ranking is really what counts in freeride scoring. It's not the score itself. This always kind of fluctuates through the contest, so they get their anchor score at the start of each category, and then they're working to find the right ranking for each rider with the scores.
That's always universal across free skiing as well. Whilst it's nice to give you some feedback about the qualities of a run with the score, in the end it only represents a ranking, and that's the important thing about it. And at least Abel Moga, with an awful lot of experience in a start gate, so perhaps going to be better at controlling his head and reaching peak arousal when it is time to drop in.
Yeah, they've no doubt been replaying runs, checking each takeoff, each landing, the action we saw in the air.
Just stretching out his pecs on the start corral.
Yeah, Abel's a big rig, and I think he has been skiing a lot of PAL after the kicking horse contest with his head teammate Jess Hodder. I think they've been doing a bit of filming and generally having a good time. So I hope he is... We've got the score coming in here for Ben Richards, 76.5, sliding him into 6th position.
Oh, a tricky one there, yeah.
So punished for that back slap.
And I think deservedly so in some senses. We've seen those top 5 now probably were just that little bit cleaner, didn't lose 1 foot and end up struggling, fighting to get back for quite so long. They just backslapped the snow and were straight back to the middle of their feet. So unlucky for Ben, perhaps a little bit less in the air and style actions. Anyway, up to the top then, bib number 60 is Abel Moga, relegated from the World Tour and desperate to get his place back up there. 23rd in Ordino Arkelly's. Just a bit of a redemption there with 7th in Baccara Barrette, but otherwise unlucky with little errors throughout the World Tour season. Big shifty and a big pop into the face.
Yeah, and a young rider. He's done incredibly well to make it onto the Freeride World Tour, so he's really motivated to get his spot back there.
And there's that front flip. Oh, it's always such a low percentage play in a freeride comp. The window of opportunity to actually land a front flip is infinitely narrower than that of a back flip. It's, if you anywhere over the front of it, you're definitely going to carry on in that direction, and anywhere over the back of it, you're not going to have the strength in the legs to stand it back up again. So an interesting choice from Abel Moga, but with today's conditions, not able to land that front flip. And once again, the skis are left way up the mountain, dug in the chunk on top of rocks.
You can see how stiff and tricky that snow is. Let's check out the replay.
Great set on the front flip. Scissors the feet, gets over the noses really nicely. But yeah, as I say, he was almost as bang in the middle of the feet as he could be for that, but still likely to get compressed towards your heels. And if he was 1 inch further forward, he was going front flipping anyway.
So talk us through why scissoring your feet is the technique for this move.
It doesn't have to be the technique, but certainly if you're going to do a smaller front flip, then getting 1 foot behind you allows you to explode off it and create the forward momentum. That gives you the pressure to bend the tip of your ski. That creates the pop that when you release and start to flex the knees back up underneath you, you really accelerate the feet, as well as getting some height and away from the jump. You push the feet upwards from a hip that's already well in front of that platform. So
there we go. Every day is a school day, but not the day that Abel Moga wanted to have here. It's interesting that we've got a couple of guys coming back from the Freeride World Tour to win their spots back. We've had Jamessa Hampton land a pretty solid run with a mid-pack score, but the others have all come unstuck. So putting a lot of pressure on themselves to bring home solid results from the next 2 events of the Challenger Series.
And if anything, I thought the conditions were fairly similar in Ordino and Bakira Barrett to what we have on the Mongon today, but that not proving to build the experience that the World Tour guys need. I think they are under a bit of pressure. They're all desperate to get those spots back, and they're certainly not looking to do anything conservative. They're coming out for the win.
Conservative is not really in Abel's vocabulary.
Yeah, well, as a protege of Aymar Navarro, as he was coming up, those two are just on the absolute limit of send. That at some points I wonder whether it's actually inspiring or whether we should maybe not let the children watch what Aymar was jumping off, but when he put it together, it was the most impressive stuff in skiing. So
he is making his way down to the finish now, obviously coming in with a no score there, so that's a throwaway for him. So he's just cruising down.
You know, what I really loved from your show in Bakira Barrett there, having Lily Bradley in the booth, and she was able to sing the Abel Moga fan song. And I'm afraid I'm not tuneful enough to risk doing that live on air, but I enjoyed that.
We need Lily for that. And if you have a chance to get down to Bakira Barrett for the next Freeride World Tour event, I cannot recommend it enough. You don't even need to listen to me in the commentary booth because the crowd is so loud and so excited that they kind of overpower us. And listening to the crowd as Abel and Aymar came down the face in Bakira this year was just phenomenal. I think there were just thousands of people there. It was like an absolute fiesta.
It was such an emotional moment. It seemed like you had a crowd of more than 2,000 people, and Aymar announcing his retirement from the Freeride World Tour at that event. Also seeing Valle Reina put the win down in Bakira Barrett this year, having just lost his friend Philly Schurghofer in an avalanche in Japan, was a really powerful moment to see tears in the finish area there. So always look out on the Freeride World Tour. Gabin Xiao is dropping in then. We're back on the top. French rider, 20 years old. Was 8th in the Remarkables early in the summer and 16th in the Les Arcs 4-star. So 21 position was his 21st position. Sorry, was his rank coming out of the qualifiers. Into the first hit then and left 360 grab in that lead safety, and a little bit of a control issue, but mostly controlling well. Nice pop off that cross court air. Very fluid through this section.
Heading over to the skier's right. Some serious features out that way. What's he got lined up for us? Coming back into that chute, riding out strong. And another air, linking them together nicely. Certainly looking pretty quick on his skis. He's going to have to find a bit more air and style to stack into his line.
Nice safety grab, but not the biggest we've seen. Just the 2 kind of freestyle elements going in there. Really, really solid rider. Look at that technique. Feet pinned.
Yeah, that looked like a fun run.
And another fairly fast one as well, so you're definitely going to be right up there with the fluidity points. The line, I think there was a little bit more left out there. And air and style-wise, just the 1 360 one we're seeing there. The podium at the moment contains backflip 7s and at least 2 of them on each of those runs. So Martin Bender still sitting pretty in that hot seat for me.
So 3ing that one. Spots are landing well. Great riding in between features.
It's proving that there are still landings out there to be found, but they're getting more and more specific in their location. Fantastic technique from Gabin.
And another one of the riders to make it down to New Zealand, the pilgrimage down to the 4-star event there. We've got the score coming in for Gabin. 72 points. Good
Ninth
enough for the
place.
top 10. He's in 9th position. So not a throwaway score, but he'll still need to bring the heat in the next 2 Challenger Series.
Yeah, it depends how the rest of the season goes down. If we've got inconsistent conditions like this, then it's going to be a really useful 9th place position, but we hope that we see a bit more action and it's going to have some consistent people hitting the podium once or twice. Nice that those who make it through to the World Tour have actually won an event or two. Back to the top for Hugo Trauma, the 22-year-old, also made it down to the remarks and had a tricky day in La Rosière, conditions similar there, and 14th position. Happens to say that he doesn't think he's a funny guy.
Oh, come on, Hugo.
It's a funny thing to say.
You got to rate yourself. But he is kicking off his run with some strong skiing. 360 at the top. Does not have any issues in the landing, which we've seen with previous riders.
Smart cross-court air there, just kind of controlling speed and allowing himself to go pretty big without going straight down the full line. And here's the section that tripped up Manu, and Martin Bender did extremely well. Can he find the same takeoff? He goes longer and skips that rock, so really good job there from Hugo Trauma. Now boosting, getting his control back, working his way up the hill.
Oh, that was close. I was on the edge of my seat for that one. He came up so close on that rock wall.
Absolutely full of sniper landings, so the judges are going to love that when he's successful in finding very, very small patches of snow. Yeah, compared with Martin, it would be lacking in those freestyle elements on the air and style category, but it was extremely fluid. It was a lot of fairly big cliffs in very exposed places with very narrow options on the landing, so I think he did super well in the end.
So here is his top 360. Looking super solid. And the judges will really award him for landing well where others have crashed.
Softening that left foot, which was trying to shark him out, so he's done really well to control these really difficult landings.
Navigates the sharks on that takeoff.
A little bit of a kick from whatever transition was in front of him, but he does well, gets a shifty in there. And then this one to finish, I was heart in mouth moment, thinking he's super close to the rocks on the right hand side. He does ride rocks to exit it, but he does it very cleanly. So another tricky one for the judges. It's somewhere in that top 10 region. I'm not sure it can challenge that top 5 with so much in the way of air and style elements in those runs.
Yeah, I think Martin Bender will be sitting pretty comfortably in the hot seat there.
He's starting to feel a bit cocky in that seat, I reckon. There's only a few riders, 2 riders left to go after Hugo, and yeah, conditions have proved too difficult for anybody else to take as much risk as Martin was able to out there.
He looks like he's feeling the exertions of the Mongon face.
Yeah, it was definitely a pumpy, bumpy run. You've got to have pistons for knees in this scenario. Moving very quickly to absorb all the imperfections in the snow and try and keep edge snow contact throughout the run. Just apologising that we still don't have our finish area camera, since the celebrations and elation around Martin Bender's run caused so many vibrations that we actually broke our equipment and we can't get it fixed again. So we won't be having an interview with Maria Dild at the end of the men's category. It would be great to hear Martin Bender's view on that run, because that must have been heart and mouth from start to finish, having the confidence to set that 720 in those conditions. Only person to really get 3 freestyle elements done really accurately in their run today. So
impressive stuff from the young rider. The judges are still deliberating there, figuring out where to slot Hugo into the ranking. And we've got Paul Danton standing anxiously in the start gate.
He's no stranger to the qualifiers. He's been at this for a good long time for a 22-year-old man. He's, I think, third year on the 4 stars. Score coming in for Hugo Traubau then. He slides into 4th position with a 79. That's why the judges took so long to think about it. It was one of the most clean we've seen, certainly towards this end of the field. That's not been an easy thing to do. Back to the top. We are waiting for Paul Danton. 3rd in the Nanda Freeride last year, so he knows this face. He was 13th in the Obergurgl Open Faces. So had a good season last year, but not enough to get himself through to the Tour. 7th place in La Rosière and the Broussard Freeride.
And as a Verviers local, I think you'll be pretty familiar with this face as well. Sometimes they do come over to the dark side to check out what Nanda has to offer. He is kicking off his run, looking strong, linking some turns.
Into this first pad then, taking it sensibly cross-court and not opting for the freestyle options on there as many have done, but many have come unstuck.
But he is going off the nose of this big one. Big back slap, but rides out.
A little bit too firm to have enough travel in his legs to absorb that one.
Oh, another massive move. Control issue in the landing, but he is still on his feet, crusading on for a massive backing.
It's massive from Paul Danton. Another back snap, but holds it together. That was a cliff I was spotting as a double earlier, but and another one. Oh, no, way too big off the Heartbreak Hotel, and that is why that cliff is thus called. And one more ski that is going to exit stage left. Brakes doing nothing in this sugary snow we have on the top surface there. Paul Danton.
Unbelievable stuff.
Oh, the second backflip, the floor disappeared from under his feet. He was still 5 meters up when he finished the first backflip, so maybe he should have tucked for double.
Could have been the move of the day, but yeah, so many back slaps in that run. He was just full send there.
I think, yeah, what do we call it? A full supporting head when you're stage 4 back slapping, but managed to use the back of your head to pop yourself back into the middle of your feet. I think Paul did that 4 times. It's certainly exciting.
And check out the crowd there. They brought some drinks, brought some lunch, brought their mates, having a great day at the Nanda Freeride.
And one more display of top-end 1-foot power skiing here from Paul Danton. Always tricky as you swap it onto the inside foot.
So this is really fat to flat.
Yeah, he does everything he can to take the pop out of that takeoff, dropping it as short in the transition as he can, but it's too much. The first backflip was really beautifully done, but still a bit of a back slap. Seeing those windows winding, he's way behind his feet before he touches down. There's the full supporting head. And this second one is way, way further away from being a successful backie. Very sensibly deciding to get the feet out of the way and take it as a hot tub. Waiting for the score then for Paul Danton. It won't be any score because he lost his ski at the bottom, I suppose. But as soon as we've confirmed that, we go back to the top. We're ready for Maximilien Michel, the 28-year-old from France, came with a 24th ranking. He's our last rider of the day, whether that puts a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He was down in Hakuba, and 7th place finish there, 5th in the 3-star in Karpel.
Just switching on the GoPro.
Is the red light on?
I think it's flashing.
It's flashing. Nice bright racing stripe down the middle of the helmet, so expect speed from Maximilien.
He's feeling fast and ready to wrap things up for the Nanda Freeride 2023.
Into the first cliff, and again, sensibly taking it as a straight air. Gonna line up the same cliff as Paul Danton on the same takeoff here.
Mate.
Too big, fat to flat. And yeah, getting spat out. He has got his skis on.
So we see quite a lot of play on this cliff when we have a bit more snow, but when we've got such a firm landing, it really just gets to the end of what the legs can handle in terms of a massive air to a flat landing. So not sure if it's tactically the one for today's competition.
No, and especially Paul had the smarts perhaps to take it off the smallest end of the nose and to try and absorb some of the pop. I think Max fully committing to popping off the nose of that, and therefore reducing his chances of having strong enough legs in the landing.
So this has been such an explosive category. We've had more than half the field crash.
It can often go that way with the men's skiing. You've really got to be on the top end of risk, and it makes the percentages go down and down for you in today's conditions, not allowing them to take those risks.
Pretty explosive stuff, but he is just cruising now. He knows that that's a throwaway result for him.
Which does lock in and confirm that Martin Bender, Freeride World Junior Champion from last year, stepping up to the big leagues in his first win in the Challenger Series, sitting pretty on his way to Jasna Adrenaline in the Obergurgl Open Faces.
Yeah, he's in a great position. He had come into the Challenger Series near the bottom of the ranking, so he kind of had it all to play for and really brought it home. Let's check out the action from Maximilian.
Here we're saying taking it off an even flatter part of that, which popped him even higher, too flatter. Yeah, nowhere near enough travel or strength in those legs to absorb that landing.
Or anyone's legs, perhaps.
Yeah, and that's maybe the point we're making is in terms of a tactical choice, it did not offer the ability to stomp that cleanly. We've seen more landed runs in the Nanda Freeride, but you don't always see a 720 on the podium, so Martin Bender, really impressive performance. All of his friends from the Four Valleys are going to be here. Maximilian comes in with a 22 to put him in 15th place. Last score of the day coming in for the Nanda Freeride. Beautiful images of the Mongon and our crowd there. Thanks so much everyone who came out today to enjoy the Bluebird conditions here in the Nanda Four Valleys. Let's have a look at the ranking for the men's skiing.
We have had a big shake-up with Martin Bender shooting straight to the top from the bottom of the pack, and then we've got our Japanese Tenra Katsuno in second position. A huge amount of no scores today. Unbelievable.
What, 25 riders was it, and 16 landed runs? So yeah, quite a lot of those unable to deal with the conditions, not choosing a tactical option that would allow them to do their best skiing. And let's have a look now at the highlight reel for the men's skiing, because whilst we saw plenty of crashes, we also saw some seriously hot action. So really looking forward to Martin Bender's 720. Let's have a look. Oh, what a highlight reel from the men's skiers there. Martin Bender getting the win, that huge 720. No one else able to take that much risk on their freestyle elements. Super low percentage day, a lot of people crashing out, but really, really good fun. We're going to move on just now because we're going to have a look at the overall highlight reel. Bringing in the snow men's category, women's skiing, snowboard women, we saw some really creative line choices, and I cannot wait to see the highlight reel here from the whole show. So a massive thank you to all our athletes for putting on that incredible show. I'm joined now in the booth by Alice Ronchetti from our Challenger Series coordination. And you were up on the hill today. Tell us all about the atmosphere up there.
So thank you, Will. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been an amazing show. I like to spend a few words to really congratulate the team of Nanda Freeride, and then now the teaser of Nanda Freeride. But no, sorry, I thought it was...
Welcome to Austria. Fieberbrunn is the spot for the first stop in the FWT finals. New format, 2 runs, everybody gets 2 goes.
Really just working it and perfecting. Wow.
Cork 7 downside and perfectly landing that.
That was probably fun to watch.
What a show.
So Alice, just tell us a few words about the rest of the Challenger Series. What have we got coming up later in the season?
So after the incredible show that the athletes have put on today, we have 2 more Challenger events in Jasna, Slovakia, and in Gurgel for the final Challenger events in Austria. It's going to be an amazing and exciting show, which has proven that the sport is healthy and is growing year after year. And those athletes that are qualifying for the tour are coming up on the tour with 10 years of experience on the juniors, the qualifier, the Challenger, and they are ready to push it and push the veterans on the tour. So make sure to tune in the next 2 events of the Challenger, and tune in Fieberbrunn for the Freeride World Tour, of course.
Awesome, and yeah, you can join me live at the Jasna Adrenaline. Super looking forward to that one. Thank you so much to everyone who's joined us live for today. Thanks obviously to all of our sponsors, to the organisers of the Nanda Freeride. You really do put on one hell of a show. So thank you so much to everyone who joined us here on the Mongon. There's our lovely crowd, and we're going to see you in Jasna in Slovakia next week for the next of the Challenger Series. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.